right, everything seems to be up and running. Yeah. All right, everything seems to be up and running. Let's try to share it out then. Share. Yes. Post. Tweet. And share. All right, guys. This is the Stuttering Craig podcast featuring co-host Adam. Adam's the one wearing the beanie. DSP came on the show, surprisingly. Well, let's watch. God, it's gonna be a total absolute shit show. I've only seen bits and pieces here and there. And just those bits and pieces that I saw were fantastic. Those bits and pieces I saw may have been some of the best that I've seen in a long time. I mean, holy shit, DSP. How did you let this happen? Let's watch.
Say hi, buddy. He's like, no, I'm trying to chill. All right, he's chilling.
Excellent.
He wants a treat. Yeah, he's hanging.
Before we get to our guest today, I want to let you guys know some things we have coming up on the show that I think are actually really, really important that hopefully you guys will want to come back for. I know we got a lot of folks coming in today. Hopefully you guys want to hit the subscribe button and join us because we are a show. We go every Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock Central Standard Time. The whole idea of Side Scrollers is it's meant to be a breath of fresh air. It's meant to be a place where common sense reigns supreme.
Yeah. You had DSP on. There is no common sense. Let's see. Why is it so low quality? There we go. Now we got better quality. I had to wait till I got home. What can I say? Some of us responsible adults had to go to work. Womp womp.
Something that is very hard to find in the gaming industry. But we do have some great guests coming up. Obviously, today we have Darkside Phil, who'll be joining us very, very shortly. We also have Mark the Cyborg joining us. And James Rolfe, the Angry Video Game Nerd, will be joining us here in the next couple of weeks as well. So make sure you guys, once again, hit the subscribe button. Come join us and be a part of our great little positive community we have going on over here. In addition, if you guys are listening to us over on Spotify or iHeartRadio, make sure you guys hit the 5-star rating and, of course, give us a nice comment over there. And if you guys are watching over on YouTube, please hit the thumbs up. We'd greatly appreciate that. As always, you can support the show over at patreon.com/sidescrollers. We really appreciate that. You get access to our post show, which will be happening directly after today's stream. We'll continue as Adam, and we'll probably bring in Blabs and Travis, and we'll kind of talk about everything that goes on today. With that said, today's show is obviously a little bit different. Usually we kind of talk news and we talk about fun stuff. Today we are diving in deep with, I guess some would say, the most hated man on the internet. We are doing an interview format. This is something that was not meant to happen when initially asked to bring Phil on the show, but it is quickly morphed into that. I've talked about how I have this degree in journalism that I got 20 years ago, and I haven't used it. And there's a reason why I didn't go into that field. It's because it sucks. And journalism is just trash bag of an industry. It's just a huge business. We can talk about that all day long. But
okay, it has nothing to do with your abilities as a journalist.
Okay,
I don't know.
But I would like to point out that I am no journalist. I am no journalist.
Okay.
And I think that's the biggest thing. I have a degree, but I am not a journalist by any way, shape, and form. But with that said, we are going to do our best today. We know there's a lot of questions and comments and concerns, and we're going to touch them all. Because we've been assured that nothing is off the table today, and we're going to go for as long as we need to go for everyone to feel as good as you can possibly feel, which is next to impossible because we can solve cancer. We can cure cancer today and find out who shot JFK, and it still won't be good enough for some people. And you know what? Easy.
Sorry. I'm good.
Established. But with all that said, we're going to go today, and I'm looking forward to diving in deep. And so I guess with all that said, let's get into this. I'm excited to bring on Darkside Phil. Phil, how are you?
Holy crap.
Phil, the camera's on now.
You guys actually did it.
We did what?
Oh, he starts off really quiet from what I understood. And like chat told him like, hey, it's really quiet. We can't hear him for like 10 minutes, which made me think that it may have been pre-recorded, but apparently it's not pre-recorded.
You did it.
I mean,
wait,
you guys listen. You guys
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Hello?
I'm just joking. I can hear you.
Oh. You
Nice.
guys have had a good run. You've been going for a month. I've watched every episode. It's a great show. However, you made the big mistake of having me on your show. As of today, March 16th, you guys are officially canceled. I'm sorry. It's over.
You can't cancel something that doesn't care to be canceled, and we don't really care to be canceled. You can't, so.
We're sponsored by the people out there, so we're good.
Exactly. When you're not worrying about what sponsor you're going to freak out today because you accidentally said something in the wrong way. It's a lot of relief. You can just be honest with your audience, and that's something that I love about what I do on the internet.
Well, let's get into this, man. I'm excited to have you on. I think this is going to be a really telling, hour, 2 hours, whatever it may be, 3 hours,
12 hours.
six days, however long it may be. So I was told pretty much after we announced this that you were coming on the show, I was told that you should not come on. I was told not to interview you.
Seeing how he reacts to people in front of him instead of being in chat.
Mean, considering the fact that the name of the show is, possibly the most hated guy on the internet, I don't think it's rocket science. People don't like me for various different reasons. And, they come at me with so many accusations, so many crazy conspiracy theories. And I'm just a small-time guy trying to make content on the internet and make a living doing it and loving the interaction I have with my little audience. And every time that I address it, any of the stuff that they say about me, it's completely counterproductive. It doesn't help anything. It just exacerbates worse.
Because you're an idiot and you reveal stuff that you shouldn't be revealing.
Is not answer the questions you're going to ask me, not provide any additional information to things I've already said. People think I'm just going to be here for a fluff piece or something. Like you guys are going to kiss my butt for 2 hours or so. I don't think so. I think this is an opportunity for me to come on a show and be honest, transparent as much as I can. Again, I've already said this up front. I got to protect my family. I got to protect my business. I can't be.
You don't have a family. You have a roommate and a cat.
Any of that. But at the same time, the reason that I feel this interview will be different from what they're expecting is because I am going to be an open book. On my streams, I try to kill the nonsense.
You're going to lie.
My viewers are not there to hear me talk about my bankruptcy. They're not there to talk about accusations of spending $100,000 on a mobile game or how I groomed someone in the past. This is ridiculous nonsense.
17-year-old panda.
They're just here to listen to gameplay. They want to see me play a video game or talk about news or something. And every time it brings it, oh God, he's doing it again. He's entertaining the trolls. Why is he doing it? So now, this interview will be an opportunity for me to finally open up about all these topics. Nothing is off the table. I've said this to the guys here. Ask me anything. I will address every single thing anyone wants to ask me. I don't know how much I can talk about it. Again, there's some legal things going on and everything, but we'll talk. And this will be the focal point from now on. You want answers to all the drama? Watch Side Scrollers from March 16, 2023. Phil addressed it. And if you don't believe him, that's okay. It's everyone's subjective ability to judge whether or not someone's being truthful or not, right? So you can't make someone believe you. But
wow, this sounds just like it's pre-stream.
Situation where I sat down, I answered every question that you threw at me, and even if you don't ask certain questions, I'm probably going to bring up topics that I know people want answers to, so that way it's all out there, and then we can just move on. I don't want to have this crap on my content anymore. I just want to move on with my community and breathe a sigh of relief after today, and I'm hoping that
and have people pay for my DoorDash.
So nothing's off the table today. We can talk about whatever we want to talk about, which is great. I feel good about that, and I think that's one of the things that, once again, there's going to be things that we're going to talk about.
Bring up the slave
that
trade.
I feel is, as long as you're honest, and we're going to push you on things, Phil. You need to understand that we're going to push you, and I think, the one thing I said over and over again is I feel that I'm a fair interviewer to myself, fair interview to the person I'm interviewing, and fair to the audience, and that's one thing to keep in mind as we go along here. So, I guess
could I very briefly just make one statement before we begin?
Give me money.
I want to publicly apologize to you guys, to your other hosts, to the G2s, and anyone else who likes Side Scrollers, because for the past 2 weeks, you guys have seen your content derailed because of me. I never intended for that. I kind of was worried it would happen, and it happened. I don't control this black cloud that follows me around the internet as much as I try, but I still feel bad about it. It's not your fault that because you decided to have me on your show as a regular guest, that now you had to put up with 2 weeks of drama and nonsense. I'm hoping
you're not a regular guest. You're a one-time event. It's going to be the worst thing we've ever seen. It'd be hilarious, but then you're going to do it again.
I love your show. I am a longtime fan of Screw Attack. I used to watch everything you guys were putting out in the mid-2000s before YouTube was even prominent. I've watched every episode of your show since you rebooted it. I'm so upset that this has become about me somehow, and I'm done with it. Like, that's why I want to apologize to everyone. Never intended, and I hope that we can move on from it today.
So, Phil, you just killed our show by giving us an endorsement. Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Oh, you're horrible. You guys suck. I hate you. Oh, you're going to ask me terrible questions today. I really hate you guys.
All right. Well, let's get into some of these terrible questions. And I think this is something that I've heard. The questions that I'm going to ask today, they're a good mix of questions that have been on the internet. They've been questions that I want to know. There's questions that some of your biggest detractors have asked me to ask you. So and I think that's important. I want to get all sides of this. So I think a great starting point for here is when you're streaming, Phil, who is streaming? Is it Phil or Darkside Phil?
Well, it depends on what I'm streaming. It also depends on what time period you're talking about. Today, you're pretty much almost getting 100% the real me. Of course, every once in a while, it's funny to over dramatize something that's going on. I have a segment on my podcast called Old Man Yells at Cloud, where, you know, I really ham it up if it's a dumb topic I'm talking about and I over dramatize like I'm so concerned about it. Or if I'm playing a game that really is, I'm dying a lot, or I'm playing an online fighting game, I'll emphasize the fact that, oh, it's unfair, it's bullshit, you know, I'll always ham it up. But that's kind of my shtick. That's always been kind of my shtick. And I think my actual fans know that. But you know, the internet wants to pretend like otherwise. As if you have never watched my content over the past 15 years that I've been a content creator on the internet, you would have seen this is kind of the shit that
Yeah, how many times are you going to mention 15 years, 15 years?
I am so different than how I used to be. You know, when you've made content for 15 years, you go through several different stages and evolutions. And, you know, when I started on YouTube way back when, it was all about being a character. It was about over-exaggerating. It was about being dramatic.
We're almost 10 minutes with him being on camera and he hasn't snorted once.
I still say in his playthrough today, are you kidding me? I can't believe he said that. But what happens is over time things change, you know, and there was really, how can I say, almost like an epiphany to me. In 2017, a lot of different things.
That you shouldn't be racist online.
Kind of rebooted. And business-wise, one of the things that rebooted was I went from being someone who focused on on-demand content, you know, videos that you would digest and watch offline, versus being an interactive online streamer. And when I became an interactive online streamer, I realized, wow, wait a minute. I've been doing this wrong the whole time because, like, for, you know, 8+ years, I've just been talking to a camera and pretending like I'm the only one in the room. I have an audience live watching me. What the hell am I doing? I'm ignoring them. And once I started having an interactive conversation with my audience, it became so much better, this social experience of having meaningful conversations, seeing their live...
Meaningful. God, there's going to be another buzzword we're going to hear often.
So I realized I don't have to be a character anymore. I could just be me. I could just talk with these people and be honest about my feelings about games or whatever. And again, yes, every once in a while there's an exaggeration. Absolutely. But that's part of the fun of it all. You know, we're not all just here to be Mr. Serious all day. How boring would that be? But at the same time, yeah, today I would say I'm a lot more laid back of a person, and I'm a lot more honest and transparent with my audience with the discussions we have. Although every once in a while, yes, there's obviously everyone wants to every once in a while ham it up and be a cartoon character, joke a little bit to get a little laugh or a little rise. But for the most part, I'd say what you see today in my content is more authentic than it used to be.
So Dark Side Phil is your hamming it up, and right now you're just Phil.
Yes and no. Again, I mean, it's cool to be.
Well, what is it? Like,
well,
you know, like what is it when you say? There are times that I'm over the top. Give me an example of what that means. What does it mean when you say, well, I'm over the top? And why would you, if the internet has changed, right? There was a point, you are correct in saying that back in the early 2000s, into the, when you kind of rose to prominence, there was, you took your personality, you put it a little, it would exponentially make it a little more over the top. But the internet has changed to authenticity. People want to get to know. And I don't disagree with you there. But when you mix up, and it's almost like you're sending mixed signals to your audience. And most people, they haven't watched you for 15 years. You know, the idea of saying like, hey, I've been on the internet for 15 years. You should know how I act. But the reality is that most people see you through clips, through Twitter or YouTube, and they
man, that head bounces. Dude, calm down. That head. All right, I just watching him, just seeing that head bob up and down over and over again. Just holy shit. Holla for the dollar, Jerry. And we're honest, he abused that freaking. I'm sure he's gonna abuse a lot of words. Oh, why does it not show the new name? You're doing text, aren't I? For some reason not let me add your name to it. On the fly content, guys. On the fly. There we go. Oh shit, now Agent Smith. Holla holla for the dollar. Do I already have Smith on here? I might. I don't know, so let's add on Smith. All right, back to the shit show.
They don't know you.
How's it going?
So regardless of how long you've been on the internet, I mean, I've been doing this forever.
Oh, really?
And the vast.
Stop doing that, internet. But as Stuttering Craig points out, like, I've been doing this for 15 years. You know who I am by now. It's great that you've been here for 15 years. But that doesn't mean the person watching you has been here for 15 years. Alright, I finally got a great phone. I can, instead of using my Sidekick or my Nokia, I actually have a real phone. I'm gonna start being able to watch YouTube and doing all this cool stuff. Huh. Who's this Dark Side Phil guy? You should know who I am after 15 years here. Come on if you don't. I just got a smartphone. Please stop yelling at me.
vast majority of people watching right now have no idea who I am. So, you treat every viewer like
Oh, what the shit?
a potential new viewer. So,
Stop doing that, internet.
I don't know, kind of walk me through that, because I do think that's kind of, provide me with an example of what DSP is versus Phil.
Sure. Right now I'm playing a game. It's called Wolong Fallen Dynasty. All right. It's one of these games made by Team Ninja, not FromSoft, but it's very much meant to be like a From Software style game, like Dark Souls or Bloodborne or Elden Ring. It's ultra challenging.
It's the guy we're playing, laughing at him.
Right? In my opinion, this is my opinion, it's not very good. A lot of people disagree with me. They love this game. Okay. I don't like it. I think that it's a cheap knockoff. I feel like it's very wonky. It's not polished. I will say those things in my content. But in the heat of the moment, if I'm running through a stage and I get, oh, instant kill, cheap death, I freak out. Oh, you son of a bitch, this game sucks ass. It's the worst game ever. The game devs don't know what they're doing, blah, blah, blah. That's the Dark Side Phil over-the-top persona kind of coming through. I could just sit here and say nothing and be like, oh, that sucked that I died. People don't really tune in for that. In fact, the reason people are watching me play that game is because they want to see that over-the-top reaction. So I'll ham it up every once in a while. I don't hate the game. I don't hate the game devs. Of course I don't. You know, they tried to make a good game. I think it's decent. I don't think it's great. But, you know, you'll go over the top every once in a while. Now, just like
But is that just
I've
something
been doing that
Phil
for the
would do
entire playthrough,
also?
though.
Right.
Well, Phil would do that, but Phil wouldn't be like, for example, okay, the game killed me. It's a cheap death. Do you really think that I'm that upset about it? It's a game. It's a big deal. Oh,
Everyone gets triggered by games. I mean,
I get triggered, exactly, and I allow that to flow freely. A lot of people put a filter over what they say and do when they put out their content. Why? Because they're trying to be marketable, right? They're trying to say, I want that sponsor. I want that opportunity. I have never filtered myself.
Well, you should want a sponsorship too, so you can stop begging your fans, asshole.
They don't want truthful reactions. They want Mr. Marketable, Mr. Smiley. And when I say things like, oh, this game I really don't like because this is unfair, do you think that game companies are happy about it? Of course not. You know, but
But Phil, hold on. Do you think that do you think that those game companies are looking to establish a relationship with they're not? I mean, the reality is that these companies are looking for streamers who stream to 5,000, 10,000 people,
Correct.
as opposed to a couple hundred. And
That's right.
Whether it's you saying or DSP saying it, I think that if people were watching to see those over the top reactions, I think they were watching for that a decade ago, and I really mean that, right? So look, I had a character named Evil Craig, right? And Evil Craig was meant to be the essence of just the internet troll, right? I did it for 10 episodes, 12 episodes, whatever it may be. And I stopped doing it because I realized that I was growing an audience of people that were negative and trolls, right?
And also, let's say you want a sponsorship. How are they supposed to know that? Oh, no, I'm playing a character when I'm doing this. I didn't really mean I wanted to round up and exterminate all the Jews in space. It was a character. Well, how is a sponsor supposed to know that? Or are people watching supposed to know that's a character? Guess what, guys? It's not a character.
It's funny. It was funny, and it was so silly. But by you starting with the idea of saying look, I'm going to overreact big, I think there's two prongs to this question. Number one, if people were really watching to see your over the top reactions, don't you think they'd be making clips of that instead of other clips that they were making, and those would be going viral? And number two, if you're really not enjoying the game, why play it? Why play it in the first place?
That's a great question.
Does any of the money?
That's actually been
But start with number one. Start with number one. Like, why? If people were watching to see your over the top angry reactions, don't you think they'd be clipping those as opposed to clipping other things?
In truth, yes. I don't know what they clip because I have so much stuff on the internet about me that I don't really watch a lot of it. I hear it secondhand from my viewers or in a chat or whatever. No, I understand what you're saying totally. Case in point with Wolong, there's totally some people who are turned off by this playthrough and they're like, I don't want to watch Phil play it because he's going to get angry and he's going to turn into this rage ball that we don't like watching. We like seeing the real Phil. At the same time, there are people who I've told my audience, I don't like this game. I would like to move on. This kind of does meld into the second half of your question as well.
But you need that money.
I've been very transparent with my audience about this game. So I don't like it. I feel like if I'm going to play a FromSoft game, why don't we just do a second run of Elden Ring, a new game plus run? And a lot of people are down for that. And others are like, no, Phil, we like seeing you rage. This has been a part of your shtick for 15 years. This is a lot of the reason why we tune in. I'm seeing more attendance on my Wolong streams, and I'm getting more, honestly, more support on my Wolong streams.
More money.
They want to see
Told
that
you.
rage come out of me, as opposed to me playing a bunch of games where I'm more laid back and relaxed and chill. I have a bunch of those in my rotation. That's my core fan base will show up for that and support it. But you will always get a different group of people. That really, I feel, is one of the reasons why I'm still here 15 years later. I have different audiences. I have one audience that'll come and watch me be the real Phil, the relaxed Phil. I just sit back, I'm chilling, I'm playing a game. I'm not gonna rage. The game's, nothing really too challenging, right? I'm playing Elder Scrolls.
Well, not challenging
right
to a
That's
normal
exactly
person.
what that playthrough is. It's relaxing, right? But then when I play Wolong, now it's time for that old dark side Phil to come back out, and now a whole new audience shows up. It's funny because you'll watch one of my streams, you'll say, well, Phil gets around 200 to 400 viewers a stream, okay? But in reality, when you look at my metrics on YouTube or my analytics, actually, those are like thousands of different people. One stream gets 200 viewers, the next stream gets 300. Those are 500 different people because people are coming for different kinds of content.
That is not 500 different people. If you have 200 on one stream and then 300 on another, that is not 500. That's 300. Those 200 people are your core audience. The other 100 that might show up for a Wolong stream, they're just there to watch you rage. And when you're not raging, they go away and you go back to your normal 200 people.
When you've been around as long as you realize you get people from all over the world.
How's it going, Luis?
If I were
But are they sticking? Are they staying though? Because if you have 500 people come in and they're just kind of coming out, that's actually bad for the algorithm. That's bad. You want people to stay and subscribe, and you have these new people coming in because they want to see a new game, not necessarily because they want to see you, right? They're interested in the game, not necessarily you. If you're playing a game that's topical or new or something along those lines.
Again, yes and no. I would say back in the day that was the case. Like new releases, I would get ginormous spikes in attendance because I actually used to have DSP Gaming, which is my gaming channel, used to be one of the more prominent gaming channels for Let's Players on YouTube over a decade ago. I was in the algorithm. I play a new game, I would see my attendance double, triple just because I'm playing a new game. I don't get that anymore. It's been, and there's some of the things we'll probably talk about today. One of the reasons why that happened, trolling activities, false copyright strikes, it kicked my
trolls.
So today it doesn't really matter what I play, honestly. I mean, yes, I'll play a new game and I'll get a
I'm on from work, so I'm doing great, Luis.
As for audience retention, it really depends on what I'm playing and who's there for what. There's some people that don't care what I play. I could sit here and play.
Right, you got your hardcore. You got your hardcore. You can play Tiddlywinks and people will show up, right?
Exactly.
I just love it. I think his name is Adam, and the beanie is just, he's not having any of this.
But
right,
I will get an increase when I play a rage-inducing game or a multiplayer game where there's going to be an element of challenge where I can either persevere or I can really fail miserably against people online in a competitive setting. People like that, and that's the variety that I bring in. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. It would be great if maybe I was just one kind of content, but I found in the 15 years playing
15 years again,
it gets you different audiences.
Guy should have had a counter setup for 15 years.
At least that's what I feel is one of the keys to my longevity. Is tomorrow, if they never made another FromSoft game, I'd be okay because I still play everything else.
I would not be okay with that.
I wouldn't be okay with that either. I love those games too. As much as I rage at them and I'll be angry in the moment, I absolutely appreciate and love them for what they are.
Well, clearly you just need to get good. I'm just,
Get good,
exactly. I'm a
scrub.
terrible player. Everyone knows this.
Well, let's talk about something real quick. So you early on had this perception of the King of Hate. That was something that you marketed, you created, or whatever, right? Whatever it is, that was your thing, the King of Hate. You had the kingofhate.com and all that stuff. And now you're Phil, right? But do you feel that that still follows you around? This idea of built around, like, look, James Rolfe, angry video game nerd. He's clearly a character. People know that there's the angry video game nerd and then there's the character. But your perception is that there's this hate around you, this negativity around you, right? Do you think that has followed you to the point to where, regardless of if they're coming to watch you, Phil, or DSP, that is been a negative detractor for you, the whole hate moniker?
Absolutely. And of course, I guess this would be a good time to talk about what the moniker means, because a lot of people think the King of Hate means, that means that Phil's just a hateful person towards games and game developers and everything else. He's just going to rage on his stream and just hate everyone. And that's never what it was. Anyone who does 5 seconds of research to what does the King of Hate mean? I've answered this question so many.
Let's say a new game comes out and I want to know if it's worth buying. Like, I don't want to pay full price for a game that's going to suck. I go on YouTube. Oh, someone's playing it. I shouldn't have to do research. I should not have to exit the stream, get on Google, spend 3 hours watching videos and reading posts, figure out if this person's a piece of shit or not. I should be able to just come into the stream and watch the stream and be like, oh, wow. All right, no, this game actually looks pretty cool. I guess I will get it. Or, wow, this game has a lot of issues right out the bat after being released. Maybe with a few patches, maybe a good sale comes out, then I'll get it. But I shouldn't have to stop watching the stream and do hours worth of research just to find out if it's worth watching or not. I will get Survivor eventually. I actually saw a commercial for it the other day during an XFL game.
So many times in the 15 years I've been a content creator, but no one wants to hear the answer. The answer is, I used to be a competitive Street Fighter player back in the 2000s, okay? And back then it was a really weird situation because Street Fighter wasn't big like it is today. Street Fighter was on the downturn. There were no
Street
new fighting
Fighter
games out. So
still
the way
isn't
to
that
get
big.
attention on the competitive Street Fighter community was building up drama. So
Right.
I would go online and I would be the biggest internet troll to everyone in the Street Fighter community. I would make fun of them. I would just destroy them online. And everyone
Okay,
knew
so
Phil's like the biggest internet
let's
troll.
fast forward, right? This has been well established. This is a decade ago. Let's talk about today, though. Like, do you feel
Okay.
that this has followed you around? Do you feel that people? Do you think that the King of Hate moniker is still relevant?
Today it is not. It was because when I started, the meaning behind it is when people hate on you, you don't use that to become a victim. You don't use that to crawl into a ball and hide in your corner and, oh, I'm defeated. People don't like me anymore, so I quit. Instead, you use that as a way to motivate yourself to do better. For example, when people say, you're never going to beat this game because it's so tough. You say I can't do it. You're hating on me. Say I'm a bad gamer. I'm going to beat that game just because you said I couldn't, right? You say I'm a bad content creator. I'm this. I'm going to fail. No, I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to use that hate around me, and I'm going to be the king of it. I'm going to motivate myself with all that hate to be a successful person. This is a mantra I've used in my entire life to continue on and be successful. And that's why I have so many haters on the internet. I use that to fuel myself every day to come back and say, no, I'm going to put out a great, meaningful stream for people, regardless of what these
Meaningful
idiots
my
say on the internet
ass.
about me. But it follows me. You're absolutely right, because people say the king of hate is not that Phil owns the hate against him and motivates himself. They say he's a hateful person. Take a look at that thing he said 10, 15
You are
years
a
ago,
hateful person.
That racial joke he made, that ridiculous sexual comment he made. You know,
That ridiculous racial thing you said 2 months ago during a playthrough. That's what I thought. Shut the fuck up.
that's what the king of hate is. And then they'll say, look, he used to have a website, thekingofhate.com. And then they'll reference that stuff and say that I'm a bigot, or I'm a racist, or I'm
You
a
are.
sexist. You know, they say it to this day. They're probably saying it right now in chat.
Top 10 racist moments, anyone? Just saying.
You know,
Okay.
it's not true.
Well, then let's. I wasn't planning on talking this till later. Yeah,
Well,
go ahead, Adam.
When you climb to the top of like the hate mountain and claim to be the king of hate, don't you think it's almost inviting people to try to take you down? You know, you said that you made that your thing in the Street Fighter world, and then as time went on in the YouTube
Oh, just
realm,
rage quit.
that's
Oh,
what
I can't wait to
you
get
were,
to that.
I guess made your position on the internet known. You're the king of hate. So like, you can almost expect people to come back at you and try to use that same kind of vibe. And you know, I've seen plenty of clips of random shit throughout the past couple of weeks, because I didn't know who you were, right? So I'm still kind of new to this YouTube realm, and you know, I've seen the way sometimes that and of course this is what people share, right? So what I've seen is you kind of letting it get the best of you in some cases, or you're letting that
You let it
almost
get to
under
you
your
all the
skin, where,
time.
I mean, if you want to be that person on the
King
internet,
of
you kind of have to
Beg.
be able to take it as well.
That's gonna be a pinned tweet.
I just wanted to point that out. You know, it's almost like you kind of asked for it by being the king of hate and making that your thing. It kind of was like, all right, well, if I'm gonna dish it, I got to be able to take it as well.
I 100% agree with you, Adam, today. But I've been on YouTube for 15 years, and when I started on YouTube,
Another 15
there
years.
were no successful Let's Players making a full living doing it the way that I ended up doing. I'm almost kind of like a history lesson. Look at what Phil has done, and don't do it, right? Look at all the mistakes Phil just made in the last 15 years. And if you want to be someone who makes gameplay content on YouTube, don't do what that guy did, because he screwed up. You know, when I started 15 years ago, I was like, I'm just going to roll with what I do in Street Fighter. It worked there. Why not do it on YouTube? I wasn't doing it for a living. It was my hobby. I had a 9-to-5 job, and this was something I came home and did 2-3 hours a night.
Well, like
at
at 10:30 to whenever you get too drunk to
so I was the
stay at
king
your
of hate. I
desk.
just rolled that moniker over to YouTube. Now, fast forward 2.5 years after I started on YouTube, I lose my job. Oh crap! What am I going to do? Can I monetize my YouTube presence? I guess I can. But now I'm the king of hate. Everyone knows me as the king of hate for 2.5 years. This is my shtick. This is my moniker. What do I do? You know, how do you erase the past that you've already established? And that's what you're known for. And so it's been rough. It's been rough. I'll tell you this. 2 years ago, well, excuse me, about a year and a half ago, I had a revelation. I was like, I have to move on from my past in any way that I can. I have to try to get rid of this moniker. This is something that people were actively using to weaponize against me. They were going to businesses that I was associated with and telling them, you have a bigot on your website. Do you know that? Look at all these things that he did. And they would link to things, little one-off jokes from 15 years ago. As if it's something I did today. And they would say, he's the king of hate. So
Slave trade was literally last year. So I'm pretty sure also she's black, she's gonna steal your bag was also last year, not 15 years ago. 15 years ago, 15 years ago, 15 years ago. What about last year when you were doing this shit?
I said, I have to stop this. I have to get rid of the website, rebrand myself, and now that's why I do not live by that mantra anymore. I don't even mention it. You know,
So, but what have you done? What have you done, Phil, to change the perception?
2 minutes ago
What
was
have you
totally
have you
different
changed
from
the look
today,
of your
guys.
streams? Have you changed your production value?
Nice,
Did you take a
Luis.
break? Did you say, look, I'm leaving it. I'm going to come back, but I need time to kind of rethink this. And
Can't take a break. He has to be on
because you're
stream
still
every
going
day.
under it's still the same channel, still DSP, still Dark Side Phil. what have you done to change the perception of that? I mean, it's been a consistent line the entire time of Phil. So what have you done to change that? Because it sounds like you're saying, well, what was me? But ultimately, it comes down to your actions.
Yeah, and if you were to watch my content, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, hell, 2 years ago, and you were to watch my content today, you would see a difference. Like, for example, look how everything looks behind me right now, right? Up until 6 months ago, I still looked like shit. I'll admit that. But it's because I don't have the know-how. I'm very much crowdfunded by my viewers and fans, and it's they who contribute to everything. And in this last year and a half, there's been kind of a reinvigoration. Let's change everything I'm doing. Let me listen to feedback. Just in the last year, I started doing React content. I was the biggest critic of React content. I crapped on it constantly, saying it was terrible content. It's the lowest form of content on the internet. I hated it. And then I started listening to my viewers. They're like, Phil, why are you so ignorant about this stuff? You got to start to open up and be a more laid-back guy about all this crap. If you don't want to be the king of hate, you got to listen. And I started listening.
Yes, it is, JDX.
I started doing different kinds of content. I changed my setup. I'm trying to change the perception around me. But
I've only seen bits and pieces of it, and the bits and pieces I've seen were fantastic. Let's continue.
Problem is, it wouldn't matter if I went away.
We got another 3 hours from here. Damn.
There is such an.
I'm at 1.25 speed, so hopefully it won't take that long.
That it wouldn't work. These trolls would just follow me no matter where I go, what I do, no matter how much I change. They don't want to believe it, or they pretend like the change hasn't happened, so that they can keep.
If you have the money for it, Darkwing, do it. If you don't, then don't.
Sucks. I would love to do a
but
full.
If you do,
arena
get
game.
that.
It wouldn't matter. Within a day. That's DSP Gaming. Don't be fooled. It's the same guy. So. I have tried to change and do better things and make more laid-back content. You watch my content today, way less of that rage kind of stuff, way more chill content, interactive stuff, meaningful content with my viewers, I feel. But the stigma remains.
Well, let's talk about something real quick that can add to that stigma, right? And I think this is important. You said the light bulb went off, about a year ago. You got to change. You changed your background and stuff. But I want to bring up, there's still jokes that are made that that don't necessarily they don't fit today. And I want to play one for you really quick and just kind of get your reaction to this. Okay, so this is yeah. So you know where this is going. And I want to watch this so we all understand.
Here it is. I saw clips of this on Twitter. Here it is. Let's do this.
What's going on?
Sorry, maybe yelled a little too loud. I'm sorry.
Make this quick. All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling it right off for profit.
Thank you for this, Greg.
You know how much I love you, right?
All the way to the
Scared you should look at the sky and down the battle.
okay.
Put the kid in the vehicle. Stay with her.
She's right. She's too valuable to escape. She's worth lots of money.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Yeah, so what's going on?
Keep nodding your head there, DSP. Keep nodding your head.
Man, let's talk about that. How does that when you see that?
Oh,
When you see that, how does that make you feel? What are you thinking? Do you regret that, saying that? Is that edgy humor?
well, first of all, I have an honest question for you guys. You've now seen it. I don't know if Adam has ever seen that clip before. Okay.
No, I
Is that the
haven't.
first time? Okay. What do you think the joke was there? I'm just curious. What do you think I was trying to joke about?
That you're selling that girl to the slave trade.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like, and that's pretty fucked up.
Okay. Now, for what reference do you think? How can I say this? Okay, I'll approach it from the detractor perspective. Okay, from the detractor perspective.
No,
the
I want to
joke-
hear your perspective of what
Yeah.
you meant.
Right?
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll do both.
It's
We'll do both.
pretty obvious what the detractors mean. For me, that would put me on the detractor side because it sounds like you were making a joke about selling that little girl to the slave trade. How is it not that? What did you mean?
Oh no,
that
that's absolutely that's the joke. But there's a difference between.
DSP finally having to explain why he was making a joke about selling a black child to the slave trade to someone he can't lean and manually ban. He is so used to being able to just lean and manual ban. And I was like, what am I going to do now, guys? What can I do?
Saying that's okay and it's funny or the ridiculous.
Terrible,
situation.
JDX.
You just saw that.
Gotta watch
clip
this, I
in
can't cuddle
context,
now.
correct? You don't know what's going on in the game right there.
Okay, explain the context then.
That sheriff is a corrupt sheriff. He is actually orchestrating a situation to try to murder people inside a building to protect his secrets. He's like a dark guy who controls the whole town, and no one knows this. Everyone thinks the sheriff's a squeaky clean guy. So this is being revealed throughout the plot of the game. He's a scumbag, right? So the joke is this guy's such a scumbag. He's saying to the dad, I'm going to save your daughter. Give me your daughter. Let's take him in and rescue her. But in reality, he's such a scumbag, he'd probably do something like that. He'd probably, traffic people. That's the joke. Now, is it a joke that's acceptable by today's standards? By
today's standards,
people, probably not.
Dude, you did this last
Do you think
year.
that's a joke? Like, do you think that's a
Cyberwolf,
joke acceptable
holla,
by
holla.
any standards? Like, I don't.
Even a decade ago, 2
Right.
decades ago, 3 decades
Like-
ago.
And,
Exactly,
and
this
it's
is-
like I just
Dude, ever since 1865 Civil War ended, you can't be making a joke like that. What is wrong with you?
want to hear your thoughts on that because I think there's edgy content, then there's inappropriate content, and
I think-
we've all been guilty of edgy content before, you know. So
I think it's dark humor. It's definitely skirting the risque. Okay, not to say that I've heard much worse, obviously, from other people, but that doesn't make it okay for me to do it. I know that. And you know, there's
well,
things-
especially with what's following you.
Well, Darkwing, one thing about making a joke that's holy, what the fuck were you saying, versus something like DSP does is when Jimmy Carr makes a horrible pedophile joke, you know that he's a comedian. He is telling a joke. When he's all, black people can make black jokes, gay people can make gay jokes. Anyways, 2 pedophiles walking to a park, like, that's a fucked up joke. But it's just that it is a joke. He's not actually a pedophile. Or, what's her name? Eliza? Her name's Eliza. She's a comedian. I've seen her stuff on Netflix. And hilarious. When she's talking about, like, oh, hey, yeah, me and my friends out and we're, prowling the bars. We're in our 30s now and we're still prowling the bars like we were in our 20s. We're looking for the exact same kind of guys, like, oh, you're going to be a snack tonight. She's not, she's telling a joke. Her and her friends aren't, literally hunting men down to eat or whatever. She's telling a joke. DSP is not a comedian. He does not know how to tell jokes. That's one of the big things of, like, oh, this guy said this horribly offensive thing. Was it a joke? Well, yeah. Well, then what the fuck are you crying about? When Jimmy Carr does his the Dark Stuff comedy special, and it's a lot of fucked up stuff. It's like at the beginning of the show, it's like, all right, remember, bad thing is here. Joke about bad thing is there. The bad thing is very bad. That's why I'm going to make fun of it because it's very bad. And the only way to bring up something like that is to make fun of it because it's just that bad. DSP doesn't do that. DSP is just full in, the Nazi hat with vest, and we gotta exterminate the Jews in space now, guys. Also notice, so far, no snorts. He's been on camera for over half an hour now. No snorts. Amazing how, guys, I can't control it. Suddenly be able to control them. That is a ton of watching there, though, Luis. What about the TV shows like Batman the Animated Series?
Around your reputation, right? Do you think that if
Hands are shaky,
if the light
shaky.
truly went off in your head to say, like, I got to change, don't you think it would be like, well, maybe I should bite my tongue on this one? I may be thinking it, but how about I bite my tongue on this?
Yes, I 100% agree with you. And it's a working process. It's something that has to happen naturally over time. It's not something that can be a switch that's flipped because
Terrible Darkwing, but a
I was
great
someone who's
joke.
done this for 15 years back in the day. That's what people came to watch. That's the content they wanted from me. That's what got me popular on YouTube. That kind of ridiculous, unacceptable, over-the-top, dark humor joke. Okay. Today it's not acceptable. I know that. But the thing is, those jokes still click in my head. I absolutely should have not done that joke. I will tell you that right now, 1,000,000%. But it's a working process. And
Mind you, I didn't know it was bad. You're a 40. You said that when you were 40. You're a 40-year-old man in 2022 when you said that. You're not an edgy 16-year-old. You're not. I'm gonna be the class clown and say something really fucked up to make everyone go ooh. While the history teacher goes over World War II. You were a 40-year-old man saying that shit.
here's where you have to have some kind of an air of fairness, or at least you have to see the big
No.
picture. All right? I've been doing this for 15
ain't gotta
years.
see shit.
I've been doing it full-time for a job since 2011. I do it 6 days a week full-time. 6 days a week I'm here, full-time streaming. I have over 100,000 videos on the internet.
Whole time, not even 8 hours combined once you take out the breaks and shit.
Okay? People will always find something that moment of weakness, that stupid thing that I said. Stupid Phil, why the hell did I make that joke? But once it's out there, it's out there. And all you can do is apologize for it, say you're going to do better and try not to do it, and move on. Now,
So you're going to do better, but then
why I'm
don't
on
do
the
better.
show today, okay? This is what, March 2016, 2023, and you had to show a clip, one random clip from last summer. You didn't show something I did in the last week, the last month. You showed something from the one moment of weakness. Whenever I do something stupid on the internet, it gets hyper analyzed, looked in with a microscope and blown away. This is what Dark Side Phil is. Have you watched the last 5 years of content I put out? There's probably, okay, yes, I'm a human. I make errors, absolutely. And I'm stupid, and I do dumb stuff when I get over-emotional. This is not the norm on my stream.
Over-emotional? I've been emotional a lot. When you watch the end of Singing a Friend for the End of the World and you're crying, you know what I don't do? I don't make a joke about selling people off to the slave trade. I don't drop Phil's, word I'm not going to say. When I'm watching football and my team's coming back like, yeah, oh, they got the touchdown, yeah, we're going to win. There's only 22 seconds to go, yeah. I get very emotional when I'm celebrating my team about to win. I don't accidentally drop racial slurs, unlike you, DSP.
People see that clip out of context, like you guys just did.
Don't have to kill. How's it going?
Dark Side Phil was that joke.
Exactly. It was last summer, guys. It's forever
He
ago.
made a joke about child trafficking.
Only 6 years and a horse years.
Funny.
Terrible.
Watching in context, it's not as bad, but it's still bad. But when
I
you
don't
watch
know, the context that you explained didn't make it any better. I'll be honest.
that's fine.
Because I'm not sure which character you're even like portraying. So were you acting as the sheriff in that
Yes,
situation?
that's why I did. That's why I did like the accent. Yes.
I don't know. I
Southern
think that like in
plantation
a
owner
situation like
accent.
that, like we live in a society now where like, look, I understand that going into this interview that literally every second of this is going to be analyzed, and Adam understands that, and you understand that, right? But and literally everything you say, there's a camera on you at all times, especially when you're a live streamer, and I mean, for somebody who does this for a living, I just feel like you have to be able to bite your tongue at sometimes, and you need to know better. I mean, you said it yourself, the switch was flipped, and I understand that. I totally understand. I am very forgiving of mistakes, right? But when there's a pattern
That's gonna be
of
the
these
new pin
things,
tweet.
that
I
go
can only have
back
one
over
pin
the
tweet at
course
a time.
of time, like it's no longer a mistake. It's a continuation. So I don't know. I think, look, if you're saying that I'm also a big believer in taking people at their word, right? Up until their actions show different. So you're saying that over the course of since that joke, you've been pretty squeaky clean, and you haven't made inappropriate jokes like that are that edgy, I guess.
I don't. Here's the thing. I don't want to say that because I'm here 6 days a week full time. That's a lot of my life. And I guarantee you, if I say, man, yeah, that was it, Craig, that's all I remember, immediately there'll be other examples tossed out right now, and they'll find it, right?
I understand.
And that's the problem is when you are 100% on the internet.
They'll find me being racist again, guys. It's bullshit. How dare they keep finding clips of me being racist?
I am actively trying to change. What I will say is this. You would be challenged in the last maybe 2-3 years to really find.
Well, from what I understand from what I read on Twitter, the interview with Craig went pretty good. It was Adam that kept drilling the piggy. Adam was the one making bacon for us.
A
one in the beanie
pattern of me doing really bad jokes like that. Okay, maybe you'll find a few. I'm definitely a flawed individual, but you're not going to find it as like you wouldn't say, oh, here's 47 times within a year that Phil did that. I know for a fact he's a scumbag, right? You'll find one time here, one time here, one time here, and then they blow it up on the internet.
You just gave so many different people a reason to do exactly that.
Oh, they will. I know that, but the thing is, they do it anyway. It doesn't matter what I say or do. This is what they do. So
now you said that the switch in your brain, was off, so that you made that joke. Like, do you have it in there that it's like thinking like when you said that you're like maybe that was too much, or you were just free flowing, and that's just kind of you.
Let me put it this way.
Exactly, Morning After Kill. He only uses the N-word a few times a year, guys. It's totally fine for him to do that. Now, there's times when, you're singing along to a song, it has that word in it, you're singing a song and you don't think about it. Stuff like that, but that's usually with an A, not an R like DSP does. Or, let's say, you're playing a game that takes place in the 1920s, and you're trying to, I don't know, for someone, we found a note, and the note has that word in it. No, you're just reading off the note, and all of a sudden you might say that. Like, there's times when stuff like that happens. DSP is never like that. DSP is just literally, oh, hey, Phil's a word. It's never him singing to, well, obviously he would never listen to a rap song, so it's never him just, oh, this is a really good rap song, I love this song, and then, oh, hey, that word's in this song, oops. Never anything like that with him.
And a joke pops into my head, and I feel, oh man, that's probably too much. Today I usually will not say it. Usually, It would be maybe
Usually.
circumstance.
I usually won't say
just for a
racist
second, a
slurs.
momentary
Holy
lapse.
shit,
I feel like
DSP.
what that was a momentary lapse because I've done it for so long. I get this weird observational humor in my head. And my brain is going a million miles a minute. Is this? Here's a joke. Here's a joke. Here's a joke. Here's a joke. Right?
But do you think that's observational humor though? Like that's I don't like it's I don't know. Like I'm not one to like. There are people who make like there are comedians who make jokes and they're edgy and such like that. I guess. Do you fancy yourself as a comedian? Like telling us that people come to your streams to watch you rage react to streams and things like that. I don't necessarily, and I don't know. I'm asking. And I think there's probably a better question for your fans. Are they coming to watch for those edgy jokes, or are they coming to watch you rage? Because I don't know, man. It doesn't fit. That's
I
a
agree
really.
with you. I agree. I actually agree with you today. I should not have made that joke. I know that. That today you're 100% correct. 15 years ago, even 10 years ago, it was a different climate on YouTube, and people were looking for that. That's who I was, and now I'm not.
This was last year, you said?
That was probably summer of last year. Yeah.
So, because it just feels like a big leap from going from a sheriff who is like trying to kill people to seeing a little black girl and thinking slave trade.
Oh, now you said it. Now you said it.
See
you
what?
You said black girl.
It was on
that's
screen.
Correct. That's correct. And herein lies the problem.
What?
I didn't think that. In my mind,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
You're right. You're right. I agree with you. But in my mind, I didn't even see that. I didn't think that. That's
Okay.
The joke was this is.
You saw a black child on screen and didn't realize she was black. What the? DSP, I know we constantly tell you to wear your glasses, but how are you gonna have a black person on screen and be like, I didn't know they were black? They're on screen. What the fuck is wrong with you? Wow. That same 1,000-yard stare he had during Tecmo Bowl. He got his ass handed to him. Guys, it's so easy. Gets beat. Guys, this game sucks.
He's a scumbag sheriff. He's literally lying to everyone. If he's going to traffic someone for profit, I wouldn't be shocked. It wasn't, she's a black girl going to the slave trade. And that's stupid to me. Why the hell did I not make that connection in my head? Because I'm stupid.
Okay.
I admit that. I'm dumb.
I don't know if I believe that.
You don't have to.
Oh, thank you, Adam.
Fine. Okay. You don't have to believe me. I can't make you believe me. I didn't think of it.
You know he wants to lean Emmanuel ban so badly right now.
Absolutely not.
Why can't I ban him?
Trafficking, essentially, and that this guy would have probably done that because he's such a piece of garbage.
Okay.
Let's talk about your. I feel like we can.
No, he wants to ban.
I feel like we can go
badly.
on for for an hour about this clip, but we
12-hour show coming up, folks.
Right. Let's talk about this. So it seems like your biggest detractors are some of your earliest fans. They were fans who have turned into detractors. Why do you think that is?
So, I mean, this might be a long answer. My fans will know it. But, again, I've been doing this for 15 years. My first 5 years that I did it, all right, I had absolutely no effort to make it professional at all. I was being a jackass on camera, okay? And I didn't even have direct
still are a
caption.
jackass on camera.
For 5 years, I was having a camera pointed at my TV. Everything looked like junk, okay? But it was a joke. It's like, I don't care. I'm just some normal guy filming games. I'm terrible at them. I make risque jokes. I'm swearing at them. That was the shtick. That's what everyone liked back then. And then, basically what happened was after doing it
was
for
the
about
Wild
4 to 5
West back
years,
then, guys.
someone made a video. And the video was called This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 2. And this
Shout out Evil AJ. Yes. I only heard about him through Fred Nudson's Down the Rabbit Hole. Work for Fred Knudsen, I never would have known about this guy.
was a playthrough I had done of Metal Gear Solid 2, where I did my usual shtick. And my usual shtick is, oh, I suck at the game. Am it my fault that I suck at the game? Of course not. It's the game's fault. It's Hideo Kojima's fault. So I blame him. I insult him massively during the playthrough. I'm just raging at this game constantly. My viewership loved it. But someone made a parody video essentially taking out the moments of me doing that. Taking out all gameplay moments that would have been considered good or fun or entertaining and only focusing on basically the cringeworthy moments. They made this montage. And it blew up with popularity on the internet. Okay? And essentially what happened was all of my shortcomings as a content creator for 5 years, these things that people liked now became, oh, Phil is not like his contemporaries. He's not putting effort into his content. He's just a jackass. Look at him. He's a joke. So now let's make fun of him. And what ended up happening was people would take every playthrough I did moving forward and make a this is how you don't play video about it. And my fan base turned on me.
Keemstar, I'm not going live yet. I'm going to watch all this, but we'll eventually get to that.
Admittedly, if you
Can't
were
believe
like,
they got
I'm not gonna go
Keemstar
into
on. That's
giant-
awesome.
So your fan base turned on you because of a video that somebody else did highlighting, like if that doesn't make sense, Phil.
Did you get bitter when that happened? Because when I hear,
oh my God, yes.
so do you think that bitterness changed the way that you were a content creator? Did you like add that into your shtick, as you say?
I don't think so. I think what happened was I reacted so bitterly to it In hindsight, today I look at it and I'm like, that was an opportunity. I could have taken that and run with it. I could have done my own, or I could have highlighted those and laughed.
You
at them.
tried to do
Instead,
your own, but they
again,
sucked
it
because
was
you
a
wouldn't let
different
anyone
climate.
make fun
Today,
of you.
Everyone who makes content has all these methods of making a living, correct? We have Patreon, we have crowdfunding on our streams. That didn't exist back then. Back then, I was someone who had a
Everyone
full-time
was
job
pretty
which I was
good.
putting videos on the internet with monetization on them. That was my
So
only
this
revenue
was
stream.
this was after 2011 when you lost your job.
Oh, correct. Yes, I lost my job in late 2010. I was doing YouTube for a living for about 2 years when the This Is How You Don't Play movement started picking up. And basically, the way I saw it, and this is, now I know this is stupid, I thought people are stealing my content, man. If someone takes my content without my permission, edits together, and only shows the worst of me, that's going to highlight myself and my business in a very negative light. That's going to make me look like crap. And instead of people laughing
not a
at me, now
business.
they're going to laugh at me. And therefore, that's theft. I outright said this in my videos. You stole my content without my permission. How dare you? This is bad. This, today I didn't realize how dumb that was. It's many years later. And let's be honest, the bubble was going to burst on ad revenue on YouTube one day anyway. I don't think that was ever going to last forever, but I was an idiot. I thought I actually went 1,000,000% bitter against it. And when that happened, people saw that change in attitude of me. Wow, Phil used to totally just not care about anything. Now all of a sudden he's always bitter about people joking about him and stuff. And that just goaded them on to do it more and more.
Well,
And now,
that's what you just said.
you were
right there.
feeding the
So
trolls.
You're admitting that you added this bitterness, but initially, like 2 minutes ago, you said that's when they turned on you.
Send him a $200
before
DoorDash gift
admitting
card.
that you actually were getting bitter. So don't you think that like that kind of correlates? Like maybe it was that moment when you didn't own up to the fact that people were making fun of you, being this king of hate guy, now going to, they're stealing my shit, I'm fucking pissed about it, what the fuck? And now everyone's like, well, who the fuck is this guy? You got to own it. If you don't own it, then like why then you're just a joke.
Something I learned many years ago back in school. No, I used to play sports. I used to do football and wrestling. Then I died in a car accident. Don't worry, I got better. But now you go around in a coma for a couple weeks and a wheelchair for a couple years and crutches and all that. Guess what? Got fat. Guess what? Kids make fun of you for being fat. You know what I did with it? Yeah. Actually, I'm not a fat ass. I have no fat in my ass at all. Be nice. I have a bony ass. My fat's going to my gut. And guess what? You do that, they can't make fun of you for being fat because, like, you're right. Your fat isn't all you got. You don't have a fat ass. Like, how are they going to make fun of you for being fat if you go, yeah, I am fat, but I'm not fat where you call me fat at? So, oh no, they're making fun of my gameplay, guys. This is so bad. Like, you could have gone a hold of Video Legend, like, holy shit, that shit was hilarious. Could you do more of these for me in the future? Can you take some past videos and do this again? Like, this is fucking great. I can put one on my channel. Like, guys, these are hilarious. And guess what? They probably would have been as mean-spirited because guess what? You would have been in on the joke. You would have been with them. You'd have been like, hey, man, what do you think would have been great for this playthrough I'm going to do in the future? The game came out like a year ago, but I haven't played it yet. What parts do you think might be rage-inducing so I can be ready for it and get ready to rage? Nope. Can't do that. It's got to get bitter and copyright strike everyone.
It felt like you just kind of like let that run your shit.
This is actually from several hours ago, about 3 hours and 8 minutes ago. Because I was at work on like DSP. By the way, till I got home from work to cover this.
That you were.
Yeah,
you were
if you
sailing.
make fun of yourself
Correct.
and show that it
I
doesn't
have-
bother
I
you,
have
they
nothing to
can't
say to counter
do
that in
anything.
any defensive manner. It's a mistake I made. My reaction to This Is How You Don't Play directly fueled the fire for more people to keep doing it and to escalate further, because it started as just a movement of Phil's a bad gamer. He doesn't deserve the success he has on YouTube because he has no production quality. He's a rager. There's no, you're not going to watch a Dark Side Phil playthrough and get any kind of knowledge of really how to play a game at a good level because he's not good at games. You watch him rage and make bad jokes and stuff. But it became, instead of watching his raw content to reward him with ad revenue, watch the This Is How You Don't Play video so he doesn't get paid for it and just make fun of him instead. And my reactions 1,000,000% fueled that. I will admit that. Now, over the years, it got worse and worse. And that's, I'm sure we're going to get into how it wasn't just about Phil's a bad gamer anymore. It became everything else under the sun, and we can talk about how that evolved over time. But it's my fault. It is my fault that people have originally turned against me on the internet. 100% it is.
Thanks for that, Jen.
So you feel that your reaction to the "This Is How You Don't Play" is what really parlayed your fans into becoming detractors.
Yes. And it's not all of them, but absolutely back then, I saw people who had been longtime supporters and fans disappear, only to years later crawl back into, as someone who was crapping on me. Like, whoa, what happened? The way I saw it was, and this is I'm such an idiot. I admit this today. After 15 years of doing this, you realize how you change as a person and how you can see from a different perspective. My mentality was, I'm the popular YouTuber. I'm the guy putting out all these videos and everyone's watching, I'm making money. My shit doesn't stink, man. How can you say that I'm doing something badly? I'm the one who has a successful business, not you. So who are you to throw criticism at me? That was my attitude. What a dumb attitude to have. What an idiotic attitude. Everyone knows that you need to actively be listening to your viewer base and your fan base and working with them to create a product that's meaningful to them. And at that point in my career,
Meaningful, another
just put the same
counterpoint.
shit out every day.
Only
And
15
hoping
years.
people watch it, and you know, hey, up to that point, 2012, 2013, I hadn't seen any plateauing. I hadn't seen any decline. It was still going up. So I'm thinking, hey, everything's good. If people are saying I'm bad, I don't believe them. That's bullshit. That's just them trying to ride my coattails, right? But in reality, they were
Coattails
all
my
correct.
ass.
They were 100%.
You don't wear a
correct.
coat.
My
You wear a
shit was
gamer
tired.
shirt
It
and
was old.
gym
No one wanted to watch
pants.
someone with a camera pointed at their TV, raging at Hideo Kojima. They wanted to see meaningful content, and things were changing. There were people coming to YouTube with better production quality, much higher quality stuff, interactive streams. I let all that pass me by. I was an innovator at the beginning, and I was a
It
dinosaur.
took Rambo
5
to
years
set
in,
up
and
your
that's totally
capture
my fault.
card.
And
What would
you
you
know-
What would you say you innovated at the beginning?
at the beginning, the improv commentary style and the ability to basically do a full-length playthrough with commentary over it. I was not the first person who did it. There's other people, everyone will argue. There's actually argument between it was either Slow Beef or someone else who originally was like the big first Let's Player. But I was the person who started doing it rather than, back then when I started on YouTube, 2008 is the year where I really started doing active playthroughs. The people who were doing gameplay on YouTube were mostly known for being like a guru in one genre. This is the Call of Duty player. This is the fighting game player. I was the jack of all trades. I could play any game, do commentary over it. That was kind of improv commentary, and people thought it was funny because of my mannerisms, my jokes. Yes, back then that kind of stuff was funny.
It wasn't
and-
funny back
You
then.
say that kind of
basically-
stuff. What do you mean?
Well, we just talked about it. We were talking about risque jokes. You know, back then, my commentary was like 90% sexualized content. It was making fun of every woman, making dick jokes, you know, sex jokes, bad stuff. That today, you don't say that stuff. That's stupid. That's dumb. That's lowbrow comedy. But back then, that was a big part of my content. I watch now. I couldn't even stomach watching stuff that I did 2008 to like 2011. I'd be like, it just turns my stomach to listen to like who I was, how cringeworthy I was back then.
Look,
But-
we all like, look, we all get it, right? We understand that people change over time. Totally understand that. I guess my thing is, what have you done? So you've had these light bulb moments, right? You said you had one last year. You had one, you know, in 2012, 2013, where you realized that you're getting left behind from a technological standpoint, and you're doing gameplays that are, you know, the big difference for Phil was Phil could play all games, not just fighting games or Call of Duty or whatever. What has changed? What are you doing differently now in 2023 that you were doing that you weren't doing in 2013 when you had this realization? Because it sounds like you're doing the exact same thing, Phil. It sounds like
'Cause he is doing the
I'm the
exact
guy who
same
plays
thing.
different games and occasionally come to my channel to get some sort of a shock value joke, right? What differentiates you now from who you were a decade ago?
Okay, wow. Geez, first of all, full-time streamer, I wasn't back then. I was just a YouTuber. Now I'm a full-time streamer, 6 days a week, full-time. You know, mostly gameplay. Now
Hey,
I do
Master.
content as well. We'll talk about that in a second.
Craig is being
Those jokes,
mostly
I don't
okay.
really
It's
make anymore.
Adam, the
Well,
one in the
now,
beanie's been
when I turn on a
roasting
stream,
DSP.
it's about having a relaxed social conversation with my live audience.
What you-
I have people who come by and who are regulars.
What you
and
missed, they brought up the slave trade joke that he did last year. He's like, 15 years ago, 15 years ago, 15 years ago. Well, here's a joke you made last year. Or that was last year, guys. That was in the summer. I've completely changed. That's in the past.
I recognize in the chat and I could talk with them and as if they're a friend. Okay, back then I didn't know anyone. Maybe I knew people who helped me with moderation and stuff, but I didn't know my viewers back then. I didn't have any personal relationships with any of them. Now it's like a friendly community. It's a totally different vibe watching 2023 Dark Side Phil than 2013 Dark Side Phil. That's for sure. And you know, having that now when I play a game, it's a community effort. I'm playing Oblivion right now. I don't know anything about Oblivion. It's the first time playing it, but people help me with the game, and because of that social aspect, the game is a relaxing
Hold his
chill session.
hoof.
There was no way I could have done a chill session in 2013. That wasn't what I was. I was a rage, you know, risque commentary kind of guy. Today, that's all gone mostly. Now, yes, there are moments of rage. I'm playing Wolong. There's definitely moments of rage that come back. But for the most part, you know, watch a stream today versus all the things that people say that I am, and you'd be like, I don't get it. I get this all the time. Someone will come by a stream of mine, and at the end of the stream, they'll say, Phil, just so you know, this is the first stream of yours I ever watched. I've heard all these things about you. And I don't get it. I just watch a 3-hour gameplay stream. None of the stuff that people say about you just happened in the stream. In fact, it was very relaxing. So what just happened? I'm like, they highlight the moments that are the shortcomings. That's what they do today. Or they reference 2013 Dark Side Phil.
Except there's
today.
plenty of
That's the
shortcomings
content
with
it's
you.
Not. It's just definitely not. You know, I have a whole new channel where I'm now doing React style content, which again, I used to be an idiot. I hate React content. Reacting, that's lowbrow, that's minimum effort. And people are like, Phil, people are interested in your thoughts. They just want to hear you react to random stuff from the internet. They want to hear you talk about new stuff. Why would you think that's bad? And then I go, you know what? Let me give it a shot. I started doing React content. People love it. So that's on me for years being an idiot and saying dumb shit on the internet. And now I try it and it works. And it's more relaxing and it's fun. It's interactive with my audience. That's the difference, is that I've now become a more laid back guy. I want to put out meaningful content for my people every day. What's the difference between I did one rage inducing thing, everyone laughed at it and talked about it, versus, wow, I just put out a 4-hour stream And people told
Got
me
it.
that they were able to separate from
Well-
their daily lives and relax with me and have a good time. That's more meaningful to me than getting one rise out of a stupid joke.
What is a what's a day like look for you? Like when you wake up, what is it? What is your average day
Wake
like?
up
Walk
5
me
minutes
through
after
a
my stream's
day
supposed to
of
start.
Phil.
Roll out of bed.
Okay.
Like when you from the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep.
Usually I don't wake up. Usually my cat wakes me up. And, you know, I get out of bed and get ready for the day, you know, just like a normal person. You know, shower or eat breakfast, have a coffee, do chores around the house quick. You know, depends on the day because some days my wife's at work, some days she's not. You know, jump into the office here. So, you know, time-wise, you know, I probably get up between 8, 9 a.m. every day. I get into the office usually between 10, 10:30 a.m. I'm setting up for my stream for the day. I'm reading news off of Twitter to try to have news stories for everyone to talk about on my podcast, which I do every day. My stream usually goes on by 10:45 a.m. my time. You know, we do a little bit of pre-stream, you know, get some people on the stream for about 15, 20 minutes, play some music or whatever. And then I do what I call the Level 1 podcast. This is about an hour to an hour and a half long show where it's just discussion. And it could be a wide variety of topics, whether it's my gaming schedule for the next week, whether it's special events coming up, getting feedback from my viewers on how you like the things I'm currently doing, news stories, all kinds of stuff. This is something I just started about a year to a year and a half ago that I didn't used to do. And I realized this is meaningful that I should be doing in my content.
It's
So
the
I do
exact same as your
podcast, the
pre-stream. You
podcast
just
ends
call it
around
just something
12:30
else.
Pacific time.
Jackass.
You know, maybe take another few minutes break, then we start with gameplay. So we'll do about a 3 to 4 hour gameplay stream. Games, are, as we talked, are wide variety, and I have a set schedule I do every day. I'll post it up everywhere on my socials so people know what I'm doing. That gameplay will usually run about 3 4 hours. Then when that's done, I have to upload all that content. So, you know, another half an hour roughly setting up uploads or whatever. And then usually I spend if my wife's home from work, I'll spend about an hour with my wife having dinner, you know, running errands around the house. Again, depends on the day. Anything I can squeeze between streams. I'm right back on stream again around 6:30. I'm in the office again, and I'm streaming again for another 2 to 3 hour, you know, gameplay stream. The late night streams are more chill streams. What I say is the
Yeah, it's a
daytime
lot of
streams are more.
incident time
Let's say
because
there's
it's
a
the
major
only
new game
incident
coming out.
he's getting. Doesn't get
You know,
anything
in a few
from
weeks,
carry on
Resident
all
Evil, actually
that.
next week, Resident Evil 4 remake. That'll be my daytime streams. That's the one everyone wants to see. More people can watch usually on an earlier time zone or time frame. So I play that on the first stream. My late night streams are chill. You just want to relax with me. You don't care about rage. You don't care about a new game. You just want to relax with Phil. Come to my late night stream. That's like 6:45 p.m. every day, and that runs about 2 3 hours, and it's just chill gameplay. It's not about the gameplay. It's about me talking with my audience. And if there's gameplay, great, we'll advance with the game. But it's more just relaxing. And then when that's done, you know, that stream probably runs till around 9:30 p.m. Then I got to upload, and then of course I'm closing down for the day, setting up streams for the next. I'm probably out of my office between 10 to 11 p.m. So all in all, you know, when you're talking work day wise, my work day starts roughly around 9
You
10
don't
a.m.
work
and
though,
ends
so it's
around
not a
10 to
work
11
day.
p.m. Then after that, I maybe have an hour to spend with my wife and relax at night. You know, watch a movie, watch a TV show or whatever, and you know, and then chores around the house. It's time for bed and on to the next day. And that's 6 days a week. That's my life.
You're doing chores
1 day a
at
week I take
10
off
o'clock
for
at night,
streaming
huh?
and content creation.
Kind of weird there,
And that
buddy.
day is essentially every possible thing you can think of that I need to cram into one day, whether that's grocery shopping, doctor's appointments, running errands, everything you think of. Oh, by the way, that's the one day I have off to spend some time with my wife, other than an hour here and an hour there. So if we're going to do something, we try to cram it in on that day. And that's
So-
my life.
So let me ask you this: just based off of what you're saying right now, that doesn't seem like the most healthy lifestyle. It doesn't seem like the most
Definitely
conducive.
not a
Like,
healthy lifestyle.
you know, from a streaming perspective or a content perspective, yes, you're producing a lot of content, but it doesn't seem like a very healthy lifestyle. Do you feel that your community and the people who donate to your streams are enabling that lifestyle? Do you feel that they are encouraging you to live that lifestyle that may not be the healthiest lifestyle?
So you're saying through people showing up and supporting my streams, they're making me work more. Is that the question?
Maybe
Well-
maybe you have a pressure that you're putting on yourself to do that because this is your only job, and then you're therefore working as much as you are because you are, you know, working for the support that you have. So
And support,
it's like cyclical.
tips.
Like they come and then you're like, I need to be there, and then like now you need to be there and do it all day, and then if they're not there for you, then it's kind of like this mental addiction almost. I mean, I've been
Right.
doing YouTube for about 3 years, and I know that it's a thing. Getting addicted to super chats, numbers, analytics, like the way that you spoke about analytics about 20 minutes ago, or no, 40 minutes, I don't know, earlier in the stream. You know, you're clearly very much like
and
watching
still not
it
a single
and,
snort.
you know, attuned to it. So it's obviously on your mind.
Right. I think the biggest thing
I'm
is,
loving
you
that
know,
there's not been
we
a
talk about
single
mental
snort
health,
this entire
right? Mental
interview.
health, physical health, and how they're so
Mr.
tied
I can't
together. And
control
the one thing I
it.
didn't hear during there is a time to, you know, whether work out or have time for yourself. You know, everything that you're doing right now seems to be from a streaming perspective, from a content perspective, right?
Oh, hanging
And-
out with his wife. You know,
right. Well,
watching a movie.
but an hour at the end of the
That's
day,
chill.
right? Yeah, and that's awesome. I'm just thinking once again, like you seem like you're in this never ending don't know, for lack of a better metaphor, like a hamster wheel, where you get up and you start running, and then you finish up at the end of the day, and you finish up running, then you get off, you go to sleep, and you wake up, and you do that 6 days a week. And I understand we all have our hamster wheels in our rotations and our schedules and the way we do things, but it just appears that, just from the outside looking in, that if you weren't making the money that you were making, you probably wouldn't live that lifestyle.
Okay, fair enough. I've talked about this many times over the last several years with my viewers. They say, what would you change if you could improve anything about your life? What would you do? And the answer would be somehow to take financial pressure off of me so I could spend more time with my wife. We've been married since 2019. We never went on a honeymoon. We haven't been on a trip since we got married. Can't afford it, and I'm sure stuff will come up. Yeah, I went through a bankruptcy.
Maybe it was just an inadvertent
really
blink,
bad
but
choices
when
in
he
my
said
past,
didn't
and
go on a
the
honeymoon,
combination of online
Adam
bullying,
immediately went,
ruining a lot of
"What?"
my financial income with my business. And a combination in tandem of that ruined a lot of stuff for me. Since the bankruptcy went through,
Yeah, it was
I
part of
have
the day
not
is
been able
getting out
to
of work.
fully recover because of it's always something else, and I'm tired of it. I really am. I'm looking, where's the light at the end of the tunnel, so I can have an extra day off with my wife once a week, which I think I deserve and she deserves. But every time, and again, I want to make something very clear here. I am not trying to put myself out as a victim. All right. The
Yes,
reason
you
that
are.
a lot of the things that happened to me over the years is because of me. I know that. I'm a flawed human. I'm sorry for some of the horrible things I've said and done over the years. I've publicly apologized. That's why a lot of people hate me. But every time that it looks like things are getting better, these people will do something horrible to me or my family that ruins financially things for me. This has happened several times over the last few years. It was 2 years ago. All right. There was a light at the end of the tunnel. I was still on Twitch. This wasn't when I was full-time YouTube streamer. I was a Twitch streamer. I've been streaming on Twitch for 4.5 years. I built up my viewership, and my subs on Twitch were at like 900 subs a month.
Yeah, it's not a wife, it's a roommate. They don't spend any time together. They're not in love. She's literally just there as a roommate. But the worst part is she doesn't pay rent. All right, that's actually like a lot of roommates. If you know, that happens to a lot. But she's a roommate who doesn't pay rent. Like, God, DSP, shut the fuck up.
Things were going good. I said publicly to my audience, guys, this is great. The bankruptcy went through last year. That's not great, but that took a lot of financial burden off of me. If things keep going how they're going,
$135,000.
I see a light.
Gone.
I'll be able to improve my business. I'll be able to maybe take time off, spend time with my wife, reduce the amount I stream. This will be outstanding. What happened? My trolls took the King of Hate mantra, which we just discussed earlier, and they got me kicked out of the Twitch partner program because of it. Now,
Because you kept saying racist slurs on Twitch. Moron.
I've been with the Twitch partner program for 4.5 years. Twitch had no
I
issue
love
with
having
me.
sugar
Twitch,
mama.
knowing who I was in my past and the kind of content that I put out and everything, willingly to me under their partner program. They signed me up for promotional opportunities. They had me promoting different things on their streams and stuff. And then they actually campaigned to get me kicked off of Twitch, and they did. So I'm not kicked off of Twitch, but I can't make money on Twitch anymore.
What
happens?
did they do? What do you feel that they did to you to get you removed off Twitch specifically?
They organized a campaign. They did it, and the thing is, these people are so everything they do, they try to do publicly, so that way they can get a laugh out of it or at least get credit for it. So there was an organized movement against me where what they were going to do was say that 2021 Phil, because that's the year this happened, is the same as 2009, 2010 Phil. They took out of context clips. They took those bad jokes from back then, which I've already publicly apologized for, and I don't do that kind of stuff regularly anymore. Okay, I've grown from that.
Well, I just saw a bad clip from a year ago, so that's pretty recent.
Correct. That's correct. And again, I'm totally fallible. I make mistakes from time to time. Okay, but for the most part, that's not me anymore. You can.
I know, but what you just said was just disproven because you just made it that same kind of racy joke. I'm not trying to like make it a big deal, but I'm just pointing out that what they were saying is 2021 Phil is the same as before. When you just told me in 2022 you made a joke, so this was after they'd said this, and you're making the same kind of like inappropriate jokes that you were back then.
Correct.
So it's kind of they're right. Are they
No,
right or are they wrong? I mean,
they're right in saying that I still make mistakes and I'm a flawed human. They're wrong in saying this is who Phil is all the time. This is his content, because that's what got this happening. And by the way, it wasn't just the Twitch.
It doesn't happen all the time, guys. It's several times a month.
Program. They basically did this exact same thing to all these different business relationships that I had. They said he's the King of Hate. He has a website called thekingofhate.com. Here's a bunch of bigoted, racist, sexist, horrible jokes he's made over the years, and they compiled this into like a montage. And they basically had hundreds, if not more, people pummel these businesses.
You compiled them into a montage. You used to do the top 10 racist moments. You used to do the top 10 racist moments. You, motherfucker, you did that.
Businesses with it, to the point where they said, listen, it's not that, we had Phil on our site for so long. We knew this was him, but we can't have people constantly harassing us for this. So we have to end it. That way it'll stop. They won't still keep bringing it up.
Did Twitch tell you that? Did they say that to you?
Twitch told me, here's what they told me. We launched an investigation into your history, and we found that over the years you have used, what was the word? It wasn't racial. It was harmful slurs. Harmful slurs, as if basically I'm
It was
saying
hateful
really
slurs.
nasty racial or things that I do not say. I do not say those things. You'd have to go back so far to see me say something like that, and it was a one-off comment. That was, again, I'm sure people will bring it up what it was specifically, and we can address it individually if you want to. But the way they're portraying, oh, we found that you said this 100 years ago. Sorry, you're gone. Like, what? I was on your site for 4.5 years making money. You know, you never had an issue with it. Now you find something from the past, and that's not acceptable. And all of a sudden, what changed overnight? And the funny part was, it happened to me. It happened to
And you got banned from an entire website for pretending to be a Nazi exterminating the Jews.
another streamer called Wings of Redemption and others all at once. Almost as if Twitch was...
Yeah, bringing up Wings is not a good defense
they
there,
decided they wanted problematic people
DSP.
off the site. They wanted
Well,
them, you know...
that is true. I mean, that happened to plenty of people.
Right,
I know
so-
people who got booted off of Twitch because they're Christian and they're proud of
Wow.
it. It's pretty crazy. So I don't like Twitch.
So here I am. I've never received any kind of a warning. I never gotten a community strike. Everything I'm doing according
You've had multiple suspensions. You had multiple suspensions. Those are warnings.
to Twitch terms of service is fine. I'm not banned from Twitch. I could stream there right now. But according to their partnership criteria, all my past actions are unforgivable, and therefore you can't make money on our site anymore.
Did
So
you go
when
to them and bring them, you know, did you explain to them that, look, this comment was made? Have you had any sort of discourse with Twitch to kind of explain these things? Because if you're saying that these comments were made a decade ago, 5 years ago, 7 years ago, whatever, and, you know, culture was different or whatever,
days ago.
it is you want to say, have you had that opportunity to speak with Twitch about these things? And if you did, do you feel, well, no, we'll start there.
Okay. And by the way, it's not just Twitch. This happened to several other businesses too. I don't want to talk about all of them publicly, only because it's just going to open the hornet's nest.
You
But
got
basically,
banned from
these
entire
businesses, the way that
websites.
They approach it now is, well, we have terms of service. If you break them, too bad. We have absolutely no legal obligation to tell you what you did wrong, because we just don't have to. I don't believe that's true. I think if you do something wrong, they should tell you what exactly, specifically, what you did and how to remedy it. Because if you're
The remedy is kicking off the website.
telling me I did something to break our legal agreement, obviously I want to fix that. I don't want to keep doing the wrong thing, but they don't care. I tried reaching out to the legal team
Stop
with Twitch.
saying
and
racist,
essentially
bigoted slurs,
we have no obligation
jackass.
to have further contact with you. If you'd like to reapply for the Twitch Partner Program, come back in 365 days and reapply, and at that time we'll reevaluate the situation. So
Well,
now
let
I'm
me-
out of income for a year.
Okay, so can you still be an affiliate?
Yes, he can.
Nope. I was out completely out of the partner program for a full year.
A
So it's been a
partner is
year.
not the
Why
same as an
don't you try to
affiliate.
rebuild the affiliate side of things and try to reapply? And I mean, it's been how many years now? I mean, and
It's
if
been
you go the
almost two.
affiliate, so if you go the affiliate route, I mean, being a partner on Twitch, and let's be real, being a partner on Twitch, it allows you nothing. You know, there's no benefit of being a partner on Twitch at all outside of them
It's
wanting
actually
to,
worse because
Right.
you can't share your content in multiple places. You have to be
Mhm.
exclusive on Twitch.
right. So it would seem like the best route would be go the affiliate route and not be a partner on Twitch. That way you can stream to YouTube and cast your net as wide as you possibly can and grow your audience as much as you possibly can. I don't
That
know.
would
Like,
make too much sense and be
why
too much
why
work
not
for
do
him.
that?
Well, that I've told you one half of the equation.
Mhm.
Let me tell you other stuff that was also going on. Within that same time frame of that happening, the whole year, Twitch had basically several times shut down my business entirely for things I never did. So, for example, it was the summer before I'm streaming a game, and my stream just goes offline right in the middle. What happened? Oh, you've been hit with a copyright strike. A copyright strike. Someone lied, said they worked for the company that I was playing the game of, and impersonated an employee, and Twitch doesn't vet it. They just shut your whole stream down. This happened probably 3 to 5 times within a small time frame. And I'm like, wow, like, I hope it goes away. Eventually it did, but they left me with basically no avenue to really fix this issue besides going to their support and saying, you know, what are you doing? Do you actually have confirmation this is real or not? Then at the same time, okay, that I got kicked out of the Twitch Partner Program, I decided I'm going to, just what you just said, Craig, I didn't just quit Twitch that day. I stuck around for about a month after that. I said, you know what? I can't get super chats. I can't get paid subs right now. I'm going to roll with it anyway. Let's see what happens. Can I make a living?
Bits, not
I
super
have
chats,
Patreon.
jackass.
People were sending me tips, you know, direct donations, as you call them. Maybe I could still make a living doing that. And you know what? More power to it, because if I can, now who cares if I'm not in the partner program? What are they going to get me kicked out of, right? As I'm streaming, I get shut down again. What? Oh, you said a racist term. No, I didn't. And then I repeat.
What did they say you said? What did they say that you said?
I believe it was the N-word, but I don't know because they don't say that in the log that they submit. They just say, oh, you were caught saying a racist term.
Did
And
you
if
say
go
the
back-
N-word?
Oh, no. I was playing Returnal, and when I was playing it, I was in the middle of saying something, and then like an enemy attacked me, and it was like a jumble of words that just happened to maybe sound like that if you were not listening in context. You might say, oh my God, I heard it out of context. It sounds like he said it. But it was actually like me getting tongue twisted. You know, and it could happen to anyone. And then
I've
they
been
mass
tongue
submitted
twisted
my trolls,
before.
mass
Never
submit
said
that to
that
Twitch.
word.
Oh, He said the N-word. So now I get kicked off of Twitch temporarily. My whole stream gets shut down. It took about a day. I got brought back, but it's like, at one point, when am I going to realize this business is not being professional? They're going to kick me out of their partner program for stuff I did 10 years ago, not give me any recourse to appeal it or stick up for myself. We don't have to do that legally. So, you know, oh, so now I'm out money that I was making for a living. Now you can shut down my stream at any time for something I didn't even do. And then I have to go out of my way to correct your mistake because you're an unprofessional business. I mean, and I was there for almost 5 years building a community. I had so many people who loved me being on Twitch, and I lost a lot of viewership and a lot of income moving from Twitch and coming over becoming a full-time streamer on YouTube. YouTube is not as profitable to stream, man. There's no real discoverability over here. It's very hard to get noticed on YouTube. I lost a ton.
But
Why
there's
do
no
you- why do you wanna
discoverability on
do it
Twitch
then?
either. Yeah,
Why do you want to even be a streamer anymore? Like, what is your reasoning? And I like streaming. I understand. I love being on stage. I'm a musician as well.
I like
There's something
streaming,
about
but
having an audience
I'm
that
not
I
gonna make it a
really
job.
love, and I love having an audience. They're the reason that I'm successful. And it's like, if you're struggling, if you're
Let's say I had a video take off and I don't know, Mr. Beast saw it and went, oh, I'm going to interview you. And he interviews me and my channel takes off. I make the same in a month on YouTube as I do at work in a year. Still going to work. You know what? You know why? A, YouTube doesn't have a health care plan. 2, doesn't have paid vacation. 3, can disappear at a moment's notice. This law changed. Suddenly, YouTube is no longer allowed. Oh, this law changed in this country, so we got to change stuff here and there. Oh no, you were really popular in Japan, and now all that stuff in Japan got blocked because of new rule that passed in Japan. Oh no, I just lost a third of my income. Oh no, this happened and now I lost another third. Oh no, now I'm making less than a year than I did at my other job in a month. Oh no, how am I going to pay for my stuff? Well, my actual job has stability.
facing this, like, wouldn't it be better for your well-being and like your relationship with your wife and your family to just stop doing this for a little while, to get a normal job and just kind of take a breather?
Normal job. You're
A lot
trying to
of
get
people say that
banned.
to me. My mother said that to me when I got married. She's like, look how things are going. On the internet, everyone's crapping on you, and don't you think that maybe long term things?
I like that he
change?
crosses
At that
arms,
point,
trying to
that was
be
around 2019,
defensive.
before the bankruptcy and all of that. I kind of agreed with her. I was like, yeah, look at this. I'm trying my best. I'm trying to improve and be better. And it's like people don't care. People just want to crap on me no matter what I do. And my mom said something really important to me. She said, you're not beholden to anyone but yourself and God. Like, as long as you're okay with who you are in the morning and that you feel that you're okay with God. And my mom's religious. I'm not, okay? But when she said that to me, it was like, she's right. Why do I have to answer to an angry mob of people every day? Why can't I just live my life like everyone else on this planet, right?
Because you put your life on the internet.
And of course, there's always a but. A lot of things changed between 2019 and now. I love what I do now. At one point, I will openly say this, I hated what I did for a living. Around 2016, a lot of things were going really bad for me. YouTube had really started to just totally hate me. I was getting, all kinds of horrible things were happening to me behind the scenes. My personal life was falling apart as well. This is before I met my wife, by the way. And I didn't know what to do. I felt like I was trapped. I was like, I'm so much debt in my name. There's no way if I quit YouTube, if I'm gonna make, if I'm gonna get a 9-to-5 job somewhere, I'm gonna lose everything. I'm gonna lose my house. I'm gonna lose everything because I can't afford it. If I get a 9-to-5 job, I would never make as much money, as I do on YouTube or Twitch.
Money.
Or whatever.
So
and
that's really what it comes down to is streaming is more profitable than getting a 9-to-5.
That's 50% of it, I would say, about a 50% weight. Because the other half is since I became a full-time streamer in 2017, and I changed my formula. It's not just about pumping out a ton of videos a day. Instead, it's about having meaningful content with an audience that I connect with. This
Fucking
now, I would say,
meaningful.
from 2017 till today, has been the absolute best time of my life, professionally and personally, because I met my wife, and I have a great personal life. As little time as I get to spend with her, it's the best experience I've ever had in my life. It was a life-changing experience meeting my wife. And then becoming an interactive streamer and leaving that past behind it. I have to fill
Send to the
dead air
chat.
constantly with a stupid, risque joke and dumb commentary and growing up and maturing. I'm 40 years old. I'm not some teenager or 20-year-old.
You were 40 years old last year when you made that
is
slave
not the
trade
same audience
joke.
I had 15 years ago. Now, if you look at as Adam says, I'm Mr. Analytics, right? If you look at my analytics, you'll notice I get almost no teen viewers. Almost like less than 1% of my viewership are teens. It's people in their mid to late 20s, 30s, and 40s. Why? Because now you come to my content and it's chill, fun. Every once in a while the rage comes out. Everyone laughs at it. But it's more meaningful stuff. I love that connection I have with my fans. I really feel like my fans are in some ways, and not that I'm going to that level of personal connection. But they're kind of like
9-to-5
my
is for
friends. They're really good
suckers, is
friends
what
who I
DSP
know, and we
said.
can chat, and we can dick around every stream and have meaningful talk. I learn stuff from my audience. And now I look back at my past, like, what a dummy I was. I had this amazing experience I could have been having for years and years, and instead I sat there making dumb jokes instead of actually making meaningful content. So I love my job now.
what does
Stop saying
meaningful mean? What does that like? Walk me through. What does that mean? Do you feel like you're like? Is this? You say you have your audience is your friends, right? You feel like you have a now. I've seen clips of you say that your audience is not your friends, right? So like, are they your friends or are they not your friends? Are they, because you're kind of speaking on just based off clips I've seen.
Sure.
You're kind of speaking of both sides of your mouth.
Afraid that he's gonna be dead.
My audience are not close personal friends. I'm not going to come on stream and tell you about super important behind the scenes stuff in my life. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, I'm here 6 days a week. This is my social interaction outside of my wife and the one day a week that I leave this house to do stuff when I'm not streaming. This right here, this laptop, this chat is my social interaction with the world.
And that's not a good thing,
that
DSP.
is me being friendly with people. That's, as if you were, you go to your place of work. Hi, how you doing? Your coworkers, right? You walk in, you hang out with them or whatever. It's kind of what it kind of feels like, a camaraderie with regulars. And, there's people who come in and out all the time, and that's the nature of the beast. But I really do feel like today
People can be friends with the coworkers.
There's again,
You can go
back
play
in the day,
golf.
people
You can
would say, "Phil,
go
I love
out
your content because I
to
gotta laugh
eat.
today
You can
watching you rage." Today
hold
it's like, "Phil, let me
parties
tell
and
you
all
something.
that
Something
with
horrible
your
happened in my life."
coworkers.
And I came by your stream.
Obviously none of
and I
yours
hung out
because
with
all
you
of
for
your
2 hours
coworkers
today. We
hated
played
you.
Oblivion. We talked. I helped you with the game. We had fun conversation about something going on the internet. At the end of that stream, I felt so much better. It was just a fun, meaningful experience to me. And when people give me that feedback, that lets me know that what I'm doing is worthwhile. With all the hate and all the shit that gets thrown at me every day, that what I'm doing is meaningful. Since I've become a full-time streamer and I've taken ownership of who I am and the content I put out rather than just making dumb jokes, I feel like now this is the best time of my life because I'm helping people. I don't know if that's
You're not
funny or
helping
but
anyone.
that's what they tell me. And I love it. It helps me. You know what I mean? It's like kind of reciprocating back and forth.
Okay.
Let's I think that every streamer has a relationship with their audience that's unique, right? As somebody who's doing I don't know your personal relationship with your audience. Is that you, Adam? Was that you
course.
toasting? Okay, just
Well,
making
you
sure.
were talking about a relationship with the audience, and
Right.
just giving him
Right.
a chat, giving him a toasty.
Okay, just making sure. So, but it seems like your relationship is a little different when it comes to, you're very open that you are funded by your audience, right? You've said many times that you don't want sponsors, but you started talking today about how no sponsors will touch you, right? Because of for a number of different reasons, for your reputation, right? What is it? Which one is it? Would you rather have sponsors? What's wrong with having sponsors compared to like if a sponsor is going to come and pay you $500 to talk about whatever their product is, wouldn't that be better than having to rely on crowdfunding or your audience on a day-to-day basis?
Oh, it's a double-edged sword. It really is, because I could say right now, if I had a bunch of sponsors on my stream, absolutely would things financially be better? Would the pressure be taken off of me to earn on a stream? Yes, absolutely it would. But at the same time, and again, this is something that people will bring up that feels stubborn. I agree. I have always in the 15 years that I make content, always been critical of people who shill. And there's a difference between, I have a sponsor today and I shill. There is. I know that. You can watch people out there who they put out a 30-minute video and 2 minutes of the video is a plug. I think that's acceptable, right? But then there's people who they try every opportunity to monetize everything they possibly could. Every aspect of what they do is a monetization. I've seen in my React content last year, I watched someone who apparently is supposed to be doing a heartfelt message about something going out there, crying on stream, and on top of the stream, there's ads running. You can't turn that off for 5 seconds to do your heartfelt message to your audience, right? For me,
but hold on, Phil, because there are times where you say, look, hey, I really need, I'm in a really tough spot now. I got this coming up.
I'm going to lose the
and
house.
on the same screen, you have a tip tracker. It's the same type of thing. Like you're tracking your revenue on.
Apparently, DSP claimed that Raid tried to get a hold of him or wanted to sponsor him or something like that. But when asked for numbers, he gave a really lowball number. The people who have been sponsored by Raid Shadow Legend, they talk about thousands. They talk about, yeah, I'm getting paid $3,000 a month, every month for a 6-month contract. DSP was mentioning hundreds of dollars, while everyone else is mentioning thousands. Which makes me think he didn't actually get sponsored by them, or an offer to be sponsored by Raid Shadow Legend. Because how these people, I got 80,000 people on my channel, and they watch this, they do that. I got offered $3,000 a month for 6 months. And DSP with now overturned, but at the time, 198,000 subs, only getting offered hundreds, doesn't sound right.
On the stream, and I don't have any problem with that. That's done by millions of streamers, but it's the idea of saying like, hey, I'm in a really tough spot right now. I really need you guys to help me out. And in your words, I'm going to be eating, lunch meat sandwiches, right? Like what's wrong with lunch meat sandwiches sometimes?
There's nothing wrong with lunch meat sandwiches. I eat them a lot. They're delicious. No, I see what you're saying. For the tip tracker, that's really there for rewarding my audience. And I know that sounds weird. I would prefer not to track tips, because if I didn't have to track tips, I wouldn't have to count all stream. I could just kind of focus on what I'm doing with my audience. But you know,
You can do that. It's your stream. You can do whatever you want.
Silly things I do on stream. They've come up with ideas, not me. They come up with the idea that if I raise a certain amount on a stream, I put on a stupid hat or a vest.
Hey, I'd still
they
take it.
donate hats and vests.
If they offered me $100 a month to promote it for 6 months, guess what? I'm taking it.
I don't care. What do I? You know, I'm self-deprecating. Who gives a crap? You know, they're supporting me. It's a way to give back.
Then I do
No,
play
I
the
hear what
game.
you're saying. The difference
Unlike
is,
DSP, I don't spend more on
there's
the
a
game
tracker
than
on
do my
stream. Okay,
mortgage.
big deal. I'm not going to sit there and
Can
talk
imagine
about
doing
constantly.
that.
Watch a 4-hour stream I put out. Yes, every once in a while, hey guys, it'd be great we get some more support on the stream or whatever today, and then we move on, right? And I'll hit it up upon it a few times during the stream. Some people say I hit upon it way too much, and I understand that. Everyone has different perspective on that. I agree that sometimes I do it too much. I'm trying to get better at that. But there's a difference between that and you could tell.
Do or
that
do
a
not,
stream
there
being
is
done
no
because
try.
someone is enjoying themselves and having a passion, or someone turned on a stream today to make money. You know what I mean?
You motherfucker,
people out
you
there
turn
that I
on the
feel
stream to make money.
The only reason that they're in it is there's no passion. You know, they don't love what they're doing. It's because they saw dollar signs and they
But
want to
Phil,
monetize as much as
Sounds
they
like
can.
projecting right now.
Yeah, but
You
Phil,
know?
Phil, you just said a few minutes ago, and I mean this with all sincerity, man. You said just a few minutes ago the reason why you still do this is because you can make more money than a 9-to-5 job, right? And
You
and
do it
it's
for money, jackass.
right. So like that's a pretty big half, you know. And I don't know, man. It doesn't seem. It seems like when you're asking your audience for money consistently. Look, Adam and I have both worked with people who like the worst thing you can do is look at your audience as a dollar, right? And
Yes.
and this is something that I don't have a whole lot of, you know, I've left companies over this, right? And this is something that I don't agree with. But I would say that when money comes in and you reach a goal, let's say you reach a goal and you put on your vest or whatever, how are you taking that money and are you reinvesting it into your content? Are you reinvesting it into cameras? Are you doing special
That's a
streams
good
outside of just your day-to-day gameplay stuff? What value are you adding by people? I mean, I get you have to pay bills. I get it, right? What value are you adding to your audience's experience to further that meaningful relationship that you're offering?
Champions time.
Yeah, we've had big goals. Like for example, if we hit a monthly members goal on YouTube, if we hit a sub goal on Twitch, now instead of just doing our normal routine gameplay, I do an interactive event with the viewers where we'll talk for a series of weeks. What do you guys want to see? Do you want to see a big React event? Do you want to see a special party atmosphere? We just did one a couple of weeks ago. It was a Super Bowl event.
What is a React event? What does that mean?
It
Is it just you watching stuff or?
Well, React would be, for example, let's say there's a documentary, a long-form documentary out there that people really want to see.
Your own sausage, damn.
It's like 2 hours.
Your wife must
For
be
me to
very
watch it, it's gonna
happy.
take like 3-4 hours. Well, that's going to take a major chunk out of my normal schedule to do. You know, people also don't want to get backlogged on the games that I'm playing. But you hit that event. Now we're going to do special things. You know, this big React event. It's separate from all my other content. A lot of times it's hyped up. We set special things around it that I normally wouldn't do. Yes, some of that money gets reinvested. I have a series. I know this sounds stupid, but my fans love this. It's called Feasting with the King. Basically, I order a meal and I eat a meal with my audience. They think it's funny because they think it's funny to see me eat. I look stupid. They say I look like I'm in pain when I eat. They like making fun of me, right?
When you
So
say
you're
the
still,
king,
you're still using the king moniker, I see.
right? The king of
correct.
hate.
Not
Well,
the king of hate. That's the thing.
It doesn't matter. You say the king, and you know that's what it
Yeah,
was.
it is
so
the
people
king
are
'cause
gonna
you're the king of
make that
hate.
connection.
Or else
Right.
you're not the
Correct.
king of
And
anything anymore.
The thing is, I do need to try to fully phase it out. Feasting with the King and Ask the King are two leftover shows or events that I do that have the King moniker in them that I probably should try to phase out or to rename. But when you have things that have been running for so long, people actually have pushback. Like, don't change it. We love it. It's been like that for so long. Those are my true fans saying that, not my haters. You know. But you're right. You're right. I agree there. But anyway, no. Yes, I try my best to reinvest. You know, there was.
How?
Well, like I just said, doing something above and beyond. I'm gonna.
Well, that doesn't cost any money though. You know, doing another stream, reacting. That's just
Correct.
making you more money.
Correct, but then you know the ordering of a giant meal that normally I wouldn't order. You know, I'm talking ordering 2 entrees and stuff, getting DoorDash. You're talking $50-$60 out of my pocket that I normally would not spend. You know, it's not budgeted, but because you know we did a special event, and I know.
But you raised the money for the event.
If you have these
It
goals,
doesn't matter how much it costs
where's the
because you
money?
already raised the money for it.
Would you really like to know? Do you really want?
It's not honestly. It's not that we are asking. It's that I feel like the people out there that have been supporting you that now have turned against you because they feel you lied to them or you saw them as dollar signs and that's all that they were to you. It's like I feel like they want to know.
The new Trigun
Then let's talk about that. Let's talk about that for a minute, right?
Set it up.
There was a you know, you went through bankruptcy, right? And that's pretty public. You went through bankruptcy and there was this
$5,000
$5,000 business expense thing has been talked about by your detractors quite a bit. They say, what could you possibly be spending $5,000 on? Look, a month. You are a streamer who streams, by your own schedule. You're active 12 hours a day doing this, right? And there's
and by your own admission, you said like you didn't fix the set at all. It's been just a shoddy set for most of your over a decade of doing this.
Right. So
An old one
there's
good.
this whole what do your business expenses look like? I mean, I've done this for a long time. The business expenses are your initial cost of setting up your camera, your lights, and that's about it. And then after that, it's your cost
Internet
is your
bill.
time. Yeah, is your time, right? And so walk me through, what does that look like? What is it specifically? There's this $5,000 business expense every month. So what is this?
Okay, so first of all, we're talking about things that came out publicly during a bankruptcy proceeding.
Yes, but
correct?
you
And I
still
believe
put
the
it out there.
$5,000 a month number came off of, I believe it's from a tax return. Is that correct? That it was filed, or the data? I'm trying to remember exactly where it came from. You guys probably know more than me because you've probably been inundated with this for 2 weeks. While I'm so far removed from this.
Where's
I
the
wanna
money,
hear from you.
Phil?
I think,
Show me the
again,
money.
I'm just speculating. I think what happened was when I filed for bankruptcy, a lot of information goes public. And so they look at a public filing. I guess there's certain information that's made public. I don't think it's all your tax returns. I think it's like 1 year's worth or something. And I guess there was a number that was thrown out there that it looks like Phil spends $5,000 a month on business expenses. Now,
You put it on the
number one,
bankruptcy.
I don't do my own taxes. I have a tax guy.
You put it on the bankruptcy. In fact, I can now. Where the fuck did I save those? Did I save under documents? No. Oh fuck! All right, might take me a minute to find these. I know I got these somewhere.
Pay him to do it. Okay. Here's what I can tell you. All right. When I can tell you right now because I'm working on it right now for this year. What are considered expenses that a tax attorney wants to know you're spending every month? Geez. Your mortgage, because if you work from home, I guess that's part of it. I don't know. Again, I'm not a tax guy, but your cost of your mortgage, all of your utility bills.
Oh, it's gonna annoy me if I can't find this.
Hold on, Phil. You've been doing this for 17 years and you don't know what your business expenses are. You don't know what you get tax write-offs on and stuff. I mean, like,
specifically, no, I don't. I give it all. I pay him a lot of money to a tax guy. I have a giant, spreadsheet of data that I provide. They work it out because every year it's different. I get to feel the tax laws change and stuff, and they figure it out. I give them all the data. In fact, just got an email from a tax guy the other day. He's like, we still need this data for you for this year's tax filings. We need how much do you pay for utilities? What's your cost of internet this year? What's this? They need all that information.
Here it is.
And then they do it. So, here's the thing. All right, everyone. We're really gonna get to the meat of it. Is this stupid WWE Champions bullshit, which I cannot wait to talk about it.
We'll get to that. But I want to stay on this for a minute.
All right, found the bankruptcy petition. This has nothing to do with your taxes. It has nothing to do with tax return, DSP. I know you're trying to obfuscate and hide, but has nothing to do with that. Oh, where the hell is it? Oh, can I zoom out on this? There we go. That might be better. Because there's the month of July where he spent $9,000 supposedly in business expenses. There's all the credit cards and shit. Utilities. There's the negative $35.07 according to his paperwork, which is all bullshit. We all know that. I'm gonna let this play while I keep looking through this.
Like, just once again, walk me through this, because, like, I'm trying to put myself in your shoes, and I'm trying to think through
while you're piecing it together, building that up. I just want to remind you, Phil, like you said at the beginning of this stream, you want this to be where people can go to finally, like, oh, you just go watch that video, right?
Yes.
I don't have to say it anymore. So like
Correct.
this, you said, like, what do we want to know? This isn't for us. This is for the people out there that are like, what about the $5,000 a month? You know, so what about WWE Champ, which we'll get into? Like, what about these things? So it's like, this is your chance to now say, all right, it was the freaking
Was it
business
not in the
expenses,
bankruptcy form, but a
whatever. I
different
mean, it was a
form?
mortgage, it was this. I don't know
Mhm.
if that's actually considered a tax write-off. I don't want you to get in trouble, but I don't know. It just feels.
No, and see, that's the thing. Again, when I went to that bankruptcy, oh my God, that was the craziest rigmarole because my tax attorney, excuse me, not my tax attorney, I misspoke. My bankruptcy attorney had no idea what they were getting into with me being a public persona. And there were things you can do, I guess, to protect from online harassment, which I tried to explain. They didn't really understand who I was or whatever. And so when all that went public, that was
Let's see. From line 22C is Schedule J.
the most drama-filled bankruptcy hearing ever. The judge was inundated with thousands of messages from my haters about stuff. But anyway, let me answer the question first, and then we can get to anything you want to talk about there. I would assume that the expenses are including everything that I do. Okay, that's related to the business, and that could include mortgage, any insurance that I'm paying that relates to the business, health insurance and or medical costs, legal costs, and that what I'm talking about is my tax attorney, but also other attorney and things that I've been involved in over the years, which maybe we will get into that today, or maybe we won't. I really can't talk too much about certain things. We'll get to that about identity theft and stuff. I know it's the first time I ever mentioned that, you guys.
Your identity was never stolen, Jack. I shut the
among
fuck
other
up.
things, all the normal things in a month. Like I said, utilities and all of that. It adds it up. Here it is. Here's my tax return. All of a sudden, I'm being accused that was a lie or something. All right, here's what I can say, because I'm not going to sit here and go back to a 2010 tax return and say, here's what my accountant said or whatever.
Right.
This is from 2010. That's $5,000 a month.
Oh, excuse me. Did I say 2010? I meant 2020. That's totally my fault. I meant 2020. My bankruptcy was 2020. So I think the tax return that must be referenced is like 2019, something like that. Okay. Here's what I know. Because of the amount of trolling that happened to me, this judge that was involved in the bankruptcy hearing was attacked online with so much shit. I had to go into meeting after meeting with both my bankruptcy attorney and this judge. Hours of work. We went through line item by line item of all of my expenses. I had to explain to a judge who has no idea what live streaming is, the entire concept of being a live streamer, and showing every single expense and line item and rationalizing what it was to my business. This is this, right? And it took so much work. At the end of the day, after all that extra work and time and money that had to be put into my bankruptcy, it went through. The judge understood. I showed them everything. If anyone should see line item by line item what my business expenses are, it should probably be the judge who's going to make a ruling on if I should be granted bankruptcy or not, right? That's the government, a government representative, correct? They saw it all. They went through all of it. And at the end of the day, they said, this all makes sense, approved.
Well, but in the vast majority of time, winners in bankruptcy experience like some sort of relief, right? Whatever the debt is that you were paying, it's gone, right? So why do you have to go back to the well, going back to your audience, and ask your audience to crowdfund your content when you claim and you still say that nothing has really changed financially for you?
Great question. Thank you for asking it, because this is one of the ones I get.
Any pleasure looks like DSP terrible.
We just talked about 2021 and what happened with Twitch. Okay, so the bankruptcy goes through around mid to late 2020. I'm relieved of all this revolving debt that I had in my name, but there's still debt that remains. There's still my mortgage. There's still my car payment. There's still taxes. And taxes is a big thing, because for years there I was not able to pay my federal taxes properly. And
well, you couldn't pay them, or you didn't prepare to pay them properly. There's a difference. Because
I thought you hold on. I thought you said that you paid a guy to do your taxes.
Oh shit!
I do. Correct.
Holla holla Griffang! Never thought Piggy would get butchered like this.
I think the one thing that people need to understand is that you are acting as an independent contractor with YouTube and Twitch and whoever, right? So when you're paid, when somebody gives you $1 super chat, YouTube takes 30% of that, right? And so you get 70%. That 70% then needs to be taxed by Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam comes in and they take however much of that. So by the end of it, you could be getting anywhere between 50 cents of that or 35 cents of that, depending on what your revenue is for the year, and you're the tax brackets you're in. It sounds like, Phil, that you didn't necessarily plan accordingly for that, and you didn't save your money to ultimately pay. And if you have a tax person,
exactly, he didn't save any of his fucking money because he's an idiot. Guy's been a fantastic interview so far. Because we all thought it was going to be softball. We all thought it was going to be like quartering. Has been so far.
Do this, a CPA, which is for any online creator, that's like the number one expense is having a CPA to do your taxes. That's the number one thing, because going through and that's extremely important. But your tax, has your tax person ever came to you and said, hey, you should probably prepay your taxes. You should be paying quarterly instead of having one big lump sum at the end of the year? Because it seems really irresponsible for somebody who works online and has done so for 17 years to have a tax person who hasn't suggested that and haven't had you prepaid.
Do not, please. That my tax guy is great.
Okay.
He I have an estimate of what I should be paying, not even quarterly, monthly. Like basically, can I make this monthly payment? And some months I can easily make it no problem, and other months I can't. I have to pay less depending on the income that I made that month.
But that income is based off of your tax for that month is based, and your quarter and your year is based off of the revenue that you're making that month. So if you make $10,000 that month, then you're going to be, then you prepay whatever, $2,000 in taxes, whatever, however much it is, right? So the money is already in your account. So why would you have trouble spending? Why would you have trouble with that? I'm really having a hard time following this, because if you have the money, it's either being spent before it's time to pay taxes, or I don't know. I don't know. Please walk me through it.
Whew, okay. So I have 2 revenue streams. One revenue stream is very much daily income that I get from my viewers, meaning like tips, let's say. Okay, that's pretty much tips on a stream. The other revenue stream is the other income that I get from YouTube. That's ad revenue, super chats, memberships, and all of that. Okay. Daily I get tips, and that essentially is the money that I'm using day to day to pay some bills, go grocery shopping.
They GGG would make sure that
the stream
egg was extra crispy.
All that kind of stuff. The YouTube money that comes in behind the scenes is what I use to do all my ongoing recurring payments, my mortgage, my car, health insurance payment, or whatever. Here's what's happened, okay? The bankruptcy happens. Great. End of 2020, things are looking up. I'm actually getting more popular on Twitch. I'm starting to make...
Ha! Found it. Current monthly income details for the debtor. 6 months ago, 720. Income 8,200. Expense $9,000. Net negative 867. So it's not on the actual bankruptcy form. It's from the, what is this called? Chapter 7 statement of your current monthly income. Where the information is at. 5 months ago, as of when the bankruptcy happened, August 2019, income 10,100, expense 5,400, net 4,600. DSP, they're asking you, where the fuck did you get $5,400 from August? Where did you get $9,000 in business expense from freaking July? You could have bought the PS5, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, new TV, new computer every month and spent less than this as a business expense. God, I'm fucking glad I found that.
Made good money. I announced to my audience in early 2021, hey guys, guess what? There's a light at the end of the tunnel. You guys are supporting me so much. The bankruptcy went through. It's looking like if you keep this going this year, not only for the first year in many years, because now the bankruptcy's over with, now I can pay all my taxes properly for the first time in a long time. Because, my problem is we have that much debt and everything. I couldn't do it. It was my fault. I was in financial ruin. All right, 2021, things are looking up. And then what happens? They get me kicked out of the Twitch partner program. They shut down other revenue streams for me that I can't really talk about. Later on that year, identity theft, which we might not get to today. I don't know if we'll talk about that. That's a huge one.
You clearly want to talk about it.
And we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, it cost me so much money to fix the identity theft thing. So now I went from I'm good to, I immediately have lost a revenue stream from Twitch. I have to go to YouTube. I'm making way less money on YouTube now than I was on Twitch. All that money that was going to make everything even, I'm good to go now, is gone again. I'm way reduced income again. So you're right. The taxes adjust. Now, nothing else adjusted. My mortgage still exists. My car still exists. All those regular expenses still exist. And now I'm making way less. So this is a running pattern, and I hate this shit. Every time in life I feel like I'm getting ahead, something happens and screws me over. I'm serious. It's like a comedy of errors. It's
but once again, Phil, then why not remove all that shit and just do something different? I'm not telling you what to do, but like if you keep running into a wall, eventually you need to take a different direction, right? And like I love that you love what you're doing right now, but if you're still struggling with this so immensely, at a certain point, don't you need to like self-reflect and say like, look, man, I'm running into this wall fucking 5 times. I should probably not be doing this or change my approach to it.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. And like I said, I had that conversation with my mom in 2019 about changing it.
Mommy told me when I was 36, I'm a dumbass.
Yeah, let's be honest. A major factor is money. Have to be honest here, right? That's what this is about. I'm going to be transparent.
Oh, apparently DSP Missy plays the new Street Fighter duel game.
I mean, it sounds like you're just spending the money as it coming in instead of saving and preparing for the next month where it might not be as profitable, so that you could be like, I'm saving. Maybe I'm not going to buy that new game. Maybe even though it's probably a write-off because you're doing it for business, doesn't matter.
Right.
It seems like you just got to start saving money. Maybe be a little smarter for the future. I mean, I'm not trying to like lecture you.
No, you're
money,
right.
But it seems like you need it. So
yeah, I need what I need. And I've said this before. I'll just say that.
Sure, Phil.
I need like a year, and here's what I mean by that. I need 1 year to make content and not have my trolls fuck with my income.
It's never gonna happen.
I agree with you. I now agree.
How do we mess with your income? Do we wait for OIC to come out of his house and beat him up and take his phone so he can't donate anymore? We don't mess with your income. You mess with your income.
With you, I know that now. But that's what's happened is every time something happens, that screws my income again. Well, wait, here we go. I worked my ass off. I changed who I am. I'm a different kind of content creator. All the things that they had issue with me. This is why they do it to me, right there. We don't like Phil for this. Okay, I'll change all of that. Nope, still do it anyway. Ruin his income.
So why change? Why change? What's the point? It's not doing anything. Why wouldn't you just stay the person that you were and that you are or whatever, instead of like trying to like adhere to people on the internet? Because the people on the internet are gonna hate. The haters are gonna hate. Like, who fucking cares? So what's the point? You're doing it for nothing.
I agree. I understand what you're saying. At the same time, I feel like that a lot of the changes have been very productive. I like I said, now I love what I do for a living. I didn't before. I do now. I actually genuinely wanted to be here every day with my audience. It's fun. I wake up in the morning energized, ready to go. I used to wake up in the morning like, oh, I gotta go play games and film again. That was a horrible mentality. Who wants, I treated it like any other job. Now I love it for the last 4 or 5 years. But I hear you. But yeah, if I were to quit YouTube, let's say right now, cold turkey, I quit YouTube. I can't find a job out there that's gonna pay what I'm doing now. In addition to that, there's always the factor that I've been out of the job market for a decade. Who's going to hire a 40-year-old guy that hasn't done anything besides, operate an online streaming business for 10 years?
Nobody with that attitude, though. So it seems like you're already defeated, not even worth trying.
Adam.
So you're putting yourself in this hamster wheel that Craig was mentioning earlier. It's just like there's no option. This is it. So I have to grind. I have to do this. And like that sounds miserable to me. Even though you say you're having fun, it seems like you're just trying to convince yourself that instead of actually it might be true. It might be true, but these two things could be true also. I'm just pointing that out, what I'm seeing.
And I just like to kind of continue on with that, right? The idea of like, do you have a business plan? Do you have what what your business looks like in a month from now? Do you have a business plan for a year from now? You have a tax guy who runs your numbers, but are you saving money? Because it doesn't sound like you are, because just based off what you're saying, and it very much sounds like you're going to be doing this when you're 60. Right. And if you want to be doing it when you're 60, that's fine. But this doesn't seem very forward thinking, when you seem like you're living day to day as opposed to thinking about long term. And, dude, you're 40 years old. And at a certain point, you got to look at things and say, like, well, do I want to be doing it? Like, will I ever have enough money to retire? Will I ever have enough money to not do this? So walk me through that. Walk us through that. The idea of like, and it's okay to say you don't have a business plan. It's okay. It's like, we're putting it all on the table here, Phil. And if you don't, that's fine. Just kind of walk me through it, man.
Currently, do I have a business plan? No. Have I had business plans in the past? Yes. And every single one of them has been destroyed by my income being ruined over and over. To have a plan, a long-term plan, you have to know at least what the stability is going to be today and depend on a little bit of that stability. And it sucks. Like Adam said, YouTube, Twitch, any kind of online content creation is a constantly fluctuating thing. Tomorrow, everything could be turned off for all of us. We can't even stream, right? It'll be a new law.
He's like,
can't do it
dude,
anymore.
what the fuck are you saying? Fuck you.
And I got to go out there and get
I love you, Adam.
job, right? But how can I lay out a business plan when every month is different? When it looks like there's consistency to my life. Oh, here's what I'm making every month. That's exactly what was happening in 2021. There was a series of months, like the first 3 months and 4 months of the year. Things were going great. I had a business plan. Here's what I want to do. Let's do this for a certain amount of years. Let's expand. Let's improve the setup. Let's try new things. Let's do this. And then if it keeps going, you get to the next stage of the business plan, right? And what happens? I lose my partnership, identity theft, income's destroyed. Now what do? Business plan's gone. So how can I set a plan when these people won't allow me to even have any level of stability in my life, or even a few months?
You know what you do?
Stuff that they're doing.
You make another business plan. You move forward. That's what you do.
Like I don't.
What choice do you have?
Right.
The only choice is to make a new one and continue moving.
Yes, DSP. You have to have a plan. Plan A fails, you have a plan B. I don't know. No, actually, I thought about this before, because with electric cars and vehicles, like, all right, let's say they finally get around to all semis are now electric. You can no longer sell electric semis after 2030. Oh no, there's still going to be plenty of drivers and plenty of companies that have semis that are gas or diesel, actually, but let's say, by 2035, those are going to be phased out with all electric. I guess we don't really need a fuel station anymore, do we? Although we still sell, energy drinks, and we just sell caffeinated gum, but they got rid of that. Sucks. We still sell stuff out there, and I guess if we had electric chargers for the trucks to plug into, maybe it'd still be a thing, but... So let's say my job became redundant. That's why I keep my forklift certification. I don't need to be forklift certified anymore. I don't actually work with the forklifts anymore, usually. I have jumped on every now and then, like, oh, hey, we had 3 call-offs due to the weather, and you're already here. Do you want to stay for an extra 4 hours of overtime and help us with this? Hell yeah. But see, I have that plan that if, semis all go fully electric and there's no need to have a fuel station anymore, I'll just hop back onto a forklift because I'm still forklift certified even though I don't need to be anymore. I make sure to certify that. That's things like every 3 years I got to do it. But I still make sure to do that just in case. Or let's say, oh, hey, like when Amazon came in, it's like, hey, the new Amazon thing opened up. Here's the pay, here's the benefits. Like, if I could be guaranteed to get in as a forklift driver and they gave me like experience pay, whatever. All right, might have been really tempting to hop over to Amazon distribution center and work there as a forklift driver. But you hear all the horror stories from people who've actually worked there, and it's like, I'm glad I didn't do that. I'm glad I stuck here. But still, DSP, my plan is remain forklift certified, so if whatever happens to my current job happens, I can go somewhere else. Be like, hey, I am already forklift certified. You don't need to train me how to work a forklift because I'm already certified for that. You might have to show me all. On ours, the lever's on the right instead of the left. Or you might have to show me that. But other than that, I am still forklift certified. I can go to GM. I can go to Chrysler. I can go to Jeep. Like, hey, I am forklift certified. Give me a job in forklift. I can do that. That is my plan B. You know what my plan C is? Get a government job. I've looked before as like a border patrol and the water. Kind of like I've looked at government jobs before because I hear they have really great benefits. Like I have this shit. Like I have all this shit planned out for just in case this happens, just in case that happens. Like I got all this shit planned for years to come. Now DSP, I had a plan for about 3 minutes and then it fell through, so I just gave up. Fucking hell, DSP. This is why you gotta have plans and other plans and then more plans.
Forward.
Seppuku,
I will not be
Seppuku, yes, is that exactly his plan.
What you just said sounded like you were.
Oh
like
no,
you have been
absolutely
over
not.
and over again.
One of the
I'm
major
letting you
things-
know. I'm letting you know what you what you had just finished with.
Mhm.
You know, I had a business. He asked what your business plan is. He was like, I had a business plan, but they kept shitting all over it. Like that was your response instead of this is my business plan, right? You don't have a future vision. I think that's what.
Oh,
Craig
I
was
do.
going
Okay,
for.
okay. I spoke. I do have a future vision. The problem is, if I fully explain it, they're gonna try to ruin it. You understand?
That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
I should have said that. I'm sorry about that. Like, do I have an idea of what I'd like to do? Yes. I know exactly. Actually, I have steps in place to know exactly what I can do to try to fix my situation. I don't want to
That
listen.
sounds good.
I don't want to be here on stream every day saying to people, toss me a few bucks. Oh my God, that's the worst feeling every time I effing do it. I don't want to say, hey, tip me, do this. That's obnoxious. I just want to play games and chill with my audience. And this is the funny part that my detractors will never mention. Before my income kept getting screwed over all these different times by them and by my choices. It's not just them, it's also my bad choices that did this. I never had any kind of crowdfunding. It was always just Phil's making a living on YouTube via ad revenue. I had no sponsors. I didn't take any money, extra money from anywhere. I wasn't asking my fans for crowdfunding. Everyone else was. I wasn't doing it. It wasn't until the revenue started to get hurt by that I decided to do crowdfunding because everyone told me to do it, right? Now, my income's ruined over and over by these people, and what's their number one critique of me? You beg too much. I wouldn't beg if you didn't keep messing with my income. The only reason I have to do it is keep ruining my financial income. You keep ruining it for me. So how can I have... Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Phil. Begging for money is never a good look for anyone.
Completely agree. Completely agree. I can't dispute it.
Well,
It's indisputable.
Okay, then look, we all established, look, the idea of like going on stream and saying, I really need help for these taxes. I really need help for whatever. I got a big thing coming up. Trav, can you please kill it with the chats, please? The biggest thing, and people asking, is this live? Yes, this is live, right? Of course, this is live. You had an opportunity with Keemstar and Drama Alert to go on there for was it $50,000 was being offered to you to go on this podcast, right? $50K. Why not do that? Like that's a giant amount of money. And yes, there's taxes attached to that. It's after it's all said and done, it's probably $30K, right? But why not just say, okay, I'll take your money and I'll spend a couple hours on your podcast, and that would clear up so much of your financial burden.
Okay, Keemstar story. Here we go.
Well, no, but just answer that question. I don't want to hear the story. I just want to know, like, why would you not take $50K?
Because that's not what happened. You've been told a story that's not true. I have to tell you what actually happened.
Please.
So,
oh God, this is gonna be
here's the
great.
history with Keemstar, where over
This
the
will be
years, this guy has a
fantastic.
horrible reputation on YouTube. Everyone knows it. I'm not gonna crap on the guy here, but just go look on YouTube. You'll find out all about him and the things he said and did to people and things over the internet. I've had a little bit of history with him, a little bit, but not a lot, you know. And basically, he had been pretty nasty to me a few times, tweets and things like that. What it is people will ask me something on a stream. What do you think of Keemstar? And I'll be like, you know, it's not just Keemstar. It's a lot of guys. I don't like these drama YouTubers. I call them misery brokers. Okay? What they do is, if you have a bad day, they're having a good one because you had a bad day. What kind of content is that? To me, I feel that's the worst kind of content. You're benefiting from someone else's personal drama and misery. Keemstar's definitely one of those people in my eyes. You can disagree. That's okay. That's what I think of the guy, okay? So I said this one day, casually. He starts insulting me and everything on the internet. So we have a little bit of bad blood there, okay? All of a sudden, it was last year, okay? Unbeknownst to me, people start telling me, Phil, Keemstar is trying to contact you. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? I have a public, Craig knows. Craig emailed me. I have a public email. If you want to talk to me, contact me. Let's talk. Let's figure out, it's a business relationship. No email, nothing, okay? He's sitting on his Twitter, and he's making public tweets. Someone tell Darkside Phil I want to talk to him right now. Contact him. Tell him I need to talk to him. There's $50,000 on the table, and he needs to contact me right now. First of all, is that how you start a business relationship? Is you scream on your Twitter to have someone come talk to you? If he has something to offer me, should he not contact me? So I only know about this because
he tried and he couldn't because you had him blocked.
So to answer your question,
Jackass.
I think that in a traditional environment, no, that's not how you start a relationship. When you deal in the space that Keemstar does and kind of the drama, like look at me space, yes, that is how you would start it. Because you throw out $50,000 on Twitter, people go, whoa, I want to get this attached. So is traditionally no, but we're not dealing with Coca-Cola. We're dealing with Keemstar, right? And that's what he does for a living. So he wants to put eyes on his product and drive interest. So I would say, yeah, he did do it the right way in his world, in his interest.
It's the same thing as the people making this is how you don't play a video game. It's the same shit. They're using your, I don't know, for lack of a better word, clout to make content, and it works. So Keem did it, and you're doing that same thing. You're bitter that he's not approaching you respectfully. If he actually wants to get you on his stream or whatnot, he maybe should have reached out to you, but he's basically using you. It's like the right thing would be is to use him back.
Right.
Instead of getting all upset.
Right. And if there's 50 grand on the table, what better way? There's no way he's going to make 50 grand back off an interview with you. Like, why don't just take it, cash the check, and then you're golden.
Okay.
Or even if it's 10 grand, even if it's 5 grand, even if it's $1,000, like, why not just be like, yeah, I'll take it. Sure.
Okay, let's continue. This isn't what happened, actually.
Please.
It wasn't an interview.
So explain that part, because I just want to know about that.
I'll keep starting for $1,000.
What did happen?
Correct.
Fuck, I'll do it for the exposure at this
him on
point.
Twitter to even get his attention because he wouldn't contact me. I learned it from drama on my stream. Everyone's drawn up drama on my stream. Keem wants to talk to you. So I DM him, and he's like, call me right now. I was like, I can't. Just tell me, what is this about? I'm streaming. I'm busy. Just let me know what this is about. So I'm serious. I had to go back and forth with this guy so many times for him to just tell me in a DM, what I'm interested in is I want to do a show with you. I want you to host a show. This was not an interview for 2 hours. This was some kind of like a big project he wanted to be involved in. I don't know exactly what. Let me explain. So he says, but I don't want to talk about it in a DM. We got to have a phone call. I'm like, okay, that's reasonable, right? Let's have a phone call. Here's my number. Here's when to call me. I'm available at these times of the day, okay? I wait. The call never comes. It's been like 2 days. The call never comes. Maybe he's not serious about it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in his head. All of a sudden, I'm on streams. He starts calling me when I'm on streams. I'm like, is he? I don't know what's going on again. So I DM him after the fact. I'm like, hey, you want to? So basically, it's like stupid telephone phone tag. The guy won't even contact me to talk about what he wants to offer me when I'm available, right? So at that point, I'm like, let me figure out.
You're always available. You have nothing else going on in your life.
Like, sounds to me like he wants me involved in a project. I don't know what it is. And my wife says, you know about him, right? I was like, of course I know about him. Everyone knows about Keemstar. And we talked about it seriously. And we're like, right now, $50,000, if this was real, would be hugely helpful for us. It would put us, back, jump ahead, almost square one, I would say, with all the things that are going on financially behind the scenes. And, when at the end of the day, you got to do what's best for you. You got to do what's best for the business. You got to do what's best for everything. Everyone's good interest. And if this were someone who I felt had like my best interest in mind, or possibly had the history that he has, I probably would have done it, But this is a guy who has a history of online. He gets you involved in something, and then everything he does is for his own personal gain, and it doesn't matter how much he hurts you, as long as he's still benefiting from it.
He hurt me, guys.
There was no offer to me of being on an interview for $50,000. That's a lie. Right?
So, okay.
First of all, I had to point this out from Mr. Mediker. DSP Pro, take the money. It legit is a good offer. If you could parlay into something that would probably get a lot of eyes and money. Jackass.
And just for, if it sounds like there's miscommunication here.
Yeah,
right?
I muted the microphone before I coughed.
If we were to get Keemstar on the show right now and kind of walk through.
Oh, not a. DSP would never allow that.
This because I'm very intrigued by this, right? I want to know more about this project. Would you be open to that?
Absolutely not. Not after all the stuff that happened after that.
Okay, so you would not be open to talking.
Yeah, I'd have to pass whatever test if I went to like Amazon or Home Depot or something. But the fact that I'm already certified, like, oh hey, we don't need to waste 3 hours training you on this. Like, no, I've already worked forklifts before. Because heck, at this point, before they used to have like they had someone be there with a clipboard and a tie, like, all right, back up, all right, move forward, raise the forks, all right, take this pallet, drive it 20 feet, drop it off in this square. They do that nowadays. Is like, just take the online thing, you're good.
To him right now.
I'm never going to do business with Keemstar. Not after the things I now know about him and the other things that he said and done. Absolutely not.
Okay. Then I'll delete my tweet that I was about to send asking Keemstar to come.
Well, I've heard that
I
Keemstar
didn't
actually
send the
did
tweet
show
out, so,
up, but
I was going to.
Here's the thing.
that's
the thing.
definitely not something that DSP
It's
wanted.
a difference between short-term gain and long view, right? I feel like having any association with that guy in the long term is just going to hurt rather than help. I feel like it's going to be even more
hurt
trolls,
me.
more toxicity towards me than I already have, because I've seen documentaries on this guy. It's factual evidence that he creates.
I don't want to worry about. I don't want to talk about Keemstar.
Yeah,
I want to say you should use that mentality towards money. It seems like, you're holding him on that, but instead in your own world, I'm just saying it's just going to help you out. I feel weird because it feels like I'm like lecturing you, but I'm just like, I'm the type of person. My friends call me an honest asshole, and I'm cool with it. Like, I don't mind. I'm blunt. I'm
Every group is an
freaking
asshole.
vicious sometimes, and it just seems, you're being really raw here, and honestly, props to that. So
yeah, major props for sure.
this is just who I am. So I just feels
Dude,
like.
No, I take
do
no
that.
offense from anything, and I appreciate all of the input. I really do. Having conversations like this can only help.
Well, so how do you square
So
the
you ban
idea
everyone.
of not taking Keemstar's money, but taking it from your audience, who you may not know? Maybe they're slinging crack. Maybe your audience, you don't know where that money's coming from, right? They may be getting it morally in a way that you may not agree with morally. How do you square yourself with that? Maybe that I think everybody. If you have a sizable audience online, you deal with people who are favorable people, and you also have some unfavorable people in your audience, right? And they may get money from other ways. So how do you square that in your brain with Keemstar versus unknown money?
I don't equate the two. Like, Keemstar money is, I'm taking money for a direct project that apparently is going to be a long-term business relationship with this guy. I'm associating myself with a guy who I don't respect, don't like the content he puts on the internet, versus people who watch me, like who I am, like what I stand for, want to support that effort to keep it going. My crowdfunders are the people who allow me to do this for a living 15 years later. I'm a small-time guy, but I can still make a living doing it while others
Small-time guy after 15 years never grew.
I appreciate that so much. They know that. I tell them every day, thank you so much for allowing me to keep doing what I feel is meaningful for you guys, and what you tell me is meaningful every day. But here's the thing, and this is an interesting point. As someone who's crowdfunded,
point.
Mostly income coming in from streams, ad revenue from people watching ads, all of that. This is a question for you guys too, I guess. This is interesting.
Sure.
Can you be held accountable for your viewership? Correct? Like, for example, right now, the G2s.
Mm-hmm.
I would hope that they're all upstanding individuals, right? You always want that, but you don't know what they're all doing, right?
Sure.
Do you micromanage your G2s and say, well, there's someone who's nice on my stream and they come by every day, and I just found out, I went to their Twitter to find out that they're a horrible person. They say racist things on their Twitter all the time. If someone came to you and said that, would you say, oh, I got to ban them from my community now because they say things on their own personal Twitter?
No, it's censorship.
Yeah, that's censorship, and I don't agree with that either. But I do think that it starts and stops with expectations, right? Your expectations, and it starts with leadership, right? Whether you like it or not, I think that you are the leader of your community. You are the people that everyone looks to on how somebody should act, how somebody should interact with other people in your chat. How you are the flag bearer of how what the community should be like, right? So I think ultimately your community emulates the host. And
that being said, I do say I absolutely understand not wanting to go into business with someone that you don't respect.
Yes.
I personally know many different people that are very successful that I don't respect, and I'm like, couldn't be happier not working with them. Right?
Exactly.
That
is exactly
real
the
ones. No.
there with
Yeah, I mean, I get that.
So let's kind of dig into this a little bit, right? So where's the line, right? When you have, let's just say you have a community member that you know via their Twitter. Let's just say they are selling coke, right? They're selling illegal drugs, whatever. Don't you want to be like, hey man, like,
them so badly,
I'm not into that. Like, there's visual evidence of them doing something bad or at least alluding to something negative, something that would be shunned in a normal society, right? But you know they're a part of your community, and once again they're coming into their community potentially bleeding that into the community. I don't think you censor them, but maybe have a conversation about it.
I agree. It's a line of, is it influencing you and your content and your community or not? So I think we're going towards a certain topic. I don't know if there's a particular person you may be referencing, Craig.
I'm not going to reference any specific community members. That's not what this is not about. This is not about specific community members. We're here to talk to you.
Okay.
I want to actually address something real quick. So Keem actually just tweeted and responded to what you just said. And I want to hear your thoughts on it. I'm going to read his tweet. Keem, he said, DSP is lying in this live interview. I called Phil at the agreed times, and he ignored my calls and claimed later he was at work. He ignored my calls for $50K up front for the Low Cow podcast to stream to under 200 live viewers, begging for them to pay his rent and his utility bills. Both Wings and Boogie agreed to Low Cow podcast. The only reason it didn't happen was because of DSP. Thoughts? Response?
It's a blatant lie. He called me when I was on stream. I looked at my phone when I was on stream, wondering why I was getting a phone call. After the fact, I realized that was Keemstar calling me when I was on live streams. He's just blatantly
Oh, this is fantastic. I gotta find that on Twitter now.
Between streams he could call. One day I actually sat here for an hour in my office after a stream waiting for him to call, and he never called.
Well, why did you call him back if you had his number?
Post, when you were streaming in the phone call, and if not, then it's pretty easily provable.
Why, if he called you, so you had his phone number, you could have called him back.
Yeah, that's fine.
So,
he never. I tell you right now, to my knowledge, he never actually called me during the times that we talked when he was available. To my knowledge, so that's all I can say. And then after the fact, here's the thing. I just wanted to have the conversation. As I told you guys, I personally have issues with the guy and the content he puts out. I do. So at the very least, knowing it's in my family's best interest to have the conversation, find out what the conversation is about, at least.
The thing is, he can pause the stream whenever he wants. I've done streams when I've gotten a call from a friend or from work. And be like, oh guys, I got to mute. Hit the mute button, answer the phone call, then get back to the stream. He could have done that for $50,000. Fuck, I'm taking a phone call and not even getting paid for it. He gets $50,000 to take a phone call and he won't do it.
To find out, but he wouldn't even have a conversation. So if the conversation doesn't take place, of course I'm not going to say. If you can't even have the call, how on earth could you ever enter a business relationship with someone for a big amount of money, for a big commitment of time, or whatever it was going to be? It just didn't make any sense to me at all. So that's why it never happened.
Okay.
And by the way, Boogie, I've talked with Boogie behind the scenes. He really wanted me to be on the show.
Keemstar, come on, I know that now.
I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
It'll be great. I can't wait.
I just can't do it. I can't be involved business with what he stands for. It's kind of like the same thing. I know this is going to sound crazy. All right. I'm the kind of guy that if I can help it, I won't shop at Walmart. Okay. Why?
Because you want to be close to those kind of people. You said so in the past.
Pounds, right? Now everyone shops at Walmart because that's the best price. If I can help it, I won't. Every once in a while I go there, but for the most part, I can't. That's the kind of guy I am. Maybe that's a huge flaw with me, right? But I'm not going to take money. I always feel like taking a paycheck from Keemstar is kind of like blood money. That's money he made on the backs of people, drama content he put out, people he's hurt to earn it. I'm not going to do that.
Didn't you start your career on like drama and hate?
But not against people. I will say this. I never, if I could help it,
the people in the Street Fighter community, like that's who you said you were targeting.
Oh, okay, that's different. And here's the thing. You're right.
How is that different? Please explain. Let's listen to this bullshit.
Totally. It's different because I've changed now. I will agree, and I've talked about this in documentaries about me.
I'm sorry, you sound like the abusive ex-boyfriend trying to get back with his girl. I've changed.
Oh, I love you, Adam. Please marry me. I'm not even like that, but damn, I love you.
Now, don't worry about it.
Adam, you're talking about something that happened the first half of the 2000s.
I know. I'm just calling, as I said, it just sounds funny, like hearing that.
Yeah.
That I changed now. That line is so.
I changed, baby. I promise I won't hit you again.
Absolutely, there was online harassment that happened. Absolutely, I've learned from that. I've been through it myself now, and I realize how harmful that is, and why you would never do it. Especially when you're someone in a position of power who has an audience to actually troll people, to do drama against people. That's so harmful to them. I would never do that for personal gain anymore, ever again. And taking that money from Keemstar, I feel like I'm taking money from other people who've been hurt in order to benefit. I can't do that.
Have you reached out to anybody that you feel that you wronged in the Street Fighter community to let them know that you changed and that you're sorry?
Well, the people from back then, I would have absolutely no idea how to contact, but I have publicly said things. For example, last year I did a react to the Down the Rabbit Hole video about me. This is by Frederick Knudsen. It was millions and millions of views. It's one of the videos everyone was watching. It was made in 2017. It covers all my early years as a YouTuber, but also my career in the Street Fighter community. And I admitted publicly how bad I was back then, what an awful person I was, just to get over in the Street Fighter community. There's people back then that, for no good reason, I trolled them. For no reason, I'm just an asshole. And I apologized in that video. I mean, do you want me to name names? I mean,
well, sure, yeah, because I want to know who's so hard to get a hold of.
What's his name? Shady K. I don't even know if he's even around anymore in the Street Fighter community. I mean, in the early 2000s, I destroyed this guy for no reason, no good reason. I don't know, you know, I latched on to people because look, the more I make fun of this guy or the more I try to attack these people, I get over, right? And it caused so much drama. You know, we almost fought at Evo. It's so stupid. Now I look at it, I'm like, boy, I was dumb. What kind of dumb shit was I thought I was a pro wrestler. I thought, oh man, I'm talking shit. We're gonna have big rivalries at fighting game championships. It's the dumbest shit. You know?
Right. So
is that
is this,
found him already.
Tran?
I don't know. You tell me, because that's the thing. Like these people are not hard to get a hold of, and his DMs are open. So like I feel like that's
getting called
pretty
out live on stream.
disingenuous.
I love
to
it.
say like, well, you know, it's more like you don't want to put forth the effort in saying that, you know, I'm going to say this publicly, and it's a big blanket to cover all the things that I've done wrong. When if you know that you've done things that you regret, you should probably reach out to people and say like, hey, I'm sorry for what I did. I'm sorry for what I said. Because the reality is that on today's internet, it's not impossible to find these people. It's very easy, and it just comes down to like a little bit of effort. And I'm not saying that you're not, but I'm saying that maybe there's an opportunity to provide a little more effort.
You know what, Craig? I never even thought about it like that. Here's why. Little mini story. When I was in high school, I was bullied a lot.
I don't care about your fucking stories.
Years later, one of my bullies actually contacted me, like probably around that time frame when I was in the Street Fighter community. And he found me online. He contacted me out of the blue. He's like, I just want to let you know.
We got to stick together. I'm just kidding.
No, you know, he basically said, I'm sorry for what I did to you in high school. Like, I think back on it now because I've grown and I've matured and I realized what an asshole I was. And I said, I responded, I said,
this is so made up.
You know, I've moved on with my life. You don't have to worry about it anymore. And that was it. So to me, I'm so far removed from those days. You know, we're talking 20 years ago. Does this guy care to hear from me 20 years later in a DM?
Yes.
Never even crossed my
Yes.
mind. You know what? You've made the point. And now I'm going to have to think about it. I have to think about who are those people that I wronged back then? Who possibly...
Like him?
He's definitely
They
probably...
should apologize to.
That was one of the people who, you know, man, for no reason. It was just...
It's never going to happen, though. He won't apologize. He did nothing wrong. He did everything correct, right, Cobra?
Match on stage. And then when it ended, I wanted to shake his hand, and he was so upset he refused to shake my hand because I trolled him so badly on the internet. He basically was like, irrevocable harm that you've done to me. I'm not going to shake your hand. You're a piece of garbage, right? Now I look at that, and I'm like, I probably would have felt the same because I've been through that shit. I'm on the other end of the trolling now, and now I get it, right? But you're right. You know,
well, I think like
makes sense.
You know what you're talking about. You know, you're talking about growing as a person. I think those are things that people you can absolutely learn from. You know, and absolutely should learn from. And those are things that are incredibly important to do. And to answer your question, does he want to hear from you? I guarantee he wants to hear from you. He doesn't know he wants to hear from you. These people don't. But taking time to just say, hey man, I messed up. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, you know. Especially if you know you messed up. Like people said, "Oh, Craig, you messed up," but I don't know why I messed up. They just point their finger, you know.
No, I know why I messed up.
It's me every single day on this show.
It's been a consistent theme with Adam. He's always pointing his finger. I mean, you really messed up. All right. Oh, wrong way. There we go. I'll say this.
Don't point your finger at me.
I'm not pointing any fingers. No way.
Damn straight.
All right. Let's continue on. All right. So we made mistakes. We're gonna attune for them or do our best. Let's go into WWE champions.
Sure.
Let's talk about this because this has been a consistent theme with all the detractors.
I guess I've not been running ads because now YouTube's yelling at me. This little blue box just popped up. Now would be a good time to insert ads. Creators earn more money inserting ads the more viewers are watching. Give it a try. No. Go away. Close.
They want to know about your experience with this game.
Ads pop up, they pop up, but I'm not going to be
just a
inserting them.
real simple yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
Do you currently still play WWE champion?
Yes.
Yes, WWE champions
Yes, you
time.
do.
I love it.
Why are you so why are you so hesitant to talk about that or to talk about WWE champions? And we'll start there.
Oh, why am I hesitant to talk about WWE champions? Well, the thing is, I wasn't at first. I did talk about it publicly years ago when the game first came out, very innocently. Talked about playing it casually. You know, that I was a fan of wrestling.
Casually, $100,000.
You know, over the years, every once in a while, I will casually mention a mobile game I'm playing or whatever. But, you know, it's nothing that I would think that my audience would be super interested in to hear about me. What mobile games I casually will talk about them. That would be like something I would mention on my podcast. You know, oh, let's talk about I'm playing a new mobile game today or whatever, right? But what's ended up happening is over the years, every little thing that I mention that's not directly related to my content or my business, what I'm doing on stream, somehow gets twisted into something distorted or messed up by my detractors to make me look bad. And this is a prime example of them, in my opinion, and you can disagree, trying to orchestrate something. Well, just one of the many things, because we can go through a lot of the things they've done that have been completely disproven. But this is one of the things that I never went out of my way to disprove because it's stupid. It's ludicrous.
Can I ask you, Phil? Have
Sure.
you ever spent money on this game?
Of course I have, yes.
Have you spent a lot of money on this game?
Good question. What does a lot mean?
Anything over $100 is too much on a mobile game. So
Probably when the game first came out, yes, I spent over $100 on it. That was
Okay.
2017 when it first came out. Trust me, I'm first on this game now for all the wrong reasons. So yes, in the first year.
Wait, did you just flex on how good you are at the game? What'd you
No,
say?
no, no. I said I'm versed in the game because I have to know about it because they're freaking put me in conspiracies about it and shit. It's ridiculous.
Okay,
I don't
well-
want to know about it.
Then,
How
then
much money have you spent in this game? Do you mind saying?
Total, I couldn't tell you. It's definitely total under $1,000 over the years that it's been in operation.
Bullshit.
Okay, not over $1,000.
No, no,
Because
absolutely
that's not what people think.
That's
They
correct.
think,
Oh,
they
I
think
know.
that you're some sort of a whale in that game.
Oh, I know. I've seen every. Well, okay. I haven't seen every video. I've heard it all. First, it was like thousands. Then it was 10,000. Then it was 20. Then it was 40. Now it's 100. I think 100,000 supposedly I've spent on this game.
Well, we
Well,
started talking about it, and you instantly went into just attacking other people. Like, we don't have to, like, your detractors. Like, they may deserve it. I don't know, but we can have this conversation without even bringing them up.
Sure.
Right? We'll bring them up if they're
Okay.
you're saying you're instantly going to they're making up shit. But you do play this game. You have spent money on it, and I
Correct.
think what's happening is when you're begging your audience for money and then complaining that this King's Feast is too expensive for a $60 meal, and you're stressing for money, and then putting money into a game that is a mobile game that is, I mean, let's face it, mobile games are not.
This has been one of the biggest issues with DSP is, guys, I'm broke, I have no money. Oh, guys, I just watched this movie on Disney Plus. Oh, guys, I just got done watching this on Netflix. Oh, guys, my wife really likes this show on Discovery Plus. Oh, guys, I just got HBO Max. Oh, guys, we DoorDash. Now he'll be like, guys, it's only $10 a month. Guys, it's only $12 a month. It's only $50 for one meal. It's only... He's like, yes. But if it's $10 for this, $12 for this, $15 for this, $10 for that, $20 for this, suddenly you just spent $100 in entertainment. You just spent $100 between HBO and Amazon Prime and Netflix and you just spent over $100 on all that. You're crying that you're broke, you have no money, you're gonna starve, or Jasper's gonna starve. But then you'll admit that you just spent $100 that every month on entertainment, not counting DoorDash.
Not necessary in life.
No kidding.
Spending any amount of money on a mobile game. I've never played this WWE. I don't even know. I saw like a picture of it, and it looked like Candy Crush or something.
It is Candy Crush.
But it just feels like they feel like you're just using them to using your audience,
Let
and
me
like
find
I
that
don't
Candy
want to be
Crush
used.
clip.
I personally, I don't like feeling used. I've been used by people in the past, and I don't have time for that in my life. So when people are
Shut the fuck up. Here it is. I get it to play.
Play a game called WWE Champions, which, of all things, if you can believe it, is a WWE game that plays like Candy Crush. It's basically just moving gems around and breaking colored gems.
are
You know that
watching
clip somewhere.
someone online and supporting them, and then feel used, like when you say you beg too much, and you're working on that, which is good because, as I said, it's not a good look. But even talking about, hey, this other game that they believe you're a whale in, why do they think you're a whale? Where are they getting this?
See, here's the thing. I don't exactly know.
There we go, hit that like
There's
button.
been so much to this thing over the years that, I'm just going to briefly in my head try to go over what I remember. Apparently, at first, it was that there was an account in the game. That's the name of the account was They Call Me DSP.
Which is
which
your
is
name.
which is also your Twitter handle.
That's correct. And so just by that association, they're assuming that's me in the game. Okay. Now, from what I'm going to understand after that, I guess at some point it had been asked on a stream or whatever, is this you? And I said, no, that's not me in the game. It is not, by the way. That is not my account in the game.
What is your account in the game?
That I'm not going to say. And if you're going to say why, because back when I signed up for that game in 2017,
It's
there
down from the
hadn't
rafters
been any
now.
drama around mobile games or anything like that I've been involved in. No one ever asked me the question of what's the name of your account. I have an account name on basically my Apple device that kind of crosses over a lot of different accounts. Okay, and if I were to tell you information about my account, these people will absolutely use that to hurt me. They will try to use this data to get into other accounts. They will probably try to commit identity theft, impersonate me with Apple. I can't do that. I've already been through
Okay,
that. 2
so
years
so
ago.
on the record, you're
So
saying
show it to him
that,
privately, bitch.
That account,
Oh, he's definitely
they
lying.
call me DSP, is not you.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well,
Now,
okay, but here's the thing that I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around, right? Because apparently that name was changed later to
Sure.
Down from the Rafters, right? Why would somebody, if this is a troll that is a whale, right, that in this game, why would somebody let's say after this was brought to your attention, the name is later changed, right? And they're spending all this money on this, right? And they know it's being, it's being tracked in this game. Why would they change the name if they're just trolling you with They Call Me DSP, this name? Why would they then change the name if it's just a troll to begin with? What's the point? I'm trying to wrap my head around this idea here.
Sure. Apparently, there's a couple theories. Theory number one is, like you just said, this person was actually a troll who was trying to make me look bad, and that was the theory until the name changed. But I agree with you. That doesn't seem to make sense, does it? Why would you try to change your name if you weren't, maybe, and again, this is me just guessing. I have no clue because this is not me. Maybe this person was a legit player. Maybe
nice
it was
voice
a fan of
crack.
mine. Maybe it was, who knows? Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's complete chance. This is not Darkside Phil. This is not DSP Gaming. This is they call
It's
me
Darkside
DSP.
Patrick.
No, again, who knows? You're right. That's the point. It wasn't my name. It wasn't like Phil Burnell or whatever. It was one name that I use on a Twitter account. So maybe this legitimately was someone who was playing the game and over the years was getting like harassed. I don't know. Here's what I can tell you. Since this started happening, all right, I was afraid that my actual account name was going to get out there, and they were, like I just told you guys, they were going to try to like harass me or change, harass my Apple account, hack my Apple account, whatever. I reached
Phil,
out.
I got to say real quick, if that whoever they call me DSP changed it to whatever the hell they changed it to, why haven't you changed it to some?
That's what I'm
obscure
about
thing?
to say. That's exactly what I'm about to say. I asked they have the help chat or whatever. I asked them. I said, listen, this is happening, and I'm really afraid. And they told me they don't do that. I was like, what? Yeah, we don't do that. We don't do name changes. I said, there's evidence that there is. They wouldn't do it for me. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe this person, because of the level that they spent supposedly in the game, because they're a whale, maybe the company did them a solid because they keep spending, and so they did it for them. Apparently, you can't just change your name. There's no option in the game to change your name. I've tried. It's not there. And you contact support. They say, we won't do it.
Okay, look,
Bullshit.
there's a lot here. There's a lot here. And look, I'm of the mindset of once somebody gives you money, you can do what you want with the money. But
True.
I think that
You can't get the money by crying that you're broken
we're
in
here to put all the
stars.
cards on the table here and
My cat's
and
gonna
work through these things.
die.
So when you play this game and you have this whale that has the exact same Twitter handle that you have, that is pulling this elaborate troll on you, right?
If that's what it was. I don't know.
Right. But I hate to bring this up. But I'm going to because I feel like it needs to be addressed.
Go for it.
People have been very aggressive with you to the point to where they have leaked bank statements from you, right? And that's obviously not cool at all. It's ridiculous that somebody would go to that length, and it's honestly upsetting, but it's out there, right? And there have been, according to these leaks, there have been
Thousands,
dozens,
WWE champions,
hundreds
or
of transactions to the Apple Store. Many over hundreds of dollars that have been there. Were those your transactions?
No.
So those were not tied to you at all.
No. The bank leaks. Now we have to get into the identity theft thing. Okay.
Well, let's just talk about the bank leaks first.
Well, they're tied to that.
Okay.
You know what I mean, like they go hand in hand. Those bank leaks.
Explain it. Yeah.
Sure, the bank leaks are not accurate. That is not my account.
Wait,
So
what?
it's,
That is not your bank account? Then your identity wasn't stolen. Did he just say that that bank account was not his, which means my identity was stolen? But if it's not your bank account, then your ID wasn't stolen. What the fuck are you saying, DSP? Holy shit, this is amazing. So now he's going to claim that that bank account was not his. It goes to all the stores that he goes to. The payment for the mortgage goes to the right company. The tax attorney is the right one. So everything is accurate, but somehow it's not your account. What the fuck? Oh, this is getting better.
The person who took your identity was spending money in the Apple Store.
No, that's not my account at all. Whatever
So-
that is not me. That's fabricated, or it's someone else's account. I don't know whose, but that's not my account. That was leaked. I've had a lot of issues that happened with identity theft that same summer, but they used that to run with some kind of this crazy.
You said nothing about identity theft until after this came out. You did and said nothing about identity theft until this bank leak. There was not, guys, my identity was stolen, and then the bank leak. No, it was the bank leak, and then you cried about identity theft. Now you're going with that this is not your bank account. Holy shit, DSP. This is fucking fantastic. Oh, I love this interview.
Conspiracy theory and say that was me, and it's not.
So you're saying, just so we're on the same page, you're saying that this account that is not yours, that had thousands of dollars of fees to the Apple Store consistently that are these amounts just happen to tie to exact amounts in the game that we're talking about, WWE Champions. And it's a game that you also play. Just so we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
You're saying that that is not your account at all, and they were unsuccessful in hacking your bank account.
They did not hack my bank account. They did not have access to my bank account.
It seems awfully convenient.
Holy shit, DSP, this is
Right.
fucking fantastic. I love it.
Right.
It does sound awfully convenient, but that's the truth.
You can understand how us looking from the outside in looks at this and raises an eyebrow and doesn't quite buy
so
it, right?
To me, I mean, from an outside perspective, who doesn't know anything,
How
would look
the
like
fuck
you had to
does-
go and file for bankruptcy. You had all these issues and people calling you out for
A bent
spending
circle,
way too
very
much
good
money on this
description.
game when you should have been saving for taxes. And then, you know, this shit comes out and you're like, you're freaking sweating. You got to freaking do something about it. It's like, oh, I was hacked. That identity theft. Like maybe the identity theft happened. I'm just like painting a picture for like these people on the internet that hate you and are trying to convince the world of what happened. And then, like Craig said, I mean, you are playing it. It is your username. There are all these bank statements that actually correlate perfectly with this game. I'm leaning more towards that side of the story because it makes more sense. I mean, you needed an out. You have money issues and have had money issues for a while, and it's just like it's hard to believe, dude.
The reason that this story has not died out like every other one is because this is the one that I really don't have a way to prove my innocence without further exposing myself. You understand?
Do you have a police report for the
a police
identity?
report?
You don't.
Oh,
you
no.
could redact certain things.
I
but
did not.
do-
I don't have a police report. Geez, how do I?
Did you not go to the police when your identity was hacked or
No, I
taken?
went to all my financial institutions. I went to the credit bureaus.
You
and
didn't go to
notified
the
them.
police though when someone
No,
was
I didn't.
stealing your identity.
No.
Why wouldn't you do that?
I didn't even think to do it. I don't think what would they do about it?
Try to fucking get the person and arrest them for stealing your identity?
I mean, I guess maybe, but here, okay. I guess what I got to do is tell you a little bit more about all the crap I've been through. I have contacted the police about the harassment. No, listen, I have contacted the police about harassment over the years. You know, when I got swatted, years later, when someone was actually doing tons of fake transactions against my PayPal account that were all fraud. They were actually fraudulent credit card transactions. I contacted our police here, and I had a big conversation, and they said, listen, I swear to God, this is the conversation. We don't do that. We don't have an online task force for this stuff. They said the only thing we deal with is human trafficking. That's it. That's all we can do. Here's the number to the FBI if you want to call them. But unless you're talking about
they're
ginormous
not buying
sums of
this.
money
I'm
being
loving
brought
it.
So
in.
you did contact them or you didn't?
Not about identity theft. I contacted them years earlier about other issues.
And you talked to them about identity theft.
I talked to them about a lot of different things.
DSP. So 5 years ago, I contacted them. They said they don't have a department for that, so I didn't do anything about it now. Well, maybe in the past 5 years, they got a department for that. The year was 1922. Oh no, someone stole my car. Well, we don't have a department for stolen cars because no, cars aren't a thing around here. Sorry. 5 years later. Oh no, my car is stolen. I better not call the cops about it because they don't have a department for cars. Well, gee, maybe in 1927 they would have a department for stolen cars because cars are more popular because of the Model T and the Model A and all that. And now they have a whole department dedicated to Grand Theft Auto. No, that could never happen. Police getting a new department. What kind of crazy talk is that?
That had happened or could happen. And they
But
basically
why
told
would
me-
you have talked to them about identity theft years earlier if none of that was even happening to you?
Well, I don't know if we specifically said, oh, you know, identity theft. Like I said, there was a case where, first of all, I received death threats. Like,
No one
pretty
fucking
serious
cares.
death threats. Someone saying they're going to come
Okay.
around and murder me with a gun.
Well, that's
And
a
I-
completely different subject.
Correct.
Right.
And I contacted them about that. And while I was talking to them, I also brought up PayPal issues that I was having with fraudulent transactions and other things. And they basically said, we don't handle that. We can't. We don't have the capacity. Local PD doesn't care. You have to go, you know, if you want to go to the FBI, but they even said, here's the number. If you ever get into something really bad, you're afraid for your life or something, you know, call us 911. Outside of that, anything else, it's, you know, big transactions or whatever, like you lose $1 million, you call the FBI. That's it. So I didn't think, you know, I didn't file a police report about the identity theft because I didn't think they could do anything. They told me years previous, nothing's going to happen about it.
Well,
You know.
it didn't seem like you were talking about identity theft with them.
5 years
so-
earlier.
So
Congratulations.
let me ask this, right? You addressed the bank leaks on a stream.
Mhm.
Why? If they're not yours, why? Why did you feel the need to talk about the bank leaks if they weren't yours?
Well, what do you mean by that? Like, are you referencing a specific stream that I did? Or
Just
a
in general. I
situation?
mean, if somebody hacks an account and they say this is dark side,
Someone comes out with a bank account and shows, look, he actually has $80,000. That's why he owed all that money in taxes, because he didn't pay taxes on $80,000. Like, fuck me, dude. I wouldn't have $80,000. I'd get my car paid off, then my house. And actually, no, I still have money left. I live a very moderate life. I don't go for the, $460,000 condo in Connecticut or in Washington. So if I had $80,000, it wouldn't be in my bank account. It'd be paying off all my debt. But you know what? I wouldn't have to have a whole stream about, guys, my bank account. And it'd be like, I don't know whose bank account that is, but it's not mine.
Phil's bank account, right? Why don't you say, well, it's not mine? What are you even talking about? And like, I
did.
Okay.
I'm sure I've never
No, you
said
didn't.
that was my account.
Then how come, and this is, the internet doing what it does, there's been matchmaking based off of your life, going to restaurants, big events in WWE champions, things like that line up perfectly with this bank account. Like, and I think I said, it's your money, dude. You can do what you want. I don't care. But why, like, it just, if we were in the court of law and somebody was to bring all this evidence in front of, say, like, look, hey, there's a bullet here. Here's the gun that he used. It has his fingerprints on it. This person is dead because this person pulled the trigger. And the other guy's like, no, I didn't do it. Well, like, there's clear, like, DNA there. And like, I think that's the thing that I'm really struggling with here, man, is it just seems like if you would just say, yeah, it was my bank account. It was really fucked up. It aligned with all these things. By the way, I play WWE champions. I have a hard time quitting it. Those games are addictive. And you just kind of said, yeah, these things are accurate. I think people would like just be like, okay, and they'd be cool with it. But it just seems like you're
But they're not cool
digging
with it.
and digging and digging. And I mean, walk me through this, because there's just evidence here, like mounds and mounds of evidence. And that
Right,
say
you claim that it was someone else, but
And-
why do a lot of the things on the bank statement actually correlate to things that you actually did and paid for?
right, and the only evidence
Unprovable.
that you're putting out is, well, no, it's not, or that's a lie. And just walk me through this, man, because this is the whole purpose of this thing was not
Man, he's blinking like
not
crazy.
to make you look bad at all. I just want to walk.
I know this is at 1.25 speed, but like Craig staring into the camera, Adam staring at the microphone like this guy's a dumb fuck. But Phil just blink, 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 blink. Are you telling us that you're being tortured in Morse code like that guy from Vietnam?
Walk through this here, man, because it doesn't make sense. This doesn't add up.
What specifically? Like, you said a couple things there. First, you said big events in the game correlate to money being spent on the account.
No, I don't think he meant in the game. I think he meant in life.
Well, in life and in the game, apparently there's like special events that happen in the game, and it's a certain character's released or whatever. I don't know enough about the game, right? I didn't do a deep dive into the game. Just there are special events that happen. Hey, it's like you see this on any game, Call of Duty, Apex. For this time only, you can buy this character, or whatever. That's all. I'm just trying to walk through this now.
But here's the thing. I don't know specifically what you're referencing. I guess what you're saying is there's transactions on that account that correlate. That's something that's been proven that I spent money on. How would that even be proven? What does that mean?
I mean, maybe you went to a restaurant and you said, hey, I'm going to go to dinner tonight. And then there's a transaction at a local restaurant for an amount that may add up to a couple people dining at a restaurant. You know what I mean? That's all. Like I said, I'm just trying to walk through this.
Yeah, I don't know. That sounds. I mean,
nothing.
first of all, from your perspective, if I were
With the bank leaks, he'd be guys, me and my wife went to the sushi place we really like on our day off. And hey, on his day off, there's a charge to the sushi place. Amazing how that lines up. Amazing how he can mention going to the sushi place on his day off with his wife. Then, hey, there's a sushi place on his day off with a big charge.
sitting where you were right now and hearing this story, I'd be like, he's probably lying. I don't know how to defend. Again, I don't know how to defend myself without putting myself and my family at personal risk, and that's the problem.
Show them your phone in private.
I wish I knew I could explain those transactions. I'm trying to figure out how I can tell you from my perspective what really happened that summer. And why?
I'll tell you. Here's something very easy, very simple, very simple. You have my email, and this is a small ask. It's also a big ask. You can say whatever you want. Will you? And you can say no, and I'm totally fine with this. But just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
I would put out.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk I don't want to say. Here's the thing.
There is no risk.
But I can't agree to it yet. I have to.
There is no risk. I can't agree to it yet. He's gonna have, holy fuck, I know what's gonna happen. He's gonna have one of his fans take a screenshot of their WWE Champions account, send it to DSP, then DSP is going to send it to them. That's exactly what's going to happen. I can't do it now. I got to wait for OIC to get a hold of me with a screenshot of his account. Be like, see, guys, my name's not down from the rafters. You're wrong. That's exactly what's going to happen. And hopefully they know that.
See exactly what's the risk, you know? And I not say that I think you would do anything with it. I don't.
I think you got to look at what's to benefit more than what's to risk.
You have no idea the levels of how this is going.
I do. I see it. I'm well aware. I have chat up. I mean, I know. I mean, people have been tagging me relentlessly since it was announced that you were coming on the show. And I didn't know who you were. I never heard of you before. Before this moment,
Wesley,
was like,
how's it
hey,
going?
so do you know who DSP is? And I'm like, no. What's the deal? And everyone's like, oh, we got to freaking tell Adam who DSP is. You know, it's like, I see the amount of attention that you get in a negative light, right? So, like, I understand. That's why I'm like, I kind of understand that you don't want to be too forthcoming with your any more information that isn't public already, because as there's a lot out there. So, you know, but you're in a pickle, man, because the internet is a fucking pulse, and it's a new brain that humans are still learning how to adapt to. And right now, there's a big chunk of the internet that has a target on your head. And you know, you've said it multiple times that you fucked up. You held your hands up. You said, I didn't handle this right.
Yeah, we all thought it was me to the softball, like the quarter. This has been fantastic.
So like, if you want to remain on the internet, which you seem to enjoy streaming, you like what you're doing now, which is good. I'm glad you like what you're doing. But it's like, if you want to move in a direction that's going to alleviate some of these haters, anything might help. Obviously not giving them more ammo, which, I mean, I've grown to trust Craig. Of course, you know, don't tell him I said that. But you know, I think that would actually do more for you than you think. If Craig came out and was like, all right, guys, he sent me the proof, and I can confirm to everyone that his account is not, they call me DSP, the whale account.
Screenshots
you know,
like, good enough,
or the other name down from the rafters.
Or hop on
what it
Cat's
changed
phone
it to,
and
yeah.
do it.
Right.
Like, almost at this point now, it's like, it's almost suspect that you're not wanting to just do whatever you can.
Yeah, again, I hear you. If I was sitting in your position right now, I would feel exactly the same way.
Then do something about it,
Levels of shit
DSP.
that I've been through, and people who betrayed me. Not that I'm saying Craig would. I don't think he would. But
I have
no
no
storage
interest.
costs
Phil,
for
to be
hours
really
now.
clear with you, man, and just like we were talking about this, I have zero interest in making you look bad. Like, I think there's a tremendous opportunity here for you to be humanized to a lot of people who don't see you as human. You know, and to err is to be human, right? That's the old saying. Like, everybody fucks up, and you've owned up to a lot of those things. But there are certain things here, man, that I just, you know, they don't add up. And you're saying, hey, if I was in your shoes, I'd be saying the same thing. It doesn't. I don't know, man. It's not connecting. It's not connecting. I'm trying to help you out here, man. I really am. And
I hear you.
and so
I feel like there's
Turn
help
up
yourself.
and you're not
I
helping
feel like
yourself.
there's nothing else to be said then, you know, because
Could I bring up one point about these bank statements?
sure, yeah.
So I've seen limited amounts, because here's the thing. You guys just said, why do you bring it up on your stream? I only bring this kind of stuff up on my streams when someone else brings it up, and there's like, it's such a loud fervor on the stream. People are talking about it in the chat. I'll address it, okay? I did look into it. I saw some of this supposed bank statements that are mine. There's a couple things that don't make sense to me. All right, number one, if this is me, okay, there's a bunch of transactions on there, I guess, from like pet stores, okay? And people are like, well, that's because Phil has a cat. Yeah, but those transactions are like big. You're talking like hundreds of dollars a week or something like that. I have one cat. Now, again, that's he said, she said. It's not going to prove my innocence, but everyone knows I have one cat. He's been on the stream all this time. I don't have a secret herd of dogs in my basement. I don't even have a basement. So you know, some of the transactions in that I've seen don't make sense at all per what it's funny because you say circumstantially, some of these transactions could be yours if you went out, you know, and ate. Okay, you're right. But some of them also don't make any sense. Like, okay, there's a bunch of transactions on there that say iTunes. Okay. Now, I don't know, but here's the thing. The narrative that they have put out there about me is that I'm begging and shilling to my viewers. The viewers give me tips every day, and that money goes right into WWE champions. Correct? Like, that's the narrative that they say on the internet. If that's the case, why are there bank transactions for iTunes? Right? The money is in my PayPal account. Why are there bank transactions for iTunes? It doesn't make any sense. Why would I take money out of a PayPal account that I have, that I get my tips from, transfer it to my bank account, where then I take a hit because there's a transfer fee anytime you transfer money from PayPal to a bank account. So I'm taking a big financial hit on that money. Then I'm making transactions in the game off the bank account. Why wouldn't it be made out of the PayPal account? That doesn't make sense to me. It makes no logical sense. To me,
well, there's a lot of things that haven't made a whole lot of logical sense here, Phil. I mean, let's just be real. There's a lot here that doesn't add up.
This is
Isn't
like
the
we're
iTunes
watching it.
like
This is
where
like
the
3 hours
microtransactions
behind.
from games
Because I wait
get
till I got
charged?
home.
So that actually would make sense.
It would make no. Okay, you're correct, but the point I'm making is the money's in the PayPal account. So
Okay.
if there,
Yeah,
if
but
I'm-
hold on, I know what you're saying. But on PayPal, you can actually use PayPal, and you could click use balance or use your bank account, and it'll just pull the money from your bank account, but using PayPal as the payment service. So that's irrelevant because you can choose where the money's coming from on PayPal.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But I was going off of their narrative, and their narrative is every day I'm begging my audience for money. It goes to my
love to see
PayPal,
his
and then I
PayPal
immediately
transfer
spend that
account.
on WWE Champions.
Would be
That's the
insane.
narrative.
I didn't believe that narrative, but it does seem that
Okay.
you do get money and you just spend it on the things that need to be spent on instead of, planning for taxes the next month or whatever.
That is absolutely correct. Yes.
Right, and or
Well-
things that aren't necessary, which could
Then-
include WWE. Not saying that it is, but it could be.
Do you feel that you said you still play the game? Do you play any other mobile games?
Yes.
Street Fighter Duel.
Do you feel that you're addicted to them at all?
No.
No?
I play them casually. I play them, for example, I'll be off the stream and it's night and my wife and I are watching a TV show. And as we're watching the show, I might just open it up. And, these mobile games are not big narrative experiences. They're just like kind of busy work game, grinding games, right? You mash a little bit. You do like Adam said, this stupid WWE Champions is just a freaking puzzle game like Candy Crush. It doesn't take a lot of intelligence to do them. They're more like,
Do casual players pay just under $1,000?
No,
I don't know. I feel like
you're right.
you elevate your level when you actually put any money into it. But then when it goes over $100, you kind of elevate from casual to all right. I'm one of the core players.
This all started because you guys probably don't know the full history. This all started many years ago before there was tons of financial issues that were public. I was playing a different WWE game. It was called WWE Supercard.
Supercard.
Right? This one I actively spent a lot of money on. I will tell you guys this. I can't tell you the exact. I got addicted to that one. Everyone knew it. I talked.
So you
about it on
have been
streams.
addicted to mobile games.
Yes, I have. I've publicly admitted this. That I spent way too much money on that. And there was another one that was called Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle. That one as well.
And Final
This was
Fantasy
before,
Estivis.
years before the bankruptcy and everything. I was spending too much money on them. And at that point, I stopped. I cut off. I stopped playing WWE Supercard and Dokkan Battle completely. When I saw what I was doing, I stopped myself from doing it. And then, I've
You guys just spent all the money on
casually
WWE
played other games over the
Champions.
years.
I love it.
And basically what happens is with my, and I know you guys are going to say you're changing the narrative.
Jack,
Please
how's it
bear with me
going?
with this
No,
little
it's
reasoning,
not
okay?
helping your case at all, though.
I know, but I'm being honest. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to lie to you guys. This is all public record. I talked about those games in the past. And with these detractors, what they do is they find a narrative and they stick with it. If I can dispute it or disprove it, or if it gets somehow disproven, then they drop it and they latch onto the ones that they can't, that I haven't been outright been able to disprove. This particular one, they've been looking for something to get me on for years and years and years, and every single thing gets disproven or just forgotten about. This is the one I can't find a way.
Use Craig. Send him a screenshot.
I haven't found a way to do this without
Use
putting myself
Craig.
at risk up to now. And so this is why the narrative has continued, even though there's been so many different things that have been disproven. There's people who make videos about WWE champions that have made entire
Now he's
exposés
playing
about
on
me in the past that are
SF
completely
Duel instead
disproven.
of WWE
They don't care about that.
Champions.
What's the
Puts
next
up his
thing that
money
we can
on.
make drama about for Phil? So we can have personal gain on the internet and get clickbait views and shit, So that's what I mean. Because this all started years ago with those other games, I publicly admitted to everyone, I was addicted to them. I spent too much money on them. I'm done with that now, And then I casually, people at one point, like 2017, when this game came out, asked me, "Are you playing any other mobile games?" Yeah, I started playing this one. And every once in a while, I mention it. I think the last time that I actively had admitted that I had played it was 2019. I had said that I was on a plane to Connecticut to get married with my wife, and I had played it on the plane. And then people use that as you still play mobile games. You're still
Yeah, he probably thinks this is
So,
working. It's not
let's-
working though.
Okay. So you say you play the game. You say you're not addicted, although you have been addicted to mobile games in the past, right? And I'm just going to lay this all out in front of us, all right? So you used to play a mobile game that was WWE related.
Yes.
Okay. You were addicted to that game. Fast forward, new game comes out, right? You play that game, and by the way, you separated yourself from that game because you knew that you were addicted to it. Okay. Usually, in the case of addiction, just usually there's
stay
some
addicted.
sort of intervention in life, some sort of intervention that happens, whether it's brought on by friends, family, or just personal. You look inside yourself and you realize something needs to change, right?
Right.
Do you feel that you're addicted to these games? I've already asked you this, but I just feel like once again you have transactions that line up with major events. I'm getting DM pictures of you of your Discord, your Discord handle in the WWE Champions Discord, right? I have, and
I've
it just
seen
seems there's all so make it make sense. Like this doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. I have such a hard time believing that there is a a group of people that are so hell bent, this evil plan to
Mommy
make you
paid for
look
that
bad, that
wedding.
they're
We all
willing to
know
spend
that.
thousands and thousands of dollars on WWE champions just so they can make you look bad. I don't buy it. And once again, there's an easy out here, Phil. I'm offering you the easy out. All you got to do is just take a quick screenshot. You can email it to me. It's done. We all move on. The
But he won't do
detractors
it because
move
he's a
on,
bitch
and everybody
and he knows
goes,
he's
okay,
lying.
you know what? And we all move on. That's it. It's very simple, man. And we want to make this happen. Like I want you to be able to move on from it. I want the detractors to be able to move on from it. I want the internet to move on from it. I want all the WWE content to be done. Like it's
Doing
there,
everything
man.
you cannot look at the camera.
It's
It's
there.
amazing.
Like let's make this happen. Like, and then we all move on and we can start talking about other things.
Okay. Like I said, I'll think about it. I gotta see how I can do it. And you know,
Take a
again,
screenshot of your
I
phone.
100% agree to it, but I'm very strongly considering doing it.
Take a screenshot of your phone.
Let's see if we can do it before the end of the stream. We have a captive audience here. They want to know, right?
Oh, no, hold on. I told you I'm not even doing anything with my phone or anything on the stream. I'm definitely
Okay.
not doing it today on the stream.
Okay.
It's just,
Okay.
you know, you gotta understand there's liability here. This
Okay.
is not just a discussion for me either. I'm talking to my wife, you know, everything here. Because if this
Okay.
account gets out, that's a lot of stuff that now can be compromised.
Okay. All right. Look, like I said, family, I get it. Right. Totally understand. Okay. And then you know, when you decide that this is something that you're comfortable with, you can email it to me. The email will only be seen by me, not anybody else. Okay. And I will delete it immediately after. And
Nope.
I will, you know, I will serve as your
Oh, I see. He's
confidant
going
in
to
this
say the day with
process.
his
So,
with a
all right, well,
screenshot of his account.
I mean, I don't really know how to move on from this. I don't know. I just feel like there's this mountain of stuff here, and
Right.
it just
Phil, I
Phil,
got a show name that you can do. This is how you don't game. I think
This
you
is
need. I think you need to own it, man. I think you need to fucking take.
Yes, you
back
should have owned
what
this
they
years
took
ago,
from you
DSP.
and just fucking lean into that, dude. Fuck them. You know, I mean, just do what you want to do. Do you, man. But like, the best thing to do is be honest and own up to whatever, right? So if you truly you've said multiple times you don't know what you could do. I think Craig has given you a good out. If you want to use it, like I understand you got to like think about it. That's fine.
Yeah, what the fuck does his roommate or his cat care about his WWE champions?
It almost ruined me, you know. And that's what I mean. Even just doing this is a risk.
like as pointed out in the chat, several people have said like the charges to your bank account or to the bank statement that is not yours.
The alleged account.
That is not yours. They include, you know, shops that are around where you live, you know,
Right.
and,
No,
and
right,
restaurants. And like, that just
exactly
seems
right.
like, once again, Phil, help me out, man. Like, we're looking at an account that just so happens to be around where you live, that just so happens to be shopping and dining where you're at, that just so happens to have your a social security number that is extremely close to yours. I mean, that's how they access it. Not, you know, like I said, we talked about how we totally disown that. That's ridiculous, but it's out there.
Let me ask you a question, because
Sure.
this is interesting. Let's say, you know, the screenshot, I send you a screenshot, you see it. Okay, this is his account. This is, you know, this is not what he said was true. So then how did that happen? How did they make this bank? How did they do it? I don't know how they did it. I
But
wish I knew. Just like,
you're
like you
right.
just mentioned, the Discord chat stuff. I don't know how they did that. I have no idea. I guess I'm stupid. I'm a dinosaur, right? Like, I don't understand
No,
how they
but-
faked all that stuff. I really have no clue. And people say, well, how could they have done it? It's like they took advantage because I don't know. I don't know about Discord enough to answer how they could fake those logs. How do you fake a bank account? Or is it a real bank account that they somehow had access and found one that's close? I don't know. How could that be possible?
Do you think that somebody went in and created a fake bank account and made 12 hours, 18 hours, however long it was, do you really think that somebody dislikes you that much that they're willing to make a 12 to 18 hour audio recording of every single transaction from a bank account that just happens to be right where you live, right in the same area, at shops you may or may not you visit? Like, this just seems like way, like, dude.
Do you hear my honest answer?
Yes.
Yes, I believe they hate me that much. I have other situations that are similar.
Yeah, Adam does not
I
buy
can tell you about them if
shit.
you want, or we don't have to. It's your call.
It's just way too elaborate, man.
I hear you. I hear you. I've had people who've catfished me for 2 years, saying they were someone to get into my group. They moderated for me on my chat for 2 years, saying they were a person. They had a whole persona of who they were. All my other moderators were friendly with them. And then after 2 years, they revealed, I'm a secret detractor and I was here to try to ruin Phil. Like, what? You spent 2 years of your life doing this? And you're like, that can't be true. It's true. It's documented.
What about Phil? What about that these accounts, the Down from the Rafters, the DSP account,
Don't forget the Shogun 82,
why are they tied to your phone number?
I think it was.
That I don't know, and I don't know what that means. How could they be tied to a phone number?
Well, when you register, an account, you have to put a phone number attached to it, right? Why would that be?
No, to my knowledge, if you're going to play any mobile game, you don't ever enter your phone number into it. It's tied to your. Well, I guess it could be tied to many things. It could
Line?
be tied to what's that?
Line app.
The Line app?
Line.
Perhaps?
That's one of the apps. Correct. There could be.
Mhm.
Well, wait, hold on. I'm trying to think like currently. Okay, I'm trying to put it in perspective of a game that I played today. Like for example, WWE Champions. I believe it's your Apple account, it's a Facebook account, or there's a third one, and I don't know because I don't think I use the third one. So I use the Apple account. I never entered my phone number. You know what I mean? Like it was just the Apple account you log into and you download anything off the Apple Store or whatever. There's no phone number entry there. So I don't know how that would happen or how you would even tie it to a phone number. I have no clue. I've never entered my phone number into any mobile game.
And I can't remember the year of the gun show that he chose was, but it was the year that Hulk Hogan beat the Iron Sheik for the WWE Championship. Or heavyweight, WWF, whatever it was called at the time. That was the importance of the name for the gun show, or the year for the gun show. That was the year that Hulk Hogan won his championship against Iron Sheik. Which I know he's a huge WWE fan, and even more a Hulk Hogan fan.
That I've ever played. If you bring up the Line account, that's something else entirely, which we could talk about too, because they've tried to spin that into it too.
We have almost been going for 3 hours.
We have, holy crap.
And it's been a great interview. I know it's been tough. I'm certainly taking the stance of being very critical. I don't want to make you uncomfortable or anything. But I think that we should move to super chats because, and I don't know if we're gonna have the time to read them all because I saw super chats going the entire time.
Right. Well, there's a lot more to get to here, and I think that those who are contributing, they will be read and they will be appreciated. But I feel like there's more substance here that we need to hit on before we talk about that. And I think those who are contributing will contribute because they want to contribute and they appreciate this happening. And Phil, I want to be clear, like, dude, I told you all along, I really appreciate you doing this. Like I said, you had other offers. This was not meant to be an interview to start with, but I appreciate you coming on and being part of this. I know that those who want to contribute, they will contribute, they will give memberships, they will super chat, they will buy merchandise, whatever, because they want to support. But I think that there's more substance here. So let me continue with this really quick, if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah, it's your show.
Right. It's our show, buddy. It's our show. Let's talk about this, man. So we'll move on from WWE and we'll talk about something else. You have been doxxed. You have been doxxed, and that is ridiculous, right? Now, to be clear, there's been a lot of the idea of what doxing is, right? Like leading up to this, I was asking people, like, I want to know who I'm getting my information from. People are like, are you doxing us? Well, no, I was asking to see who I was speaking to. I feel doxing is putting personal information out on the internet for people to find, for people to see, and that normally wouldn't be available to people, right?
But DSP
and you
put
have
it
been
out
doxed.
there.
Your personal information has been put out. Like, why do I know that your personal phone number is tied to this account, right? Like, your address, all these things. It's insane. But you have also been accused of not necessarily doxing, but holding the information that you have over people's heads. And I wanted to kind of show you this clip real quick, and then we can talk about this. So,
This fucking Twitter account is the same exact avatar that he's fucking using for this troll account on my website. Oh, by the way, I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address. So, congratulations. You fucked up. You really did the awesome one on Twitter. I have all your fucking personal information. Now, I'm going to say this up front. I'm not going to give it out. This is not a doxing video. I do not condone it. I will never give out someone's personal information or anything like that whatsoever. However, understand something. I got you. How about the fact that his fucking Twitter...
Do you think that's okay?
It sounds like a threat, right? That's the first time I've
actually
heard this clip since I said it.
Pretty sure it was a threat.
Yeah.
It was a threat.
That is definitely a threat.
That is, okay. No, it's not.
Yes, it
again,
is.
this is kind of goes back to you tell a dark joke. You
Yeah,
make
it was.
one way, it came out a different way.
That was not a joke. That was a threat.
This is someone who had hurt me. I don't know if you want to get into the specifics of what they had done. It's kind of a moot point, right? Really badly. It's actually one of the things that have actually hurt my business overall financially since then. Okay, I've never.
So
really
it justifies it.
No, it doesn't justify.
That's what That's why you wouldn't have said it otherwise.
It got me that angry. They had actually hurt me so bad for no reason. I don't even know who that guy is. All right, and the only reason I knew is because someone had found that information, sent it to me. I didn't find it myself, and I said that on the stream because I was so upset. And essentially, what I should have said was, this is a situation. You hurt me so bad. I don't know who you are, and I think I'm going to go to the authorities with this. That's what I should have said. I shouldn't have said, "Oh, I got all your information." Blah blah. You're right. 100%. You're right. I never doxed that guy.
So it was a threat. So you admit that it was a threat.
It was me venting anger.
That's a threat, dude.
It was me, correct. It was me venting anger in
Thank
a
you.
threatening manner. Yes. But I never did anything with it, nor did I ever dox that person. Their information never went on the internet publicly, or if it did, it wasn't me that did it. Like I said, someone sent me the information.
But you understand, like that's not something that you should.
And it's still a threat.
Oh, Craig, you're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Greg, your audio.
Yeah, what happened?
I'm not sure. His mic seemed to have been muted.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, I mean, I have people that support me. I have a few different companies. I have a coffee company, and like I have people's information, and I would never ever use it ever and I would never claim to, even if someone pissed me off, even if they bought my coffee company, I knew where they lived. That just feels like a weird, like you say, your anger or whatever, and it just slipped out. It's like, is there things that go on that like in your head that might, because the way it sounds, like it seems like you kind of just fly off the handle sometimes and do shit and say shit that that gets you in trouble. Like, I mean, it almost feels like I need to be worried about you, dude. Like, what's going to happen
You do need
next?
to be worried.
You say you've changed, but it turns out that racist video with the little girl was only like 7 months ago. It wasn't a year ago. That's pretty recent, dude.
You
so
again,
like,
you say it's you can say it's racist. That was not what I was making a joke about.
Bro, I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. The internet and thinks it's racist. I saw it, and it's fucking racist. So you're talking about a killer who's killing people in their basement, and then you're bringing up the slave, like sending a little girl off to the slave trade. I don't know. It's pretty obvious.
Great so far,
All right?
Mojo
So I know
Jojo,
you
I'm
claim that
loving it.
isn't, but it really did sound that way. But
But it was 7 months
whatever.
ago, so it
I don't
doesn't
know,
matter
man. It just
anymore,
feels like-
guys.
No, Craig, we can't hear you.
yeah, I still can't hear you, Greg.
What the heck happened?
I got tired of his bullshit. I'm just kidding.
No, but anyway,
Or bullshit in
to
general.
follow up on what you just said, so that clip, just so you know, 2015. That clip is from 2015. Not to say that means anything. Yes, I will admit I made. There you go. You're back, Craig.
All right, got it. Good. Thanks.
So that clip was from 2015. That's again one moment in my 15-year career that maybe I made a threat of doxing. I never did it, but I shouldn't have done it, and I openly 100% admit that. I didn't even know I had ever done that. I don't remember that. I really don't. I never know that it even happened. So
Gin
I
brain,
apologize.
guys, doesn't remember
I should never done
anything.
that. The guy should also have not hit me with false copyright strikes that destroyed DSP gaming and lost me, tens of thousands of dollars that year and onward and to this day. But that's a moot point. I did the wrong thing. Or you can't fight a wrong with a wrong, correct? You can't fight fire with fire. It just makes things worse. And I shouldn't have said that.
You're right. You're right. But I feel like that statement in itself, the idea of like you can't fight fire with fire, you can't fight, like I feel like a lot of this conversation, Phil, has been like it's been deny, and it's I don't know, that's not true. That didn't happen. But you haven't really given any facts to back it up. I feel like just across the board, there's this entire mountain of evidence here that's saying. That's saying these are the things that Phil does. These are the things that has happened. And you're just saying, well, no, it's not. And
I didn't say no, it's not. I said,
or that's not true. Or that's not my account. That's not me. That's not my. You know what I mean? Like that's all I'm saying. It just when there's a mountain of evidence, you can't just say like, well, no, that's not true.
There is definitely a reason why I'm in the position I'm in. This stuff doesn't happen overnight. This is 15 years of me all day, every day, putting myself on the internet, making mistakes. When I started 15 years ago, there was no groundwork of seeing, here's someone who's done it, and here's the right things and wrong things to do. And I made tons of these.
I'm pretty sure threats and racist slurs are pretty bad no matter what.
Happened, I'm sure everyone called me. I said, how dare you make threats against that person, even if they've hurt you? Oh, you know what? You're right. I probably shouldn't have said that. And now I won't do that stuff anymore. And then maybe I did it again.
Take a deflection, yes.
I'm doing my best to improve and not make those same mistakes again. I do slip up. I absolutely
I can excuse murder by drawing the line of slavery,
and,
yes.
Craig, I have no clue.
Great community quote as well.
If you just watch a stream of mine, just come by one day, watch
I have,
half an hour of the stream. Mm-hmm. Did you see anything like that on the stream? Did you actually see me? You know what I mean?
No, look, there is something to the idea of people picking and choosing things that people say during interviews, during streams, during whatever, right? There is absolutely something to that. And it only takes, 10 seconds to screw things up, right? I totally understand that. But it just, Adam, you said something yesterday when we were talking about this. You're talking about a collection of moments. Do you want to kind of say what you were saying yesterday? I don't want to steal your thunder on that.
I don't remember what we were talking about.
Well, you were saying that in the event of these collections that your detractors put together of you saying these things, there's a lot of them. Like there's a lot. And if you were to go through most people over the last, most people just in general, there wouldn't be as many. They wouldn't be as long. There's just a lot to
there wouldn't be
through.
every year the top 10 moments.
Maybe you have a more watchful eye on you than most people, but it just seems like there's a lot there, man. Mm-hmm. And I think that's probably the biggest thing here.
I think you're right. I think it comes with being one of the most prolific content creators of gaming that have been, over 100,000 videos. 15
There's
years
that
of my
illusions of
life.
grandeur.
No, I don't care. I'm not saying it's good content. I'm saying it's just habit. You can say it's shit if you want. I don't care. But when I put myself out there that much, there's just that much more to microanalyze. And when I'm a small time guy, and you see concretely, if we make that video about Phil, number one, you're getting the clickbait views. You're getting money because you're probably running ads on the video, or people are donating to you to continue to make fun of me. This is how you don't play. I became the whipping boy of the internet. People made entire channels that were profitable based off just making fun of me, right? So when I'm out there as a target and people realize, well, people have been doing this for years and they get away with it. This started making fun of my gameplay. Then it became make fun of him and his mannerisms. Make fun
I'm loving
of,
it so far, Eric. How you doing?
His family members. Make fun of, it kept going big, as much as you can, as toxic as you can. And that's what I mean. Like, I feel like I'm the one. It's me and others. They call us lol cows, correct? It's the term that's
Lol
used.
cows,
Lol
but
Right,
yes.
lol cows, yeah.
So you got Wings of Redemption. You got Boogie. We're targets because we make mistakes repeatedly. We all do, and sometimes we make the same mistakes over and over. I feel that other content creators make those same mistakes too. Maybe not as much as us. Maybe not to the extremes that we do. But those other content creators are big and they have ginormous audiences that back them and defend them. The crazy stuff. I mean, the other day I saw a video on Moist Critical picking up an assault rifle in his video.
Mm-hmm.
If I picked up an assault rifle, I'd be off the internet. That would be ending for me. I'm out of here. Right? It doesn't even matter what the context is. If I pick up a weapon,
But I think it does.
I'll be off the internet.
But it very much does. It very much does matter the context, right? Like if what he was doing was he was making a point. I saw the video you're speaking of, and he was talking about some beef he has with some other guy. I don't really know the whole deal, but the guy that he was talking to was talking about clips. He was talking about clipping streams and clipping, and the guy who was kind of threatening him with a gun, who was talking about the clips, and he's like, no, listen, that's not a clip. This is a magazine, and he was explaining these things in context for what was going on. I think context very, very much does matter though. And
it is against terms of service on YouTube to be live while holding any gun.
well, he wasn't live. He wasn't live. Yeah.
Oh, he wasn't live. It was a video.
Yeah, it was a video. So
then there's nothing wrong with it.
he may be demonetized as such, but so let me say this way.
But it's not wrong. We're breaking.
You have your detractors. You have people who very much want to see you fail, or enjoy seeing you fail, or laugh seeing you fail. That does not sound very fun to me, right? It doesn't sound like something that I would want to be a part of. Have you thought about going to therapy or anything along those lines to help you get through this? Because this is obviously not an easy.
You gotta be on stream every
life
day
that you've chosen for yourself. I mean, there's a lot to talk about, and I would imagine that going to talk to somebody, therapy is not a bad word. It's a very good thing for a lot of people, where you can just go and get these things off your chest and talk about these things. Have you considered that ever?
Pull up if you got the balls, right?
I would say probably around, like I told you, around 2016 was one of the worst years of my life. I hated my job. My personal life was falling apart. But I've never formally talked to anyone. I'm not anti-therapy or anything like that. But no, I have just never gotten to that point where I've considered doing or seriously pursued that.
I'm just throwing this out there. Is it because you think that it's not you, it's everyone else?
No.
That's the feeling I get.
I'm a flawed human, man.
I know you've admitted your flaws from the past. Like you say, like, yes, back in 2015 I said that fucked up shit, and I took that, this is how not to play, way wrong, and I admit that now. But it's like it's really easy to do that, right? To convince someone that you've changed. Not saying that that's what you're doing, but it could be. All right. So it's like, it feels kind of like you can do no wrong almost, and that's the vibe I'm getting. And
I could do no wrong.
No. Like, not in your past, but it does feel like you kind of have like, well, I've changed, so people should understand that. And like, I don't know. It's just a vibe that I'm getting that because there's been so many times where we've asked a question and your response was instantly blaming other people, and that was a consistent answer throughout the entire 3 hours and 10 minutes that we've been live. So
a therapist
it's
would
like
need a therapist after dealing with him.
Dishing responsibility elsewhere.
I think that's like, if I can echo what Adam is saying, right? Like, Phil, we want nothing but good things for you, right? We don't want negative things to come from this. The whole idea of this was, to allow you an opportunity to kind of talk through things. And Adam is correct. Pretty much, what about this? Well, my detractors or the people who are after me, at what point, you have taken accountability for some things, right? For this is how I was in the Street Fighter community. This is how I was then.
But
I feel like there are other things that have yet to be, you have yet to atone for, whatever the word is, that are just, I just go back to it, man. It just seems like there's just this mountain of evidence, and we're talking fucking JFK level conspiracy theory here. If all this stuff lines up the way it does, and if you were just to say like, yeah, I play WB Legends, yeah, I'm addicted, yes, I have a problem with spending money on it, yes, I I need to improve. I think people will be like, yeah,
Holla Chris
cool.
for the sub.
Let us help you, instead of stop lying. And that's what it feels like right now, man. It just, look, only you know the truth.
Great
in your
interrogation.
heart, right? And the evidence attached to it, right? Which there is a mountain of, right? It's
Craig, you sound like a detective right now trying to get a confession. I'm just saying.
no. And it's not trying to. I'm not trying to. I'm more trying to sound like fucking Dr. Phil.
I know,
you know?
but there's a fine line between the two, and
I understand.
I'll be honest, it feels like you're trying to get a confession, and I don't, I'm not trying to like make it weird and
right. And I apologize for that.
You've already been there a couple times. So
I know, but I'm just having a really hard time getting through it, and I apologize if that's what it sounds like. That's not what I'm trying for.
You might not be able to get through it, Craig.
You're right. I may not. And for that, I understand why people would be critical. It just too much lines up.
With the situation I'm in, it's a lose-lose. There is no win. There is no win in the situation. There just isn't. No matter what I do, there's a risk. There's a liability, and just like you said, even if I send you the screenshot, they won't care. They will not care.
It honestly, it depends, right?
Yeah, I don't agree with you. I don't agree at all. There's people out there.
I heard about Keemstar showing us.
Like, damn,
fantastic.
would be genuinely shocked, myself included, because I don't think you're going to send that screenshot. But I truly believe it would be for the better. I think that, I mean, I don't know how many people who hate you know who Craig is, or can even trust Craig, or think that they'll probably just be like, oh, he photoshopped it. He edited out
exactly
his thing.
1,000,000%. That's
whatever.
That's the explanation.
So FaceTime with him. FaceTime and pull it up, and Craig will be like, we FaceTimed. And he opened I saw him open the app. I mean, there's ways around it that Craig would be like, I saw him do it live, right? I mean,
right.
Okay.
There's ways around that.
I will. Can I tell you a quick story as to why I am so not convinced that anything I do will help at all? Can I please just tell you a story? Will you bear with me for a couple minutes?
It's your show, Phil, man. Yeah, absolutely. Go crazy.
It's not my show. It's your show.
Our show. Craig.
Well, listen, we provide you a platform for you to do it. And listen, you have thousands of people ready to listen to you right now. So
by the way, you guys have been great. You've been great interviewers. You've been completely fair with me. You've given me, thank you. You guys have been the fairest shake I've ever gotten on the internet right now. Seriously, and you should be commended for being as neutral. I know you're saying he's trying to get a confession out of me. I don't feel that way. I don't feel pressured.
No, he's trying to help you. That's really what I'm saying. But he sounded like it. So.
Right. And the thing is, he's not going to get a confession because I'm telling you, it's what I'm telling you.
I know, but it's clearly Craig trying to help.
Okay. So here's the story. Okay. When I was first talking with my now wife, okay, I was so scared that people were going to harass her or do things. We didn't live near each other. We had online communication. After talking for several months, we started.
Here comes escort saga bullshit.
Here on her own dime, by the way. It's another conspiracy that I paid for that way. No, that's not true. Started dating, and after a few months, she
didn't have money. So how the fuck was she flying herself out?
I took some pictures while she was here, but I didn't take a picture of her face. I just took a picture of her back, decorating my Christmas tree, saying, here's someone nice who's in my life now. My life has changed because I'd previously been in a relationship that was very public, and sadly, it turned out toxic. We broke up in 2016, or excuse me, early 2017. So this was like something new and positive that I wanted to share with everyone, but I was apprehensive about showing her face or anything. So all I showed was her back, decorating my Christmas tree. I talked about what we did when she visited. We made some brownies together. We did this, we did that. Very, very basic stuff. I'm not making this up. It's documented. You can look this up on the internet. I wonder if you guys have come across this. There were people, my haters, made up an entire fabricated story about that was not someone I was dating. That was an escort that I was paying. The money that I was bringing in on streams, I was paying for a European escort and flying this escort across the globe to spend Christmas with me. All right? Well, they had evidence.
What does that have to do with anything, though?
Well, let's continue, okay? They had evidence of it, documented evidence. Oh, look at this. There's a whole social media account of it, of the escort. Here's the logs of plane tickets. Here's the recipe for the brownies. It's well documented. Everyone said I was guilty. I maintained my innocence for about 3-4 months as she continued to visit me, and we had a relationship blossomed and all of that. Eventually, she moves in with me, okay? What ends up happening is, guess what? The whole thing was fake. It was all my haters. They had made the whole situation up.
Well, now hold on, because you're talking about the narrative is that your detractors actually cleared you of that and said, like, no, this doesn't add up, right? They're looking for evidence of this thing adding up, and they're
after the fact.
And they're the ones who apparently put the evidence out that said, like, hey, this is not. They're the ones that
say them again, just like they say them from Latveria.
What happened was, for 3-4 months, they're making my life a living hell, just like with this WWE Champions thing. Phil is guilty. Look at all this evidence. It's all there. It's outright. And then, basically, when she moved in with me, well, now what are they going to do? Now the narrative has to change, okay? So now they figure it out. It's fake. You're right. They did research. They found out it's these two people in Europe who apparently they do this all the time with other streamers. There was even a possibility they were going to try to extort me for money, try to get them to shut up about it or something, okay? So, to give you some perspective, did anything change positively when that was disproved? No, nothing.
Simo Green, how's it going?
They had already created 2-3 more narratives that they went on to. This is something concrete, almost exactly.
Yeah, as soon as he
parallel
doesn't show
to
the
situation.
phone, it's gonna be
all
it's
this
like
evidence,
no.
corroborating evidence,
Be
proving that it was
Photoshop,
real,
it's gonna be
it was real,
someone
it was real.
else's
And then all
phone.
of a
It's
sudden,
gonna
oh
be
yeah,
a
we found out it was fake. Oh well, move on
screenshot
to
he
the
found
next.
on
There was
Google.
someone
It's gonna
who
be
made a video
bullshit.
about it. Okay,
they're smart enough
probably
to know
Craig,
that.
did you watch the Secret Limited video about the $100,000?
I sure did.
You watched it. Secret Limited is someone who once a year makes a very negative video about me, highlights all my mistakes, puts it into one video. They made a video documenting this. They called it the escort saga. Okay, the thumbnail for the video was me, my ex, I don't know why she was in it, and the escort's face, supposedly who it was. This gets disproven 3-4 months later. Did my detractors say, sorry about that, Phil, mea culpa, yo, we made a big mistake, let's forget? No. You want to know what he did? This is the same guy who made the WWE Champions video. He took the face of the escort and put a horse's head on it, and he said, my wife looks like a horse. He never took the
She
video
does.
down.
It's
He never
the fucking
apologized.
internet, though.
I know.
Come on,
but that's
man.
what I mean. When these things get proven wrong, oh, move on to the next. It's just the next thing. I will send. I will.
So
send
wait,
you a
so what does
screenshot,
this
I
have
will
to
a
do with it,
face-
though?
Because I will disprove anything, and they will just move on to the next. It will never end. That's what I mean.
So it's the internet. So who fucking cares then?
So then why even bother? Why bother with any? And that's the attitude I take. And now, Adam, you just hit it dead on the head, because this is the attitude I take now. This was not supposed to be an interview, right? I was just supposed to be a guest on your show. It wasn't my intention to ever come out and have it be like this. On my streams, we don't have this. That's why I wanted this to be the end-all, be-all. You want my actual answers on this stuff. You watch this show, and that's the last thing I'm talking about, right? So this is off my streams. I'm making content. I just want to be left alone. They won't leave me alone. They're the ones who continue the narrative. I'm with Adam.
So I don't know
It's
if he'll
the
be able
internet.
to
It's
make a
gonna
new
go on
account
forever.
though.
So then why even bother? Why just
It's gonna be
anything?
one of his
It's on to
fans
the next
doing the work
anyway.
for him.
So once I disprove WWE champions at great personal risk, okay, on to the next. And by the way, now something might happen to me because I exposed myself. So that's why I don't care
You
about
exposed
it.
yourself
I've really
on
become-
stream in
the
what,
15 years I've been a content creator,
2015?
I have become
Or
so
2017, May
desensitized.
1st, 2017.
It's like, what's the next one? I don't
But
care.
If
anymore.
you truly don't care, then you won't bother sending him a screenshot because it doesn't matter to you then.
It doesn't matter either way. If
Well, then
anything,
it doesn't.
if
Then
I
who
send,
cares?
if
Fuck
I
it then.
send Craig the screenshot, it would be out of like respect that he gave me his time today on the show. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
but then
that's
again,
something to think about.
That's a lot of trust too, because again, I'm not saying Craig would ever do anything dishonest or expose me. I'm telling you, there's been times this exact
A
situation.
good point.
has
People can
happened,
check the
then
history.
Something bad has happened to me because I did it.
I haven't. I'll tell you this. I haven't done anything to dissuade your trust or lose
No,
your
yeah.
trust. So look, ultimately this is your call, but the offer's there, and I know you said you didn't want to do anything, with your phone during this. Respect that. That's fine. But you realize that by leaving the door open, by even doing this after the stream, there still allows the opportunity. It goes back to the picture didn't happen. Like if somebody sees you pick up your phone right now on stream, you were to then email it to me right now on stream, and it was this was to happen literally right now in real time as people were watching.
It's
all
on his
done.
bucket list. It's
It's
on his
all
bucket
done.
list.
But you can-
Seriously, it's like number 3 on Craig's bucket list for that to
Guess
happen
that there's
right
gonna be
now.
some-
I'm just saying.
Once again,
Waiting
I think this is
account.
all done. It's all done. It's all done. All right, let's continue on, man.
Bro, Phil,
Hmm?
how the fuck did you not know the camera was on? You know what I'm
Oh,
talking about?
I wasn't going to talk about this, but I mean,
I did. What the fuck, man? I mean, come
Dude,
on.
Sadly, when it happened, I tried to
What the
spin
fuck?
it. I tried to spin it in a very positive light, and I rolled with it. It's one of the rare times where I learned in my life you roll with
No,
it.
you didn't. You had
roll away.
people
It never went
copyright
away,
strike
but at least
whatever.
people-
They have
no,
their
it's
channel
just
taken
a point,
down.
right? Imagine if I had reacted to that the same way I reacted to "This is how you don't play." Like that would have been the end for me. Like, if this guy, what's he gonna say? He didn't do it, or whatever. Of course, yeah, it happened. It's something stupid. But the truthful story, sadly, is not happy. Okay. Here's the truth. I've told it before, but never in this context. So in 2016, it was probably the second worst year of my life. Everything was falling apart in my personal life. I moved out here to Washington. I used to live in Connecticut my whole life. I moved to Washington in 2014 with my then girlfriend. Our relationship was great. Over the course of 2 years of systematic harassment on the internet, being swatted, doxxed, all this stuff, her family members being harassed, my family members being harassed, our whole relationship fell apart. Okay. In 2016, I was living with her, and we had 2 separate lives. It was like 2 roommates rather than a romantic.
Oh, just like with Cat right
It was
now.
messed up. Like we were supposed to be together, and we're really not.
Hey, World
We
Order.
got to the point where she
Snuggle
went off
with
and
the
had her own,
doggo.
she had her own friends, her own
Alright,
job.
maybe
I
after
was
the
doing my thing,
stream.
but no one knew
And
that.
after Shimmy
Everyone
Though
thought
with
everything was fine.
JDX.
We pretended, we smiled, whatever. No one knew that. I was depressed. I was really messed up in the head at that point. The way that I saw it was, this room was the only place in the house where she never went. She never came in here. Okay, so this room was like my safe space. I know that sounds stupid, but it was like, this is the one place I can be away from that, and I can have my own safe place. And in particular, I couldn't tell you the specific day when it happened, but I guarantee you it was something awful that happened, argument, a fight, whatever it was. And I came in here, and back then, I was very different than today. I'm
May
professional.
1st.
I have layouts blocking the screen and everything.
May
Back then, I just had,
1st. May 1st. May
You got
1st.
like a couch in the corner that you
Exactly,
can
there's a-
go do that
this-
now.
Yeah, so I had the camera had been left on from the day before. Back then, I didn't do face cam like I do today. Today, this is a common thing to have the face cam on every single stream. Back then, it was a rarity. I only did it for like FromSoft games where I was going to get really upset. People like to see me rage on camera, right? So that, again, that meant that dark side Phil character. I left it on.
Yes, the
And so I
May
come
1st
in here,
incident,
and
right
I'm
before
feeling
Neo.
like shit. I feel awful, like probably depressed, awful thing. And I
Next
you know,
GOT
beat one
stream will
off
probably be tomorrow.
to relieve myself before a stream. And then it's all over the internet. And oh, camera was on, huh?
So it was depression.
Oops. It was part of
Essentially.
it. It was definitely part of it. Like,
It was my
obviously, you don't
depression.
sit down in front of why would you even do that? I mean, what an idiot to do that, even in a situation. But it was probably something so horrible. Another argument. There's many of those.
So you said the camera was on, and then you started the stream and then did that, or like you were prepping for a stream, but the camera was on, so it just happened.
Yes. So basically,
I
turned
have a
on
question. I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to walk my through. Okay. What was the lead time between starting the stream and completion? Because that's pretty fucking impressive. I'm just kidding.
Not long, man. It was, I would turn on the stream. I call it the pre-stream roll or whatever. So you had
No,
to
I don't-
message.
I really don't care. I really don't care.
The pre-stream.
The
roll.
pre-stream roll. The whole
Oh my
routine.
god!
Oh Lord. All right.
So it's a normal thing.
No, it's not. Obviously, no. It wasn't.
You got a name for it, Phil. You got a name for it.
The time that I turned on the stream to let people come into the stream.
Oh, thank
is called
God.
the pre-stream.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
That's not a
'cause-
routine I do every day. No, no,
that's-
no.
I mean, if
So
we
you
held
made
a
it to
pre-show,
it when
I'm
it
just
first
saying.
happened, he'd be
You
So
fine.
here's
you
the
could
thing.
probably, hey, you can monetize
But
as
now-
our friends from
now
Geeks and Gamers
Chance
say. You
not
can
coming back on
monetize the
it.
haters. You could
Right.
start.
Yes, he never
You could
watches
start
Sam.
a wicked OnlyFans, Phil. I'm just saying, a wicked OnlyFans.
Oh,
and
jeez.
here's the narrative. Here's the truth of the matter. First of all, it took place on YouTube, not on Twitch. All right? There was maybe 20, 30 people there when it happened because I just turned the stream on, right? And it was right, laptop in front of me or whatever, camera's on. So embarrassing. But what's the narrative now? Darkside Phil masturbated in front of thousands of people, including small children, on the internet, live on Twitch, and didn't get banned for it. When did that happen?
Well,
It was-
CNN rehired Tubin after he jerked it in a freaking Zoom meeting. So I mean, things can happen, dog. You know.
Thankfully, the camera was not panned down. That would have been very, very bad. Thank God it was the angle that it was at. No one wants to see it.
Okay. Oh,
Anyway.
so it doesn't
All right.
it doesn't show anything because I haven't seen it. And I
Oh
don't
no,
want to see it.
it's actually like from the neck up, and it's kind of just like me tilting my head back and looking
Yeah,
at my
oh,
ass.
yeah,
up.
okay.
That's
So
it.
It's just the
My
sweet
O
relief.
face. It's just my O
hey
face.
man,
That's it.
there's been worse videos of prominent YouTubers with their heels above their heads, and it's been worse.
But I'm the
Wow.
one.
Chris Chan.
Sadly, that's the association a lot of people will always have with me.
Yes,
And
grabbed his
that's how I
mouse.
became
Terrible.
known on the internet in 2016. And,
All right.
How am I ever going to live that down? If anything, here's what I learned from it. That's going to always, no matter what these idiots say about me, that's always going to be my most embarrassing moment.
You know what? Hold on. I'm going to give you some advice. All right. I want to give you some advice right now. You need to own it, and you need to have a box of tissues behind you.
And a t-shirt.
As a fucking joke, dude. Troll
Yeah.
them back.
Here's
Fuck
the
it.
thing. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. However,
Yeah.
again, you have to understand something. We're joking about it. It's funny to joke about it and own it, but actually, it's representative of a really bad time in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
Okay, that
depressing-
makes sense. Yeah, sure,
it's a
sure.
depressing thing. My wife doesn't ever want to talk about it. She knew.
Hey.
Think about this. She met me after, and
Get
she
it?
still likes me. She married me
Yeah.
after that. So obviously, she's moved past. She doesn't want to talk about it. It's like, why am I going to
Phil,
monetize the most
Phil.
embarrassing moment?
Phil,
You know.
beat. Damn it, that would have sounded so bad.
Yes.
I was gonna say beat your demons, but in this context,
Pretty good. Pretty
it's
good.
like shit. I mean, conquer your demons. You know what I mean? Like that. You're like, I don't want to like go there, but it's like, no,
I
fuck
can't do it
that.
because my wife
Just,
dies.
like face it and conquer your demons.
I mean, the
I
wife
didn't
that's
mean to
not
make
part of
that
your
pun.
content.
That was
so what the fuck does
unintentional,
it
but it
matter
was
what she
so good.
says?
But you know what I'm saying, right? I'm trying to like you
Yes.
say you don't want to go there, but like
Right. You're not
conquer
the only
it,
person
dude.
who said
Own
that.
it.
You're
Own
definitely
it.
not the
Own that
only
shit.
person. The problem is, again, when you focus on a focal point like that and it becomes your end all be all, I don't want that to be what I'm remembered for. It probably will be, but I want people who come to my content every day to remember that awesome stream they had or that cool game playthrough that we did. I don't want them to think about the guy who had an old face beat off on stream. Like, it's so stupid. And it's such a dumb thing that I've moved past. I'm not in that part of my life anymore. I'm so much happier now that I don't need to dwell on the past anymore. I don't need to think about that moment. It was stupid. And I
Well,
don't
say
want
this,
to be there forever.
And you
If
never
you're
will,
not going to
Kofo,
monetize
because
it,
you'll
we
never have
will.
good vibes.
Later tonight, the Beat Your Demons t-shirt will be available on the store.
Oh my god, that is no, that's terrible,
I'm
dude.
totally good. I thought it was really funny. All right.
Oh my goodness.
So there's a few things that I want to circle back with you on, Phil. Phil, you still there? You look like you're frozen.
Did we lose him?
I hope not. Oh, well, if he drops, well, he can come back in. Yeah, he does look frozen and such. But
I was just kidding. I
Of
mean,
course.
I couldn't help the puns. They wrote themselves.
Phil, make sure you pop back in. I'm sure that he will. I doubt that he quit because he would have been dropped from the thing. It's definitely an internet issue of some sort.
Must
So
be frozen.
I do not think that he rage quit or anything like that. So Phil, you just pop back in whenever you're ready, and
That's
we'll keep going.
hilarious.
But there are a few things that I want to circle back on, mainly on the 5K. Okay, let's see, he dropped, so he'll pop back in. I do want to circle back on the business expense because I feel like Phil kind of skirted that question a little bit. No, we didn't really get,
Yes, he did.
you know, the idea of. I don't know, man. Like I said, if we can have a little one-to-one here, I feel like there's just so much here that doesn't add up. You know,
Man, I mean, I don't believe him. I mean, I don't. There's too many things. I mean, I caught him
That
live, and then
amazing
he
business
admitted
class
like,
internet he
a
spends
minute
hundreds of
later
dollars
that I was
every
right.
month
And it's
on.
like, man, that your whole credibility was already shaky, and
right?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying this now because he's not here. I mean, you guys have been very blunt to his face. I'm not gonna like, you know, if
You've been the
he hears me, it's
best
not
part
like
of this interview,
I
Adam.
mean, I straight up told him I didn't believe him about that joke that he made, and it's just like, dude, that's such bullshit, you know. So,
Well, while we have a second, hopefully Phil's going to rejoin us. I did want to thank everybody for your super chats today, and I see a lot of people buying merchandise, and it's genuinely greatly appreciated. Appreciate everybody allowing us to have this conversation. I appreciate Phil allowing us to have this conversation with him.
honestly, I got to give him props, dude.
Yes.
Because it's not easy to fucking do what he just did. I wasn't being easy on him, and I wasn't going to, because I said earlier, you know, I'm an honest asshole, dude. Like if I don't know you and I'm like, and there's shit, and you know, it's a serious situation, like I'll get serious. Like
Yeah.
this is the most serious show we've ever had on this channel, right? We're constantly laughing. And like when you said you were going to
Yeah,
bring
he
him
would never
on,
get the same
he
courtesy
read
to
his
anyone
email
else.
that he said you could read publicly, and it seemed like he just wanted to be joining and doing a regular show, and it kind of evolved through the weeks of it's going to be an interview, and now we've done this interview today, and I mean
Phil
it was tough.
Right. Well, I'll say this. Phil just emailed me and he said, "Hey, I'm still here. I might be getting DDoS. Not sure." So I will say this. Look, we do
He's
have.
not getting DDoSed.
So while we have a second and Phil's not with us, I'm actually going to invite somebody to the chat right now.
Keemstar.
Keemstar is going to join
Yes!
us, give his side of the thing. And when Phil hops in, you know, we'll see. Like I said, I don't want to make this weird for Phil, but I do think that while we have a second, we'll bring Keemstar in. Keemstar has the link, and he should be joining us any minute.
Oh my god, this is
I will say this. Guys. I appreciate everybody staying with us. And while we have you for a second, I want to remind you guys we do have some other guests coming up, including Mark the Cyborg and James Rolfe, the Angry Video Gamer. They're coming up here in the next few weeks. If you guys are new, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button, of course, and come join us. We are a daily podcast Monday through Friday.
This interview slash podcast slash whatever the fuck it was.
Usually pretty fun.
Went from a dumpster fire, then everyone hating on Stuttering, Craig and stuff. Actually,
support us over there.
Actually
but joining us now,
I gotta say, I really didn't mean to make that pun beat your demons. It's just so funny. I couldn't stop laughing, and I jeez.
All right. Keemstar is joining us. Hello, Keemstar. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Good. It's nice to meet you. You guys have absolutely crushed this. I think you've done more than a fair job with Phil here, and especially like how difficult he is.
Love it.
With him talking about the $50,000 offer and the Lol Call podcast, I just really wanted to get on to say my piece because he's just dishonest. And I think you guys experienced this, right? He had an opportunity to clear his name so easily, and he just put it off and made excuse, and then goes on to bring up some other situation with hookers and some other lies. And it's like every content creator has been lied about, right? But in this one issue where he could just prove his innocence so quick and he doesn't take advantage of it, then it's like, and
I told him it's just making you more sus. Like that, it's making me trust your story less. That you're not like, you know what? I want to fucking prove this shit. Like I'm sick of these lies. Let's prove it. You know.
Well, I'll say this. Look,
guys, it's
Keem,
fantastic. I love it.
Phil has rejoined us. Phil said he didn't want to be on the show if you were on it. So I'll say, can we invite you back on after we're done with Phil?
Sure. Sure. Absolutely.
Okay. I appreciate it. Okay. We're going to bring Phil back on. We don't want to make things weird. So appreciate you understanding, man. And you have the link. I'll DM you when we're ready. Okay, buddy?
Sounds good.
Thank you, Keem. Appreciate it, man. All right. Boof. All right. Phil, welcome back, man. Sorry, we had a second. He had reached out and he wanted to share his side of it. So we appreciate you running with it, man. So let's continue. Everything okay?
I don't know. I have absolutely no idea what just happened. My whole internet went down and came back up, and I don't know if it was my ISP or if I've just been DDoSed. I would not put it past them to DDoS me at this point. I've never, to my knowledge, my IP address has never leaked this one. But if it happens again, I guess we kind of know, right?
Well, I hope that's not the case.
I hope not either, because that's a lot of work for me. I have to call my cable company.
Yeah, DSP need to email someone real quick to get me a
All right.
screenshot.
Let's circle back on some stuff here, man. And
did I miss anything? Did I miss anything?
Yeah, there's a few things that I feel like we kind of went through, and I feel like we do need to kind of address. And I want to circle back to like the business expenses, because we talked about the 5K, we talked about that, but we didn't really get an answer, right? Like,
Mhm.
and this kind of all ties in together. The idea of like as somebody who works online, I've been doing this for a long time as well. I understand that spending $5K on anything is a lot, and the idea of a mortgage being a business expense, that's not necessarily true. You can from a
Again, I
tax
don't know.
perspective, you can allow me to tell you, because from a tax perspective, you can take the square footage of your office space in your house, and that could be deductible, right? And you can use that as a business expense. You can take the internet and do those things, but your entire house, your entire mortgage is not something that can be a business expense, right? So with
I didn't think
all
that
of,
was legal. I don't think that's legal.
right, it's not. It's not the way it goes. But with all that said, I feel like there's with everything lined up, right? There's still a lot. Like, are you spending that money on food, or what are you spending that money on? Because you can pay for meals out and things like that as long as you technically talk about business. I've done that hundreds of times, where you go out to a meal and you say, well, we're gonna have a business meeting, and it's just you and your wife talking about whatever, right? It's just one of those things. But
a friend of mine, truck driver for a Snap-on, like, yeah, you want to buy a tool? Nope. All right, business expense. Although when he plays golf with other Snap-on dealers, that's apparently he can write that off according to his tax guy, the accountant that he goes through. You can write that off because it's you with fellow coworkers, and it's like, well, do you mention anything? Well, yeah, no, I got to transfer this to that truck account. He's got to send me this when it gets into his garage. Like, I know that's a business meeting. Therefore, you can write off golf.
walk me through once again, like what are your month-to-month business expenses? What are you paying for as a streamer who works 12 hours a day? Kind of walk me through this.
Well, again, I could tell you what I'm doing now. I mean, we're talking, what people are referencing is something from like 2019, I think, right? Is that a tax return from my bankruptcy proceeding?
But I want to know about today. I want to know about today.
Not
Like
2009.
your expenses that you have on a month-to-month basis. What do those look like? Are your expenses?
You know what? How about this? Give me 1 second.
Sure, do your thing. Yeah, this should be fun. All right, Phil is off, and it looks like, I wonder what this could be a surprise. We'll see what happens.
I'm an old man. Okay?
Yes.
I do something that.
Oh my God, he's got it written down, doesn't
it?
it?
I write on it to track things. No one else does this, right?
Now hold on, Phil. Before you show anything, I want to.
I'm not going to show. I'm going to read.
Okay.
I'm going to read some things. No, I'm not going to show anything. I'm going to read some things. What I'd like to do is kind of go through here, because people say every day, where does your money go? Essentially that's what you're asking, right? Where does the money go? That's coming in. I will 100. You guys are chopping. Tell me.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Keep going. Keep going.
Here we go. I'm going to go through this. I'm not exaggerating. Line for line, this is what I'm paying this month, and this is all my money goes, plus a few other things. Okay, and this is literally all of it.
Great.
Plus a few other things.
I have a subscription to Hulu. It's $10 a month.
Business expense. Okay.
Definitely not a business expense. I'm just saying this is where my money goes. This is everything. I'm serious. I'm going to cover it all.
But they're not talking about that. They're talking about business expense.
I have 2 internet lines that I pay for. They're very expensive because they're unlimited internet. It's it's not an hourly. It's like you have to pay a ton of money.
Hourly? Who pays for hourly internet?
No, not hourly. I said unlimited.
Oh, I thought you said that. Okay, you go ahead.
I'm sorry. I meant to say data rates, not hourly. My bad.
Got it.
Data rates. You know how much you use.
Okay.
I have my dues here where I live. I live in a community, a condo facility community, so it's the dues, monthly dues. I've got. Let's see here.
I mean,
Game Pass.
but you're reading off personal expenses, and that's no one's business.
Right.
I'm reading off everything. I don't care. I'm reading off everything, so you know where my money goes. Because this is what they want. They want to know where all my money goes. I'm gonna tell you right now.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think it was about the $5,000, the business expenses, that they were like, what is going on with this? Like, how is this the case? So you're now giving them more shit when you were seemingly very nervous about giving anyone any more information that isn't public. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to, before you continue, it just seems like this is counterintuitive for where you have said your stance is on like revealing public information. So like,
well, I'm not going to tell you any account name. I'm not going to.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I get that, but still, it's still personal stuff. That's like, all right, well, I don't understand that's not what the subject was about. Right. It was about the business expenses. Right. These aren't business expenses that you're reading off. It's personal stuff.
Well, some of this,
but he's probably running it off though.
Some wouldn't. Like I was just gonna say, Game Pass.
But what's the point? It's kind of where I'm leaning. Like, what is the reason for giving us your personal expenses?
Because people want to know where my money goes. You're asking me
your business, the business expense money. That's what they're talking about. That's what I've seen on the internet. That's what I've seen that people are upset.
There's
the business expenses, the 5,000, and then like I don't know where this like $500,000 thing is or what that even is. But there's some question.
$500,000.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard. I've seen. I didn't look into that much because I have multiple shows that I do, and I couldn't dedicate too much to learning about you. So I figured I'd come and just hear from you. But like that's from what I've seen. It's the business expenses that's what people want to know about. Like how are you spending that much money on the business?
Here's the thing: if you were to nickel and dime every single transaction I do, when it comes to like video games and stuff like that, I don't think it's close to that. I think I don't know how it was divvied out in those, in that report or whatever they used for the bankruptcy. I don't know how it's calculated. I'm not my bankruptcy attorney. I'm not my CPA. I know it's done right because I went through it with the bankruptcy judge, line by line. So
Is
I know
that
it's
where
correct.
that large number comes from? Is the bankruptcy number like how much debt you had?
Oh,
I'm just
maybe.
I'm trying to take a. Oh, I mean, you know, right? I mean, if that's what
I don't know the total number of debt.
seems like a pretty big moment in your life that you would know.
I know. I never. It's not a milestone. Oh man, I'm so happy. I got $500,000 off my back.
I'm not
Oh,
saying
no.
it's a good milestone.
No,
but-
it's horrible. So I
131,000.
want to move past and forget.
It was
and
$131,000 he
I
got
don't know.
rid
Maybe
of.
that's what that number is. But again, I don't know. I can't go line item by line item. I don't know. It's from years and years ago. And guys, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay,
You're
you
good.
froze again.
You're good.
Jeez.
You're good.
Keep
You're good.
freezing.
You're good.
Okay.
Well, they call me Mr.
that's me.
Freeze, so
Okay. But yeah, like I can't. I don't have that. I don't know. I would assume. This is my assuming that data includes anything that's considered associated with the business or not. I don't know. Again, I can without going through it, because I'm not going to go through all of it anyway. That would be exposure to talk about all that stuff. I feel. Okay. A couple things that no one knows. I guess I have to. I don't want to do this. I really don't want to do this, but again,
Phil, you do what you're comfortable with, man. I think that's the biggest thing. Is
I really
you
don't want to.
like,
Let me go put the paper away. I'm going to tell you. Okay, hold on.
Apparently, they do bring the Keem on eventually, JoJo.
All right, I don't like to talk about shit, but I have to. It sucks.
Well,
That's
no,
my
you don't.
position,
You said like 30 minutes ago you don't give a shit, and it doesn't make a difference. So pick a point, pick a place to stand.
Yeah, I know. I don't.
Either you don't give a shit and you're gonna move on and let the haters hate you no matter what because there's nothing you could do, or try to appease them. It's not. You can't be somewhere in the middle where you're like, I might appease you. I might actually do this. I'll think about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
I don't care
one
about
or the
that.
other.
I care about you guys. I care
So you're
about my
saying-
viewers. I care about
Right.
these neutral parties out there who've heard so much nasty stuff
Yeah,
about
Adam's
me.
destroying
At
him,
least
and I
have a place
love
to
Adam.
listen and hear my side.
I want
that's
Adam
what
to have
this
my
is.
babies.
And I appreciate you guys so much for giving me this time. I really do. I'm starting getting emotional now, thinking, but all right, I'm just gonna fuck this. I'm gonna do it. All right, I'm gonna tell you a few things that no one knows without specifics. Okay, so it doesn't really put anyone.
Let me
under the
guess,
bus.
medical stuff,
I've
right?
been involved in a few different, legal things over the years. I've been involved with medical issues, my own health and my wife's.
Yes,
all right?
chat
And it's
'em.
not stuff I should talk about with my audience. I don't want my audience to come to my stream and be like, I want to give you a tip because I found out that you have maybe a medical issue or something going on. That's no one's business. I've said to let me explain. I said to my audience, if you're going to come to a DSP Gaming or a DSP React stream, please come support me because you like me and my content. Okay? Don't come support me because you want to stick it to the haters. I don't want that pity party. Keep that,
Yes, you do. You
let them
definitely want the
celebrate
pity
whatever.
party.
Come and just support me for my content. If
It's
I
all about
tell
the
you stuff
pity.
that's
It's
going
all
on
about the
that are
pity.
expenses,
It's all about the pity. No dignity.
medical expenses, legal expenses.
Please
And it's
cry.
again, I'm not going to tell you. I
Cry like a
have some medical
bitch.
conditions.
well,
Okay. And
then this is your forum.
the debt.
Like this is your forum, Phil. Right? If there's some sort of like medical condition that is causing you to live, paycheck to paycheck or stream to stream, you pride yourself on transparency. I can't think of anything more transparent than just telling your audience you have something going on. And like, you know what, people are people and they'll understand that. Like if God willing I came out and I had cancer or something bad happened, I would.
It's not that. It's definitely not that. Okay. I don't want to make
Right.
anyone think that I'm trying to. Again, this is not a pity party here.
Right.
It's not
Pity
that.
party
I have
Philly, yes.
a few chronic lingering things that come back over the years, and then
Gout.
yes, there's a medical.
Are you going
cost,
to
there's
be
deductible,
claiming
of
that
course,
gouts
you have
cost
to
you
pay for certain
thousands upon
amount.
thousands
In a
of
nutshell,
dollars, really?
I've been involved with a few legal things, and I've been involved with some medical things. Okay, and essentially what's happened over the years is I can't really pay them because of the financial situations that I've been in. Okay, and
Did you pay any of those? Did you pay any of those things as business expenses?
I believe, and I don't know if this is true or not. Isn't it true that certain, like your health insurance premiums and stuff, is covered or is a tax deductible? I don't know. Again, I get asked this by my tax guy. I do. He says,
Your tax guy was asking you this?
He said, I just got an email the other day that said, we need your breakdown of what you pay for premiums, if you had any medical expenses, if you had any of this, we need all this to file your taxes properly.
That doesn't sound right, dude.
I don't know. Again, no, listen, please. Here's the problem. I don't want people going on my tax guy. You know what I mean? He knows what he's doing. He's a professional.
But he clearly doesn't because even in
It
tax
doesn't
issues.
sound like it.
No. My tax issues are not, or from before this shit. I used to have tax issues with the old account. You might be getting the stories mixed. I used to have an old guy who fucked everything up. This person I have now has fixed everything. Okay? I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. This guy is great.
Oh, I can't wait for
want people to
Gundam's video. It's going to be
understand,
amazing.
But basically, I have a few ongoing things. When you don't have credit anymore, okay? But you still owe.
Oh,
Some
no,
things
not
you
the
get erased,
credit.
some things can't. All right,
The
by bankruptcy, whatever.
credit.
And I'm in a situation where I have ongoing costs that I'm on payment plans for.
Mhm.
Okay? Not, credit card. I can't get a credit card. I have no credit. My credit sucks because I have bankruptcy. No, I have payment plans. So, for example, I incur a legal cost of several $1,000s. Okay, Phil, you don't have to pay that today. You can pay it slowly over time. Here's your payment plan. right? With the IRS, I owe them back taxes. Phil, we understand. As long as you're in repayment status, you're paying this amount every month. This is, you know what I mean? So that's where my money goes. I'm embroiled in all.
Yeah,
these
he hasn't had a
ongoing
single
things behind
snort the
scenes that
entire time.
absolutely
Amazing, isn't it?
No one needs to know about medical stuff, legal stuff that I'm going through, and tax stuff. And where does your money go? And then just think about this: I'm streaming 6 days a week full time. I'm stressed some days, you know. And then I got.
So I get drunk, guys.
You blew all your money on mobile games. My wife and me are feeling so much stress with this going on. And you know, we didn't go on a honeymoon when we got married. We haven't been on a trip since 2019. We haven't done anything.
Phil, I get it. We understand, which is why, you know, we talked about therapy. We've talked about all these things. We understand, right? We've talked about all these things, but you still haven't answered the question. I'm going to ask you this really directly, okay?
What the fuck
On
are
a
you spending your
month-to-month
money on?
basis, how much money are you spending on WWE mobile games and or any other mobile games on a month-to-month basis? Are you spending on iTunes or any sort of mobile device?
Okay.
Just a straight dollar amount. Whatever it is, it's okay.
Okay. Do you want? Okay. This month, I have spent probably $10 to $15. That is an honest answer. And by the way, it wasn't on WWE Champions.
Okay. What was it on? Just curious.
Well, here we go. Because you know, if I tell you, they're just going to blow it up. They're going to.
No, okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Then. Don't worry about it. If
they
you say
already said it's a new game. It's a Street Fighter game.
Ah, okay. The new Street Fighter one. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it good?
It's all right. It's one of those, you build a team of fighters, they fight against each other. It's not, you don't even have to play.
It's like tap RPG. Crap.
Similar, yes.
Okay.
And that was just for experimental purposes. I'm not playing it a lot. I'm playing every once in a while. You know, I'll spend $1 and get a bunch of stuff, you know. So I spend a couple dollars here or there. And of course, I will get destroyed for saying that I spent $15 on it, you know. I will. I'm going to get destroyed.
You can't cry that you're broke and you can't pay the bills.
Let me kind of move this along. We've been going for a long time. And thank you again, Phil, for your time. Appreciate it. We're approaching 4 hours. I got a few things that I want to make sure we hit on before we go.
Sure.
Yeah, $10, $15 just today.
Can move forward. So, number one, Keem is here, and Keem has said that he will be respectful, and he would love to talk. I think this is a tremendous opportunity to bury whatever hatchet or whatever it is you guys have and mend defense. I think this is a tremendous opportunity.
Fantastic.
If you want him on the show to talk, I'm not doing business with this man under any circumstances.
Yeah, you established that. That's fine. That's not what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm not trying to broker a business deal or anything like that. But are you open to talking with him now?
I'm curious what he wants to talk about. I'm not being on his stuff. I refuse.
Okay.
So.
Well, I'm going to bring him on.
So refusing $50,000.
Him coming on to talk.
As long as he's not going to sit here and insult me or, you guys have already asked me so many questions. I don't want him interrogating me too. It's your show, not his.
That's not. Right. I mean, Keem, he's watching obviously, so it's like that's not the case. We're the interviewers. He just said it. He agrees.
Yeah, he agrees. So look, we're going to bring him on, and like I said, I think this is not a tremendous opportunity for friction. There's an opportunity to build a bridge. So let's do this real quick. Keemstar, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. And Phil, thank you for letting me on to talk to you directly. I do mean what I said here in the chat, that I will be respectful. I'm not here to interrogate you, but I desperately want to represent my point of view in this situation between me and you. Because what I've heard listening to this podcast or
here we go,
interview,
guys,
whatever you want to call it, is you describing problems that you have in your life, paying bills, being harassed by, your detractors or whatever. And I actively went out of my way to solve major problems in your life. And me and you are not friends. In fact, before I put together this business opportunity for you, me and you were fighting back and forth. It started with you on your podcast out of nowhere, reacting to me retiring when I turned 40. And you said, well, that guy's evil and, all these horrible stuff and blood money, whatever you said about me, because you don't like my show Drama Alert. And many of your detractors picked up on right away that the reason why you don't like my show and you don't support me is because we covered the fapping situation in 2016.
That's completely untrue. Dude, you covered it fairly.
Go ahead, respond, Bill.
You covered it fairly. You didn't even really harp on it. One of your guys contacted me behind the scenes, said, do you have anything else to add? You want to be on the show? I was like, no, you covered it fairly. I don't think you were unfair at all. That's not the case.
Thank you, because I don't think I was unfair either.
No, not at all. Who told you that? That's bullshit. That's the detractors making shit up.
Everybody jumped to that conclusion why you had such a hateful, response to me retiring was because of that. Because we have no previous history, Phil.
Yes, David Walker.
I've never talked to you.
Great way of describing
the only interactions I've ever had with you is just covering this one story about you.
Mm-hmm.
And just, this is a great example of why I wanted to bring you on, because there's clearly a miscommunication somewhere along the lines, right? Clearly. So, Phil thought Keemstar did this, Keemstar thought Phil did this. All right. So we're in a better place, which is great.
So to move on from that, I see a clip and it's on Phil's stream. He's reacting to my retirement and he's saying I'm this horrible, evil person, da 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 da, and he doesn't support me. And I responded.
Hold on, Keem, is that true, Phil?
I don't know. I'm sure I criticized him. I don't know specifically what he's talking about yet.
Okay, continue.
I don't know exactly what was said. I'm going off of memory, but it was something along those lines. The clip gets sent to me by multiple people. So I respond to Phil because the only thing I know about Phil is him being a lol cow, right? Him on stream begging for money to pay rent and stuff like that. That's all I know about him. So
Not rent, it's mortgage.
I responded to him on Twitter, which I thought was pretty clever. In gaming terms, and I explained to him that like we are roughly the same age. We've been doing YouTube for like 15 years each. We started at the same time, and I'm retiring now, and I don't ever have to work again. So I have completed this video game of YouTube. And I said to Phil, "You're still on level 1. All right, you're still on level 1, and you're starting, level 1 over and over again like a video game, and you're getting nowhere. You're still at the point where you're begging people on stream to pay your bills and whatnot." And I thought that was a good response, right? Even though I am talking trash and we've got a little drama going on for Twitter and whatnot, I thought that I was actually giving you good advice. And
yeah, I was gonna say that
is that advice or is that more like in
that
text
felt like
form,
a backhanded smack with internet Twitter battles,
100%, but it's also advice, right? My point in those Twitter videos was that Phil needs to do something different. Imagine you're playing a video game, you're on level 1 and you try the same technique over and over again, all right? And you're dying and you have to restart the level over. Like, you're never going to beat level 1. And that's the situation that Phil has been in.
Right. And Phil, what are your thoughts on that? Do you feel like there's any truth to that, or do you feel like that Keemstar is out of his way to kind of make you look a fool?
Well, first of all, the best way to give life advice is to, say it in an insulting way, for sure. I mean, makes everyone very receptive to it, correct?
Right.
Well, fair point, but
slap it
let him finish, Game.
on Twitter. Is there some truth to it? Yes. Okay. But here's the thing: if you have criticism of me, then criticize me fairly in a way where maybe I have a chance to have a conversation. Instead, you just go to your platform and you say something nasty about me on there. I'm a tiny little guy. Okay. When I say something on my stream, who hears it? A couple hundred people? Yes, my detractors then echo it. They extrapolate it all over the internet. Boom, it's amplified, correct? But I'm the little guy. You are a big guy, Keem. You're huge. You have a giant reach.
200,000 subs. You're not a little guy.
That the stuff that you say and do has repercussions for everyone around
2,000,
you.
yes.
You're
maybe even 20,000. You claim you're a small guy.
You're not self-aware.
100,000, not so
that when
much.
you say something like that, now I have to live with that shit for months on end. You're on level 1. Phil, level 1. Yo, you've been for 15 years. You're just on level 1. Do you think I need that? I already have enough shit in my life going on. So much stuff. I don't need.
And why'd you name your podcast Level 1 Podcast?
Which is what you do. That's why people don't like you, man.
I didn't
how
see
do you
it.
not understand that?
I didn't see it that way. I saw a clip of you talking all kinds of shit on me, like unprovoked, and I just responded, talking shit back, but also giving you advice. That's the way I saw it. Anyhow, after that incident took place, months went by, and this bothered me because I saw the solution the entire time, that Phil needed to do something different. All right. I am a person that recognizes entertainment. I really, really get it. You got to understand, Phil, you have haters, you have detractors. So do I, but I have more. I have more than Wings of Redemption, DSP, and Boogie combined. I have way more haters, but I'm still successful. And I still have new business opportunities, and I'm still making money. I was supposed to retire a year ago, and I'm still doing new stuff and being successful in this platform because I understand this business very, very well. And even though you have that hate, they are viewers. They are your customers. The detractors are your customers. The haters are your customers. And they're more loyal than the people that give you money, that donate on your stream. The people that hate you are way
that you're
more
talking
loyal.
about. That's like, you can't pay for that shit.
I mean, look at how many people are here. 2,500 people are here. It's just, you have a legitimate fan base. Those haters, those people that don't like you are your fans. And I wanted to solve this issue for not just you, but Wings and Boogie. I looked at all of you guys, you're lolcows, right? You have more haters than like supporters, right? But really, they're all fans. They are all fans. They're all obsessed with you and watching your content nonstop. The solution really is to get the three of you to do a podcast.
Accepted the life he lives, so he doesn't
those
fucking care
haters
about
are
anything
going
else.
to watch. They're going to absolutely love that these three guys have come together to make content. Now, between the three of you, you guys don't have the business sense to like really figure this out and make this thing actually happen. But I do. All right. And you guys don't even understand how valuable you are as individuals, as entertainers, because you look at the numbers and you're looking at everything and like, oh, well, I've fallen off. And, that's the mindset that you have, right? But I have a different mindset for each and one of you, that you guys are amazing entertainers, but just not in the way that you want to be, right? You're low cows.
We're
But
laughing
there's so
at
much
them, not with
value
them like they want.
by putting the three of you together. And, each one of you would own 25% of this podcast. All right. We never got to have this conversation. So I do want to have it now, even though I know you're not going to do it. All right. I would also own 25%. I would do the business aspect of it. I've had many success selling podcasts to exclusive deals with Spotify and other companies, multi-million-dollar deals. All right. I wanted to put the three of you together for this show. I would do the business side of the things. And I knew that all three of you would be in a situation where you didn't really trust me, or you're like, I don't know if this is going to work, and you'd have a lot of doubts. So I was just going to take my own money and take $150,000, give you each, just to start off before we even filmed an episode, 50 grand up front to let you know that I was serious and I believe in this concept and this idea. Now, I call Boogie first. I instantly get on the phone with Boogie. All right. He loves the idea. He understands it. He gets it. He reaches out to Wings. Wings is down. And now it's time to talk to DSP. Boogie, the way I understand it, called you, contacted you, and told you what was going on, right?
He DM'd me on Twitter, and we had a brief conversation back and forth in DMs.
And he told you that I wanted to do a podcast with the three of you, right?
Yes, I had no idea that's what you were trying to contact me about, because we never talked.
He's gonna make $260 on his
idea for a podcast.
depression, or his
So you did know.
depression strain. That's awesome.
So Boogie told you or didn't
to
tell
cover
you?
that after this.
Boogie told me that he and Wings had spoken to Keem, and that Keem wanted to do a podcast with all three of us. No money or anything was discussed. He just said, he wants to do a podcast with all three of us. I didn't know that's what Keem was trying to reach out to me. I said maybe that's what it was. I didn't know because I never spoke with him.
Phil, hearing this and hearing the business opportunity that was laid, I don't even know if it's still there or not, but what are your thoughts right now, given what Keem has said?
Please say it's still then. He still refuses to get $50,000.
Yeah, just as he's laid this out, like lay out your feelings based on what Keemstar has laid out for you.
I have absolutely no problem doing anything with Boogie or Wings. In fact, I had the conversation with Boogie back and forth a little bit more later in the year. Would he be interested in maybe doing a podcast with me, or me being on his show, or whatever, whatever it may be. These guys, I did a react about Wings last year, about his documentary. That me doing a collab with them, just doing a fun podcast, is not out of the question for the future.
But your issue is with Keemstar and his business principles.
Correct.
Okay. So
your issue is making
so even
so
if there's an
much
opportunity
fucking
for
money,
you to remove yourself
DSP
from
gaming
quote,
again.
level one and potentially have an opportunity further down the line to potentially sell the podcast to something and
he has a chance to not have to do DSP gaming anymore. Fuck getting an extra day off. He could get an extra 7 days off. Show up once a week, do the podcast, make bank, and never have to do DSP gaming again. His life would be his again. But the issue is, guys, how am I supposed to convince you to give me money during a live stream if you know I just made a fuck ton of money off of Keemstar, guys? I can't tell you guys I'm broke. I need the money to pay my bills after doing a live stream or a podcast with the other trolls and the locals and Keemstar being my boss. I think that's his main issue. Is A, he'd have a boss, which he doesn't want ever again. And B, how's he gonna beg? I'm like, man, the event came out. I already spent $3,000 of money I made from Keemstar. I just did like $200 and I'll do a live stream. Guys, I need $200 in tips, right? Meow. No, you can't ask me what it's for.
And put 50 grand in your pocket initially. That's a 100% no go for you.
Oh man. See, I didn't know you put me on the spot. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what we do.
Yes.
This is a
As they
discussion
should.
that cannot
Put 'em
be
on
just
the
made by
spot.
me. It has to be made by my wife. We have to talk about it because this was the discussion we had then. Sorry, Keem. Can I criticize you fairly if I'm reasonable and don't, not under the belt? Can I be honest about you?
Sure. You can say whatever you want about me.
Sure.
But I just
Well, he'll definitely go
represent
back to the bag
how I feel about the
immediately.
situation. I'm not done, but go ahead.
Okay. So, Keem, you are someone who, when you look at your history on the internet, it's very interesting. And I'm impressed with what you've done. You know what I'm saying? Like, I watched a documentary about you last year. You started off trolling people in Halo. I mean, holy shit. And you turned that into an empire of money on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. That's so admirable. And if anything, one of the things you absolutely need to be praised for is your determination. You were shut down time after time. False copyright strikes, real takedown requests, all kinds of shit. People wanted you off the net, right? You're still there. You never gave up. Damn, that's a success story.
Phil, it sounds familiar, dude.
Yeah.
I guess.
It literally sounds like you.
Yes, it's exactly.
I don't
It's
really
true.
think about it like that.
We just heard your story, and it is. Craig's absolutely right.
Okay. Now, at the end of the day, all right, when you look at what Keem has done and what I've done, I'll probably be forgotten. I'll just be a fart in the wind, right? I got 100,000 videos on the internet. No one's going to remember Darkside Phil besides the guy who jerked off on stream. And, probably this WWE Champions thing will go away eventually, just like everything else. Who cares? But Keem, has a big body of work. He's known. But when you look at how Keem made his money, okay? Again, I'm going off documentaries and things I've seen. I mean, Keem, you have to openly admit that there were a lot of things that you've done that you probably have no issue with whatsoever. You always feel from your perspective, because there's always two perspectives on everything, right?
Holy shit, Phil. I got to say, this is fucking rich coming from you right now, though.
Yeah.
You're getting your information from the detractors that Keem has, and that's where you're basing this on. When this whole episode, you have been talking about how much shit your detractors have made other people think about you. Like, do you hear yourself right now?
Indeed, I do. That's the nature of the beast. That's how you.
Oh, Adam, please let me have your babies. Adam has been the gold standard, platinum standard, diamond standard, whatever you want to call it, of this interview. That was just fantastic. You say people shouldn't get information about you from your detractors, but all your information comes from his detractors. Shut the fuck up. Leaning man. Oh, fuck, it's not my stream.
YouTube works, man. That's how all this works, right?
Oh, that was so fucking
You're
fantastic.
Right.
My nipples are so hard right
from
now.
What I've heard and seen about Keem, I call them a misery broker. All right, Keem, on a day when you have a good day, it's because someone else is having a bad day. Someone else has drama going on. Someone else has horrible things happening in their life. It's your good day, man. It's time for you to blow that up, and then you interject like a shoe wedge. Get into that life. Get into that drama, right? You gotta be a part of it. And now get them on your show so that you can pull this out to be not just a one-time thing, but now it's going to be pulled on for weeks and weeks. If there's something,
Phil, do you know the internet at all? Do you know the internet at all?
Yes, I do.
Do you see who's successful on the internet? I mean,
yes.
Yeah, I would probably be more successful if I talk shit on people, but like I don't, and I do what I can because that's just where I'm at, So it's like you can't be upset when people use the algorithms for their advantage, which Keem seems to have figured out.
You're right. And at one point I was a really stupid, jealous guy. Man, I feel like I'm putting out content that's not harmful to anyone. I'm just doing gameplay. I'm dicking around on the internet here with my viewers, and this guy gets over and he's doing this drama content. People are saying it's hurtful. You're right. At the same time, everyone has what's called a moral compass, correct? And,
you don't have any morals, DSP.
I've been talking about this on my streams recently. I was raised a Roman Catholic, all right? I'm not religious anymore, by the way. So this is not like an excuse, but I grew up with certain morals, all right, and values. And to me, if the only way that I can get over on the internet and get just get over in life is by stepping on other people, I'm not going to step on those people. I would rather be.
I don't think that's what Keem's doing when he's making videos. I see. Yeah. D-Day Cobra, shout out to him. I saw him in chat earlier, and tweeted us out. Thank you, buddy. He talks shit on anyone. Like he'll freaking, he monetizes the haters better than anyone I know.
Right.
Well, I've talked to him personally off air, and he's a fucking great guy, and like has a good moral compass to me. I don't think talking shit about people on the internet somehow changes who you are, right? As your moral compass. I mean, you said moral compass. And it's like, come on, dude. Like,
can I ask Phil a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Phil, listen. All right. If me running Drama Alert is like taking advantage of people's misery, right? Because the way I understand it, for how you're explaining it, is like a YouTuber will get canceled, and then I cover the story on my platform, or you had the fappening, right? And I covered the story on my platform that I'm making money off of other people's downfalls, right? That's the way you see it.
Yes.
Well, there's people on YouTube that run documentaries on important things that happen on the internet. They're also in the same situation, correct?
What do you mean by that?
They're making money. They're making money on a newsworthy story on the internet.
Like factual reporting of things that are happening, like a news network. Like, what do you mean?
Of course. And then I inject my opinion on these stories as well. But there are YouTubers, right? They're commentators, and then there's commentators that do like documentary style stuff that cover drama on the internet. You're saying that every single one of them is accepting blood money because they're voicing their opinions on what's going on.
Well, simply voicing your opinion is one thing, Keem, but let's take a look at your history here. There's been documented cases where you've actually staged stuff and extrapolated drama in situations where it didn't really exist. There's evidence of this. People have admitted
Explain
to
that. Explain that.
Yeah, tell me more. I'm not aware of these.
Yeah.
A
Yes.
documentary I watched last year, but June the King made
Oh, he's so stuck his foot in his mouth on this. Let's watch.
this one. And I guess there was a situation with a YouTuber, and I forget if he was a Minecraft YouTuber or another YouTuber. And, originally he appeared supposedly as an upfront, honest guest on Keemstar's show covering this drama. I think it was allegations that he had been with underage girls or something like that. Okay. Come to find out, later on, the whole, or at least part of it, was orchestrated between the two behind the scenes. Like, I guess he wanted to get back at someone, his ex or his current girlfriend, and Keem participated in that setup situation.
I have no idea what you're talking about. That doesn't even sound legit whatsoever. I have no idea what you're
You have
talking
the right
about.
to deny it. That's fine.
But-
You know what? It's out there. Just so you know, that
Well,
shit's out there, man.
But
Once
I just
again,
want to say, like, you participated in supporting a YouTuber, all right, that covered a story on my misery, right? If I supposedly did something wrong, you watched and supported another YouTuber doing exactly what Dromler does.
It's a good point.
Well,
Like-
and on top of that, and just to kind of reiterate this, like once again, Phil, you're telling Keemstar that he has the right to deny that because he's saying it didn't happen, even though you're saying there's a mountain of proof in this documentary, right? The same thing is being said to you right now about your WWE legends and everything like that, and you have the right to deny it too, even though there's a mountain of evidence through documentaries online.
Correct. But the difference, Keem, to respond to your point, sorry, there's a lot of points that just came up. The documentary is not just negative stuff about you. Okay, you understand? The documentary is actually covering your entire history. I learned a lot of things about you that I find very admirable and very positive by watching that. It really did cover factually your rise and all the stuff that's happened and some of the
How
big
do you know that, though?
controversies you've been
Factually,
involved
how do you know it's factual? I'm just curious. It's on the internet, so it must be true.
I know, Phil, real quick. I mean, I see documentaries on DSP, but you on the show said half of the stuff's not even true. So
Right.
I'm confused. Is the internet 100% trustworthy or not? Because when it's about me, it's all facts. When
Right.
it's about you, it's all lies. I'm confused.
It's not all fact, and it's not all lies. It's always somewhere in between, right?
It's a nugget
We
of
all know
truth.
that. We're not stupid. We're not bored yesterday. When you watch that documentary, you got to kind of suspend your disbelief. Say, hey, okay, believe it or don't, right? Make your own judgments based
So
on
you
what
chose to
believe
believe
is
this
real.
one when it came to Keem.
In a couple particular cases, I'm not saying that one documentary is the only thing I've ever heard about Keem. There's been lots of people who've.
That's
been
what you're
involved with Keem
referencing
over the
a
years.
lot so far. So that's what I'm going on.
Can we come to the conclusion that me and you both have a bad reputation? We're controversial figures, but one of us is wildly more successful?
Oh,
Yeah, it's
I
way
wouldn't
more
say I'm successful
successful.
at all. So
Okay.
yeah, sure.
Keemstar, continue with what you were saying. Okay, I think we've established this. Keemstar, continue with what you were talking about leading up to this. You reached out to Boogie Wings and DSP, 50 grand on the table to start the podcast. Continue.
So knowing how to help all three of them, all right, and then also creating a business opportunity for myself, right? You know, it is all these things combined. And not only just helping DSP, Wings, and Boogie and myself, because this is a brilliant idea, but it's also helping every single person that's in this chat right now. It's also helping every single one of your haters, every single one of your guys' actual supporters. Everybody wants this content. This is a win. This is a golden opportunity. So knowing this and wanting to reach out to help you, I found you to be so incredibly difficult to work with. Boogie already contacted you and told you that this was about a podcast. I publicly tweeted, reach out to me, $50,000, and you ignored me. Then we finally start talking in DMs, and your response is, well, email me, because I want to set up a call. We're already talking in DMs on Twitter. Why can't we just jump on a call and talk right away? We're already communicating. You tell me to go email you. That is so weird from my perspective. If I reach out to the biggest YouTuber on the platform, Mr. Beast, and I text him, hey, we got to get on the phone. I got to talk to you about something. I'm going to talk to him within 12 hours. And this is a
Oh no, fellas, this has been fantastic. They have absolutely roasted him. Guys, it was the trolls. No, and according to him, the bank leaks wasn't his bank account. How? I don't know, but according to him, the bank leaks was not his bank account. That is his new defense. Crime identity theft, and that the bank account wasn't his bank account. So all those iTunes charges and all those restaurants that line up with his days off, totally not him. It was someone else's bank account, not his. Bullshit. All right, that was a little loud. How about a quick commercial break? With, there it is.
Oh, what that aroma can do, brighter day for me and you. The best part of waking up is in your cup.
All right, back from the commercial break.
wildly more busy guy than you, Phil. All right. And that's the biggest YouTuber on the platform. This is how content creators communicate with each other. We don't, email each other. Like we have managers. to do that
this
stuff.
is a
We have
9.
lawyers to do that stuff. I have a team of people that will get in an email. I don't get in an email ever. I'm never in a Gmail ever. You know, this is, what are you talking about? That was
Emails.
so disrespectful to me when I'm just communicating you in Twitter DMs. We're talking back and forth and you're telling me I have to email you in order to get on a call. I was so confused by that. But I play along. All right. I think one of my people may have emailed you or something. I got a phone number. We set up a scheduled time when we're going to call and we're going to talk about this. And I call you during the scheduled time and you don't answer the phone. And then I get a message back saying, oh, I'm sorry. I was streaming. I told you I work at this time. Well, even if that is true and you were streaming, that stream is not more important than my phone call and my opportunity. It's not.
Phil, what do you think about that? Do you think that's accurate? You have an opportunity to put 5 figures in your pocket, and you kind of give us your mindset there, because
it's all semantics, because who cares how you're talking or whatever. First of all, Craig knows how to contact me. He contacted me to be on this show. It was pretty straightforward. Wouldn't you say, Craig? It was pretty easy to reach out to me. It wasn't hard to reach me, was it?
No, I emailed you. Yeah, it was easy.
And when we were able to talk back and forth pretty reasonably with no issue, correct? I don't think we ever had an issue, right?
No. I think what we're hearing
Well,
here is,
hold on. You think Craig is a big YouTuber though? Come on, look at this guy.
Oh no, I'm not even saying.
Hey,
it has nothing
once
to do
upon a
with
time,
size.
buddy. Once upon a time.
This has nothing to do with size. This has to do with just being reasonable. If someone has a business contact line, said this is the best way to contact me, please do it. But instead, you
Only
go
way
to
could
your
make better
giant
is that they
audience
said,
on Twitter and you just
show us your
scream,
phone now,
"I want
asshole.
DSP
Show us your
content
WWE
immediately,
account."
$50,000 on the line. It's hostile. It's disrespectful. It's unprofessional.
So you got triggered and were on the defensive immediately when you saw that from
Exactly.
Keem. You did not see that he was actually reaching out to help.
No,
Even
not
though
at all. I didn't even
it's-
know. People had to tell me in my chat
so,
what's happening.
So according to like what I've just heard, you were talking shit about him retiring, and he jokingly responded and kind of slapped you a lighthearted slap with a glove, but said, "You know what? I'm gonna hook you up anyway." That's the vibe I'm getting. And you were stuck on that. What year was this, by the way? Just because I
Last
kind of
year.
have a. So this was recent.
Last
Yeah,
year.
roughly a year ago.
Wow. Okay. No, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a little further back. I mean, it feels like, Phil, you're in this time of like you're trying to find that way past this spot that you're in. And I don't mean to like call anything out, but it does feel like that's being stuck on level 1, right? And it feels like, I mean, shout out to Keem for like actually reaching out after you were talking shit. Like that's not something that happens. And if he was
Right.
truly trying to help you out, like that's kind of surprising. I wouldn't,
well,
if someone was talking shit about me and I was as successful as Keem, I'd been like, fuck this person. I wouldn't even acknowledge them. Especially as you say, it was just some small time. I don't remember what wording you chose, that you weren't even successful in your own mind.
But him talking shit to me isn't a personal thing, right? It's an opportunity for me to make a Twitter video and make some entertainment for my audience. Like when I go on the internet,
That's how you internet right there.
when I
that's
go
how
on the
you
internet,
internet.
I'm not thinking about
Holy shit, someone kept track of their super chats for just this. Not what DSP's doing right now, but for just this. They got $1,951 just in super chats. And they peaked at 2,952 viewers. Going into this, everyone thought there was going to be just, DSP, what is your favorite color? Wow, what a great answer. DSP, what is your favorite time of day? Wow, what a great answer. This has been fantastic. They definitely earned the viewership. They earned the super chats. They earned all this.
will people like me? Will people hate me? I'm thinking, let me make a piece of content that people will enjoy watching, whether they like me or hate me or whatever. Let me make some piece of content that people are interested in. That's all I ever think about when I come to the internet is serving viewers. All right.
Phil, hold on, real quick. Phil, are you okay with this? You know, I don't want. Yeah, just with this conversation. You know, I mean, you came on to do an interview with me and Craig. You know, it was a tough interview. You know, we dove deep into throughout. You know what was going on, and you weren't prepared for. I didn't know that Keemstar would be on the show today. I didn't know either.
Neither did I. Yeah.
This all just kind of happened naturally.
This is the
And
internet.
As the guest on my show, I just wanted to ask you if you're cool. Like, I would love for this to continue. I just want to make sure you're cool with it.
I'm okay with this, but I mean, obviously,
cool.
we want to get back to the other topics too, right? I mean, we kind of put everything on pause.
Yeah.
We came and
We
I
will,
mean-
sure, but I think something good is happening here, right? We're working
Agreed.
through things. We're understanding what each perspective is. I understand your perspective, Phil. I understand Keemstar's perspective. So I got a question for you, Keem. Is this? You don't mind if I call you Keem, do you?
No, that's fine.
Okay,
Everyone
cool.
calls me Keem.
All right, all right. Is the offer still there for this to happen?
I mean,
If Phil is open to it.
I would say potentially, but not really, right? You know, I took Wings of Redemption and Boogie 2988, who were willing to work with me and understood this business opportunity, and I'm setting up a boxing match between the two of them, and I'm going to break the internet with this. All right, this is a awesome opportunity for Wings, an awesome opportunity for Boogie. This is going to be broadcasted on May 13th, and I haven't even announced this anywhere yet. This is an exclusive. It's going to be free to watch.
Oh shit.
It's going to be free
It's
to
gonna
watch.
be free to watch?
And
Oh,
Can I ask a
shit.
question?
yeah,
Of course,
Since I am the guest, right?
of course.
Okay,
Yeah, please ask. Yeah.
Keem, you know, again, I understand your reasoning here. You're saying I'm just making content people want to see, right? Is there any line that you won't cross when it comes to content that you think people want to see that you can make profit on? Do you have any kind of restraint? Do you ever feel that morally something is too far? Because I personally and many others hear this about this boxing match coming up. Okay, now let me give you my perspective. Okay.
Okay.
Wings of Redemption, Boogie, two desperate guys. We all know they're down on their luck. They could definitely use some money, right? We all know this. They
Yes.
publicly project that to the internet. They're both, technically, from what we can see and understand, they're kind of unhealthy. Maybe not. Who knows? But you only know
Agree.
what they project, correct? Do you not feel that having two people like this, overweight, possibly unhealthy, doing a boxing match against each other so that everyone on the internet can laugh at them could possibly, just possibly, be either putting them in harm's way or maybe be considered morally reprehensible because of the repercussions that could happen during this match?
Do you not think they're
But-
adults that they can make their own decisions, though, Phil?
That's
I'm
fine.
just
I mean,
curious.
anyone can make their own decisions. That's
I'm
fine.
sorry, Kim. Please answer them.
Let me respond. All right. Every single influencer boxer, whether they're healthy or not, is putting themselves in harm's way for entertainment. They're
True.
all warriors and they all deserve respect. Wings of Redemption and Boogie haven't gotten any respect. In fact, it's disrespect. Very similar to you. All right. And by doing this, they will get respect. Whether people laugh or not, they are going to get respect for jumping in that ring. But you mentioned that they're unhealthy. Of course they're unhealthy. But I can tell you right now, behind the scenes, and nobody knows this, both of them have actively already lost weight training for this fight. This is a
Nice. That's
positive
good.
thing
This is gonna be
in both of their
awesome.
lives. And I don't think either one of them have the ability to seriously hurt the other. Do you? Do you think they're in real danger by fighting each other? I think these are equal opponents.
This is not a serious boxing match, Keem. They're not boxers. They don't know anything about boxing. These are two overweight guys that are going to go at it, swinging. You know,
Are you going to
anything can
watch?
happen. No.
Yes, you are.
No,
Yes,
I'm
you
not.
are.
I don't watch
believe
that
you.
crap. I don't watch.
But-
Holla holla for the $1 parbs. A shot of gin on me. Ack ack ack. Trolls win. I actually got some beer left over before my friend came over. I finally had to go out and buy new beer because the last beer I had expired last June. I still love it. Like, wait a minute. The only reason you have beer in your fridge is because I was over. Checks it. You don't know those expired in June of 2022, right? Like, yeah. Oh well. So I finally went out and bought new beer. So next time he comes over, it won't be expired beer. So maybe I'll have to have a beer after this. Thank you, Parbs.
You're crafting
Phil,
out of your
Phil,
mind.
you
I
know,
don't
you know who
believe
is gonna watch it, Phil?
Everyone else.
Everyone. Great
Really?
answer. That's exactly what I would have said.
I just
Phil-
don't believe you. It really comes down to what I just
not
said a
gonna
little
watch
while
it, dude.
ago. When I look at like making content for the internet and doing stuff like this, my question is, will this serve viewers? And I know it will. I know so many people are going to tune in. I know so many people want to see this. And I don't believe you when you say you're not going to watch this. I think you are going to watch this fight.
You're so
Phil-
mistaken. You have known
Phil-
nothing about me then, dude.
Well, let's ask this, Phil. Just and this is just my morbid curiosity. If there was an opportunity for you, Phil,
Nah,
to
it's Bud
do
Light's
something
what my
physical,
friend drinks.
box, whatever.
Friend drinks Bud Light, so that's what I carry. Uh-oh. No, OBS shows green. On the OBS, my connection is green, so it shouldn't be me. It should be them.
I don't know, whatever it may be.
There we go.
That was a kind of a YouTuber versus YouTuber opportunity. Would you be
Stop doing that.
open to that? Open
No.
to anything like that?
Wouldn't do it.
No?
That's not what I'm about. I'm on the internet to share my passion for games, to have a cool social interaction with this, my viewers, my fans.
Well, nerd, I don't drink. I only have it for
I'm
my
not here
friends
to-
over, and I live in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like, to come out to my house, I think the closest one is like 11 miles. Yeah, it's probably about 11 miles. The other one's about 16. See, I live pretty far away from my friends, so they never come out to me. It's always me. When I get out of work, I stop at their house to hang out or whatever. Not them come out to me, because I live in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Make a mockery of myself or, do a publicity stunt. I don't do that kind of stuff. People will say I do. Whatever. It's your perspective. From my perspective, I just want to be.
Guys, I had to watch. I had to react to it. You guys
I
wanted me
go
to
after
react
things of
to
grandeur
it.
or anything like that. I don't want to blow up because I did a stupid internet boxing match with someone. It's so stupid to me. Immature,
That's fine,
honestly.
Phil. If I could finish why I'm frustrated and explaining myself.
Continue.
Because look, this all started with me retiring and you having, a bad opinion on me, and then us having that metaphor of, you being on level 1. Like I really did retire like a year ago. I pretty much did retire. Now I'm doing DLC, but I'm not paying for the DLC. The DLC is paying me, and I'm doing more and more and more and more stuff in this space because I just love it so much. And it comes from a place of you absolutely loving what you do and loving these video games. You know who else likes video games? Wings and Boogie. You don't think the three of you on a podcast would be a good thing. You guys talking
Maybe
about
you're
games,
playing
giving your
Apex
opinions,
or
talking
Call
about
of
current
Duty
events
together.
and whatnot. You don't think that's a positive thing?
Keem, I just said right here on the show, I would love to do a show with those
Okay.
guys. I'm friendly with them. Behind
So-
the scenes, I have conversations.
So when I couldn't get a hold of you and I called you multiple times, it wasn't once and you ignored, it was multiple times. I kept calling, I kept DMing you, and you said, "Oh, I'm streaming now," and da da da. A couple weeks went by.
By the way, that's
And-
false what he's saying, but I'll let him keep going. It's fine. Whatever.
Oh,
You know.
bullshit.
We want to hear your perspective. That's what we're doing here.
Did he not call you multiple times?
He called me at least once, maybe twice, but I think it was just once. It could have been twice.
The amount of times that you've said during this interview that you don't really remember is shocking.
because I don't document this stuff. Why do I care?
But how can you say with such certainty that it wasn't you, or that he didn't call, or that all these things if constantly I'm just calling it out. You know, I'm not trying to come at you, but I've just noticed that a lot. So now
That's
you
fine.
say actually he called maybe twice. Could it have been 3 times? Could it have been 4 times?
It definitely
that you
wasn't
didn't even
3 or
notice?
4. It was 1 or 2. It
How do I
definitely wasn't
know?
3 or 4.
I'm just, you know,
Well,
I
regardless,
specifically remember when he called me during a stream, and I'm like, "Who's calling me?" And then when I went on a break, I opened my phone. I'm like, "This must be him," because I don't have his phone number. I'm assuming this must be him because of, you get locations tied to phone numbers or whatever. And I'm like, "Why is he calling me when I gave him the specific times to call me? He's calling me when I said I was busy."
but
Why
even
would you
then,
do that?
Phil, you may be busy, but there's a call worth potentially 50 grand plus more on the backside of this that could take 10 minutes. I mean,
Change your life.
and once again, your true fans will understand. Look, I had to get on a phone call. This is a really important business call. I appreciate you guys. And you know what? They're going to stay there with you. They're going to stay there watching because they want to know what's happening. They want to know more about this. Like the idea of not taking a call just because you're streaming, like your fans will understand that, man.
No, and again, I didn't even know that was him. I didn't have his number. I'm checking after the fact during a break or whatever. But the fact that this guy can't call me when I'm giving him the times to call was baffling to me. So first, he won't. The true interaction here, I had to DM him. He wouldn't contact me. I had to DM him. He would not talk further in the DM about what this was until I demanded it. I'm like, dude, just tell me what you're talking about to see if I'm interested. I don't want to get on a call with you unless you just say, what if he had said something I'm totally not interested in at all? I can say, no, we're not even bothering with it. He wouldn't. I had to like pull strings to get him to even say, okay, I want you to be like a host on a show. And then he wouldn't even talk any further. He demanded a phone call. I give him my number. I give him the specific times to call. He calls the wrong times.
Well,
right?
I
Guys,
mean,
guys,
according to
I
what I
just-
hear from Keem, hold on, I just want to say this real quick. According to what I'm hearing from Keem, he was going to put up $150,000 to do a show with 3 guys. Like that's a risk. That's him investing a lot of his income to try to help these guys, for including yourself. And I think a phone call, wanting to do it over a phone call, is like just that's nothing in comparison to what he's trying to do. All right, I just need to say that, Keem.
And Phil, listen.
Do you
now
want to
that
know
we're-
why I don't like the phone call idea? Why I wanted it in writing? Would you like to know?
In just
hate
a
phone
second,
calls.
Keemstar, go ahead.
Phil, now that we're talking about this and we're communicating for the first time back and forth, all right, I can tell just by how you're reacting and what you're saying back to me that you actually understand that this was a great opportunity. And that's why we needed to be on the phone, is so we could actually communicate. We could hear each other's voice. We could talk this thing out. You can ask me questions. The text conversation, the emails back and forth, all right? That's not like really how business gets done. That's how contracts get done. That's how managers communicate back and forth and do deals. But like when we're at the very beginning of an idea and we're trying to figure out what we're going to do with this business, it has to be like real communication back and forth in a phone call, like it is right now.
Mhm.
So that's
Okay.
why it was so important for me to get on the phone with you.
Okay.
Do you agree
Does that
or
make sense?
disagree? Does it make sense to you, Phil?
What I was going to say was
Sure.
the reason I wanted it in writing was very simple. All right. Again, you have to understand, Keem, you have a lot of stuff that's said about you on the internet. You know that. We've agreed to that.
But
Right?
so do you.
I'm so
Correct.
sick of hearing that from
But
you.
what
Phil.
I- so frustrating
if I'm
you
going to
say
deal
that.
with this guy, if I'm going
I'm
to deal
with
with
him.
this guy, I want our conversation in writing. Because what's to stop me from getting on the phone with Keem, having a conversation, and the next thing I know, he completely lies about what we just talked about to get drama on his content.
Phil, that's
And-
like me going to Craig. Like, hell no. I hear all this shit about Phil. I don't want him to come up here and start fucking wanking it on the show live. You know what I mean? That's like me believing what is on the internet when I think this was actually it was a tough, but it was a good show. And it was a chance for you to come clean and like really try to tackle some of the shit that's out there. But it's like you're using the same kind of shit that people have been using against you, but you're using it against Keemstar.
This
Doesn't make
just
any
fucking
sense.
Amazing.
I don't listen. I
Yeah.
don't trust
You-
the
you
guy.
do
I just
hear- you
don't.
do
I
see
don't
it, right?
trust him. I do
But-
not
but-
trust Keem.
But once
I
You
again,
don't know me. We've never
Right.
even talked.
How do you not trust the man when you're getting your information from the internet? The internet is not a real place.
I can tell you this. I do business with the biggest content creators on this entire planet. All right. I don't just run a show called Drama. I develop video games. I represent YouTubers. I get them brand deals. One of my companies represents the biggest streamer on the planet. I have a long business history with FaZe, Mr. Beast. Like you don't know anything about me. You don't. Right. But if we had a conversation and you got to learn about me and what I've done, and the business opportunities that I've created for this industry for the last 15 years, your opinion of me would be wildly different than you watching a drama documentary about me, something that you're against. Like, this is blood money,
It was
but
not a
that's where
drama
you got your
documentary.
information from.
It talked a lot positively about you. Why do you think I watched a drama video about you? That's not what I watched.
So
at all.
it talked positively about me, but by watching it, you had a negative view of me. That doesn't. It's
No,
not
I told
adding
you.
up.
I respect you immensely, but I don't know after all. It's not just that. There's other things too. Other people that have said things about you and their dealings with you. I have to kind of be protective of myself and my business and my family.
Was there ever?
I
was
feel
there
there's
ever a
risk of being
story?
involved with you. I do. I feel there's a risk that I could be, hung out to dry somehow.
I know that there's multiple things that I've done wrong in my career, like a 1,000%. I have said outlandish things in the attempt of making entertainment and entertaining people. In 2015, one of the biggest things, my team got a story wrong, and I went on air with the story wrong and falsely accused someone of being a pedo. It was wrong identity. It wasn't even the same guy. All right. If you look at that story and actually look into it, the person that exposed Keemstar for that and brought that to the internet was Keemstar. I exposed myself for getting it wrong. I right away tried to make, it right with that guy, offer him 20 grand. This is like back in 2015. If you actually look into any of this stuff about me, you're going to see Keemstar saying wild effed up stuff, and he's definitely wrong. But you're going to see Keemstar making mistakes and trying to make amends for it if you actually take the time to look into it. Now, you're on this show asking these audience, this detractors, these gentlemen running this podcast to treat your story and what's said about you fair. I should have gotten the same respect from you, or at least a respect to get a phone call just so we could better know each other.
Phil,
But that didn't happen. And if I could finish, because I'm almost
Sure.
done
Yes, sir.
with representing, my point in all this. I called him multiple times. I couldn't get a hold of him. It rubbed me the wrong way
He's
right
king
from the
'cause
beginning
Kim's
when he
way
was trying to
better,
send
more
me to an
successful than
email,
he
which
is.
made no sense to me. And I think 2 weeks roughly went by, and I went on YouTube, and because I was looking up DSP stuff, doing research for the podcast, the algorithm sent his live stream in my feed. So I tune into it. And I'm telling you, the minute I tuned in, I saw Phil begging for money to pay rent and utilities. And I just lost it in his chat. I'm like, I cannot believe that you're doing this right now. 2 weeks ago, I was trying to get a hold of you, offering you the greatest opportunity you've ever been offered in your entire career. Phil, if this podcast was a success, all right, everyone in the chat and you are looking at $50,000. It wouldn't be $50,000. This podcast would make millions. It would be a wild success. It would be a brand. This is something that would be clipped on TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram. People would talk about this, just like you're being clipped on your little live stream now, except for we would have an opportunity to monetize it.
Monetize it and make bank. This is what DSP lost. This is what DSP turned down because his little piggy ego couldn't handle it. Keemstar is more successful. Keemstar has made fuck you money, as they call it. The kind of money where you'd be like, hey, you gotta do this. No, I don't. Fuck you. Double bird into the cross chop as you strut backwards doing the moonwalk. Keemstar has that kind of money. And DSP hates that.
Phil, do you understand kind of the obviously
It's
I
been
think what Keem is saying,
great,
he has
Shalcard.
business experience, right? He's offering you an opportunity. You turn the other way. But there's a lot of things that you're saying today. You're talking about, Keem making mistakes, saying things, doing business the wrong way. That can.
And this interview has been going on for almost 5 hours at the point that this video is at. Not a single snort. Not a single burp. Not a single throat clear. Not once has he leaned to the microphone and made a disgusting bodily noise. Not once.
Can also be said about yourself, and the things that you're saying are very. It's like holding a mirror up to yourself, because I feel like there's actually a lot of similarities between Keemstar making mistakes. You've made mistakes, things that we touched on during this podcast, right? You do understand the similarities between what your argument is for not wanting to work with him and the reason why you have so many detractors.
Sure. What I would say is the difference between me and Keem, outside of wild amount of popularity difference, is that if you take a look at the body of work that I've done in the 15 years I've done it, all right, you would say, has Phil ever really outright, with anything he's done, actually concretely hurt someone to the point where,
Concretely
wow,
hurt them,
what a heinous
guys.
person. People will
Yeah.
say that about Keem. They will say that about Keem, okay? And at the end of the day, when I have to make business decisions about who I'm going to associate with and who I'm not going to, that's a factor, and it's a moral factor for me. It has nothing to do with Keem's business sense. Keem, you are a great businessman. Everyone knows that. I think you would actually run the podcast very, very well. I do. I would love to do this podcast with Boogie and Wings. I have a problem with you morally, dude, with the content you put out. I do. And
I'm gonna
let him respond. Let him respond to that.
Listen, you just said that you've never hurt anyone, right? And you talking trash doesn't hurt me. That's just an opportunity, right? But when you treated me the way you did behind the scenes, this sounds like bullshit coming from me, but you hurt me. I was offended. I was hurt. Like, why are you treating me like this? Why can't you treat me like a man, and why can't we have a conversation? If you came to the conclusion that, no, I don't want to do this, this isn't right for me, that's fine. But you really showed me no respect at all. It was so disrespectful how you were treating me, making me email. I have to call at a certain time. I'm calling and you're not answering the phone. And then when people were asking, your fans asking online, why didn't you do this podcast with Keem? During this whole time, I forgot to mention this, he was still talking bad about me publicly.
Keem, you just said it. Like, just what you just described is probably the main reason I have a problem with you. You are someone who has no self-awareness, and you think that you're the most important thing. You tweeted on your Twitter that I should contact you about a business opportunity. No one does that. They contact the person about the business opportunity directly.
We all do it. We all do it.
Yeah,
It's the internet, Phil.
It's
Like,
the internet, man.
like
Yeah.
you said, you've been doing this for 15 years, but like,
I've done other podcasts like Jake and others. You know what they did? They either tweeted at me or they DM'd me. Or they'd be in chat like, hey, I just followed you, but I can't DM you right now because you have to follow me back from a lot of DM me. I was like, all right. I follow them back. And then they DM me. I go, hey, we got a podcast. We want to ask you about this and this. Okay, sure. And then I go on the podcast. I've done at least 4 podcasts because of that. I've done at least 4 podcasts where someone either gets hold of me in chat and says, hey, message me on Twitter, or they just straight up message me on Twitter, like, hey, we want to do a podcast with you in it. Mr. Deadman talked about my books. We talked about BTS, the K-pop band. We talked about DSP. We had a good time. You know how they got a hold of me? On Twitter. Amazing how that works, isn't it? How, sure, 30 years ago, you wouldn't email someone about this. You'd be like, all right, you call their secretary puts note in a meeting thing, and all right, I guess I got to call him back. All right, what's this about? Okay, well, let's call back and forth a few times, try to set up a date, so I can fly out to where you're at, you fly out to where I'm at, and we can make a meeting in person, get some papers signed. Sure, 30 years ago, you had to do that. This isn't 30 years ago. This is literally the internet. This is literally, hey, James, I want you on my podcast to talk about your books and DSP and K-pop. All right. DM each other, set up a time and place. I go on their show. Done. I've done videos with GTG before. Conspiracy theories about, like, JFK was probably the best one, but also like Area 51 and aliens, moon landing stuff. But you know how we got a hold and did all that? Through DMs. He's big into conspiracies. I'm big into conspiracies. We both make fun of DSP. I love his content. He likes my content. So yeah, we got together through DMs, set up a time and place to record our videos, and then we did it. Conspiracy theory, DSP has a baby. That's one. And I know there was some people like, no, it has to be 100% hard news, hard hitting facts. I want to win a Pulitzer Prize for my reporting on DSP. I'm like, bitch, who cares? Make fun of him. Like, I'm here to point and laugh. Some people take him a little too seriously. Me, I want to point and laugh. Like, and mind you, this is all within like a month. Multiple times hearing a baby crying. You're not wrong, Honaka, he is the baby. But there was multiple video clips of a baby crying all within a month of each other. Like, huh. That's really weird that every single video ever combined before this, no baby crying. This very month, baby crying. Multiple times. What the fuck? Does DSP have a baby? As far as we know, he doesn't. I think Kiwi Farms would have found the birth certificate by now if he had one.
do you not understand the way algorithms work, the way anger is addictive, and how people are hooked on crazy shit? Go ahead.
I want no part of that drama. I don't
Phil,
want to be
Phil,
on a
Phil, from-
podcast that is going to be about that. I don't want to be involved with someone
That's not what he was.
he's-
I don't even
this
know
is
what the podcast
egomaniacal
was
what
going to
he's
be about.
saying. He's being egomaniacal. I have to just listen
Phil,
to what he
I'm
said.
not.
He's being egomaniacal. Pot, meat, kettle.
Keem,
Phil.
you just said my whole life should have stopped because you wanted
I
to
say maybe
contact me.
Tyron
Really?
left
I did
a
not
Phil
say
a
that.
gift.
Right. You
No,
just
he didn't
said
say that.
answer
I
the
did not
call at
say that.
any time, even though I
Phil.
gave you.
Oh, there you go. Parbs could have been his cousin. Because some people say that picture of him with a woman in the car was not Kat. It was actually his cousin. So who knows? Maybe his cousin was visiting with her baby. There's a great conspiracy right there. That's a great theory. I love that, Parbs.
Give you the times to call me.
Can
Answer
I
the
give you
call at
some
any time at
context?
all.
Can I give you some context? From the time I wake up to the time I go to bed, every single day, I talk to at least 20 different content creators. And this is true. This is not an exaggeration. You know, I run an influencer boxing, Happy Punch. We represent fighters that do boxing. I have all my staff. I have YouTubers and content creators that we represent business-wise with brand deals and stuff like that. And then I run Drama, right? So I have to get on the phone with different content creators to validate stories or get people's takes so I can, inject that into the story to make sure that like what I'm reporting and what I'm talking about is accurate and have a full perspective, right? How all this business operates, right, between content creator and content creator is like Twitter DMs. It's like a tweet, yo, DM me. Yo, let's hop on.
What the fuck is DSP doing? He's almost leaned off the camera. Is he trying to pull the cable on his computer to unplug it from the internet? Like, oh no, guys, my internet stopped working. I guess I got to drop out of the interview.
A phone call. When we're talking about contracts and stuff, then you have
And Phil
lawyers,
just
you have
watched.
managers, they're in emails, emailing each other back and forth. But the content creators, which we are both content creators, we are on the same level. I'm not higher than you. You're not higher than me. We have a mutual respect as content creators. We should be able to be in Twitter DMs and then get on a phone call. And you didn't treat me like that. You treated me like dirt. This is not about me thinking I'm God. This is about how you treated me in those Twitter DMs.
Keem, I gave you the times to call. You called at different times, and we never had another interaction ever again. How was I disrespectful to you?
So when they ask me, is this opportunity, still available? When I say maybe, because like, I don't know how I could work with you. You are very, very difficult to work with, to even communicate with, firsthand.
Because I didn't drop everything to talk to you, I'm difficult to communicate with, even though I
but
have
what are you dropping?
publicly listed ways to contact
What?
me.
Please explain to me what you're dropping. Like, what is so important that's happening that you can't get on a phone call with me?
My work, my job. I'm here 6 days a week, full-time streaming to make a living.
But this job that I'm about to offer you would pay wildly more and solve all these problems that you have going on.
First of all, you don't know what it's going to solve.
The upfront money would have paid off the car and the back taxes. Would he have actually paid off the car and the back taxes? No. And oh, can you imagine how fucked DSP would be if he didn't pay taxes on that? Holy shit, I could just see it now. DSP wouldn't set any of the money aside for taxes. Then all of a sudden next year, guys, Keemstar fucked me. He gave me $50,000, but I don't have the taxes to pay for that. How am I supposed to pay the tax money on that, guys? By setting aside 15 grand. And only spending $35,000 on your bills. WWE champions. And now Street Fighter Duel. Holy fuck, he would have spent the entire 50 grand and then some. Then came back in 2024 crying that he has no money for his taxes. Oh, that would have been fantastic to see. Keemstar, you almost fucked him harder than Panda or Cat ever could.
Oh, that's a huge assumption. Second of all, I didn't know what the thing was because you never told me. You didn't call at the time you were supposed to.
Didn't
We're
Boogie
going
give
to
you?
We are going in a loop. You're right.
It's happened a lot on this episode so far.
Right. So look, I think let's leave it here, right? A bridge has been gapped. We brought a bridge together, right? I don't know if something's going to come from this.
As well as that, Honaka.
Team and Phil, and there's obviously still friction there, and that's fine. But I'm glad you guys had an opportunity to talk, and I think more than anything, Phil, you're learning more about business in 2022, 2023, and how interactions, and the importance of being quick and nimble and things like that along here, because that's in reality that's how business works now. So
Let me put it this way.
Yeah, that 50K would be gone and not on bills. He finally finished #1 in an event.
If it weren't Keem, because again, I already had a negative association in my head of who Keem is. I had really very little interest in doing any work with him. If it was someone else, maybe I would have. But that's the association I had. I had a moral issue working with the guy, so it wasn't a big deal to me.
You have no morals. Shut the fuck
Before
up.
I leave, because I'm pretty much done, I've expressed everything that I want.
I appreciate it, Keem.
Can I give you some criticism?
Me?
Phil, is that okay?
Yeah, because I came in saying that I'd be respectful and I wouldn't dunk on you or any of that stuff, but I do have some criticism that I desperately want to express to you.
It's
As
up to
long
Phil.
as long as it's respectful.
And it been 50
Nah,
grand
I
in
know.
DoorDash or
I'm going to do
iTunes
this in
cards,
the
you would
most
have taken it.
respectful way, and then I'll go, and of course you can respond. But I don't condone people harassing you. People.
He did talk about WWE Champions, claimed that he's only spent $15 on it this month, and in total he spent less than $1,000 on it. Shit. Craig said, "Hey, take a screenshot, send it to me in email." No, I can't do that. What do you mean you can't do that? Take a screenshot of your phone, send the screenshot to me right now, live, and I'll look at my email, not show anyone else, to prove that it's not your account. I can't do that. It's impossible. So yeah, it's never gonna happen.
Doxing you, people going into your private, life and doing all this horrible stuff that they've done. But I believe the reason why this has happened is because people don't trust you. You don't come across as trustworthy. So when you're on stream and you're asking to pay utilities and rent and all that stuff, the audience is getting frustrated and they look at you like you're a scammer and they want to know where this money is going. Well, how is he always in this situation? What is he spending his money
That
on?
too, Parbs.
And that is the motivation to dive into your personal life. You had an opportunity on this show, and I watched it.
Oh, good point. He's been going on for almost going on 5 hours. Now, once did he need a bathroom break? Now, once did he need to walk? Guys, I got to walk. I got to stretch my legs. And again, not a single snort.
You just pull up the screenshot and show the WWE account, and you didn't do it. Your internet cut off. At that point, when your internet cut off and you were DDoSed and you were gone off stream, the opportunity is now gone. It's gone. Because while your internet was out, you could have made a fake screenshot, all right? You're never, ever going to be able to prove what your WWE account was or is ever again, because people will say he just photoshopped it. He just made it up. You're never going to be able to prove that.
Anyway.
You had one opportunity to do it right away with these guys, and that was it. And you didn't take advantage of it, because I personally, watching it, and so did the audience, thought that you were lying. And if you are lying, if it is true and you're not being honest, if I were you, this is the best advice I could give you, right? Is just be like, look, this was my account. This is that. I would ask for a clean slate and I would do things different, because this restarting level 1 over and over and over again is the root of all your problems, if that makes any sense.
I appreciate the input. It's not true, so I'm not going to do that. But I appreciate the input. If it were true, I would fess up to it.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for having me on.
Keemstar, thanks. Appreciate it, man.
Yep.
I'll appreciate you hopping on. Really appreciate it.
Definitely.
All right. Hey, Phil, you've been throwing curveballs today, which I did not see coming. All right. I did not see them coming at all. But
Story of my life, Craig. Story of my life.
Hey,
Yeah.
I appreciate
Props for
you.
still being here.
Do you want to keep going?
Honestly.
I've got till around 4 p.m. We could keep going. If you have more questions, I'm down for it.
So
Well,
let me say this. I
it's
reached
almost
out.
10 p.m. for me, and I haven't had dinner, and so I can't go much longer.
Give us 15
starving.
minutes. Let's go 15 more minutes.
Okay.
And if you guys are new, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. Once again, we stream Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Central Time. We have some great interviews coming up. Once again, Mark the Cyborg, James Rolfe, the Angry Video Game Nerd, coming up. So make sure you guys are here for those. We'd really appreciate it. Once again, you can follow us over on Twitter at Side Scroller Pod. You can follow me at you can see it on there, and Adam as well, and obviously Darkside Phil as well. Okay, so Phil, I reached out. We only have like 15 more minutes, and once again, I appreciate everybody hopping in, being a part of the day, being a part of the stream, and all your super chats have been amazing. I want to let you know that we will definitely take a look at them. I don't think we're going to read them on stream, but during our post show over at patreon.com/sidescrollers, we'll bring Blabs and Travis in, and we'll continue on while so Adam can go get some food. But I wanted to play some audio. This is actually, I reached out to several of your detractors, Phil, and I thought it would be fair to allow them to ask questions. So I wanted to play this for you, and we'll just kind of go from there. Okay? Does that sound good?
Sure. Fire away.
Are you okay with that?
I don't know who they are. I don't know what they're saying, obviously. So.
Well, this is from It's a Gundam. Are you familiar with that name?
I'm familiar with the name, and I'm definitely familiar with the voice.
Okay. Well, you're gonna know the voice. So here you go. This is a question from him.
Hey there, Philly cheesesteak. Guess who it is? Your favorite YouTuber. We're best friends. Remember that time you thought it'd be funny to put a restraining order on me, Philbert? Well, Philly, my question is, what the hell did you spend $500,000 on? You didn't pay off your house. You didn't pay off the condo. You didn't pay off any car you own. You're in debt. Where did the money go? Why did you take business loans? What did you use the business loan money for? You never improved your content. You've been using the same camera for nigh on 5,000 years. If it wasn't for, like, The Dutch brothers sending you a new web camera or like LEDs in the background, you'd have no ideas. Where'd the money go? You're like a politician in San Francisco. If I went to the mayor and I said, Mayor of San Francisco, where did all that money go? That $120 million you defunded the police with and put it to black communities. Where did it go? You know, Phil, you screwed up. You never should have been a YouTuber. You should have been a politician in San Francisco. You would have gotten away with it, baby. If it wasn't for those meddling detractors.
Is he in at some point?
All right, it's over now.
It's actually not too late. I mean, politicians tend to be older.
Look, that was a long question. I think my first question after that is,
I
what is
think we handled that though already. We talked about that shit.
but the 500,000. That's the first I've heard that figure. Where is that?
No,
coming from, dude?
I mentioned it earlier. We talked about it.
Could be the bankruptcy. I'm not sure.
And I asked
Yeah.
him, and if it was the bankruptcy, and I think that's it.
Okay. Have you taken out any business loans? And if so, what were they used for?
Business loan?
He actually had $131,000 wiped from his bankruptcy. That was the credit cards and the business loans. The extra money comes from the condo in Connecticut, the Watt condo in Washington, and the car. The Watt condo and the Connecticut condo alone was over $400,000 combined, and then the car. So, or close to $400,000 combined.
Loans? No. Everything, all that debt that got written off was credit cards and stuff. Now I'm trying to think. Oh, I had personal loans, not business loans. I've never taken out any kind of loan officially in the name of the business or anything like that. No.
Okay. Is there anything else? Like, I don't know. It's very rarely do you have an opportunity to kind of interact with.
Did he used to be on the Howard Stern show? His voice is so familiar to me. He used to be. Was he that clown guy? Seriously, he sounds just like him. He sounds just like him. No, I don't know. He's one of the many detractors who make videos about me. I've literally never watched a video of his, so I really don't have anything to say.
Do you think that by not watching his videos, you're like? Do you think that if you were to spend time watching their videos, you'd be able to react and you have a reaction channel? Don't you think there's an entire niche market of you reacting to negative content?
That would be amazing. Him reacting to videos on him. Oh, that'd be fantastic.
About yourself?
Perhaps in the future, yes. Now that I'm doing that, it's only been in operation for a month. It's something that I would consider dabbling in the future. The thing is, there is something with these detractors. The more attention you give them, just the worse it gets. It eggs them on to do more. So my opinion is, people are not coming to my channel to see this. They don't care about that. They want to see gameplay. They want to see whatever. I don't want to inundate them with that stuff, so I don't address it.
Okay.
But
I was going to say a new show idea: the detractor reactor.
Yeah, maybe that should be something we do. A whole show where I react.
I've given you 2 good show names so far.
I did react to the original "This Is How You Don't Play" last year. So just want to talk about talking two sides of the fence of how it's completely unfair how I'm treated. The guy tried to take it off the internet, so I couldn't react to it. Everyone else had done it, but when I went to do it myself, no, you can't do that, Phil. Like, what are you talking about? It's fair use.
You got to download it. Got to download it next time.
Well,
So-
someone gave it to me, so.
Can we talk about that though, real quick? Have you ever tried to remove reactive content?
Yes, he has.
For your business that people have reacted from
Reactive content. So you're saying someone actually watching my content and reacting to it.
or just posted clips of it?
The only time that I have tried to ever take anyone down was straight up ripping the raw content and illegally reposting it with absolutely no transformative work whatsoever added to it. The moment that someone's there and they're talking about it, that's transformative. I know, because everyone does it. There's a judge that made a ruling on that. The only way that really legally you should be able to take anything down is if they just right now, if they rip this raw podcast from side scrolls and put it on their channel, no context, no commentary, that's illegal. Everything else is fine. So no, I've never tried to do that at all to anything that's reactive content or reacting content like that. No.
So I understand that, right? And technically, legally, you are correct, right? But this goes back to this is the internet, and the internet. I know that people are going to take this episode and I'm sure Gundam and Keem and all sorts of people are going to go and they're going to make content based off of this content.
Hey, Trevor,
But ultimately, and we could get upset about that because
we're almost at the end, though, unfortunately for you.
Ultimately, that's going to help the show. That will benefit side scrollers because more people know about side scrollers, right? So, I just feel like I've kind of zeroed in on what's happening. Like, Phil, the internet has changed, and you haven't necessarily changed with the internet. Over, whether it's the things that we've talked about today, and so there's big opportunity for you to adapt and change with the internet
and make
you've
more
changed
money.
Some formats, you've changed some, changed your content and such, but the internet still is adapting, and it's adapting literally exponentially fast.
Yes, Darkwing and Cobra. When he says, "No, I've never done that," congratulations, DSP. You've never done that. What about your pay pigs and Superhound? I mean, I can't control what they do, guys. Yeah, that's what I thought. Shut the fuck up.
And it's something that needs to be done if you're going to be a relevant content producer online. And I don't know. I would just love to hear your thoughts on
And
that. It's
Gundam
just
hasn't
like
made
a
very many
reoccurring theme that
videos.
I've heard today.
Well, of course, what I'm going to say is, well, today I've changed and I'm much different. He said that a million times already on the show, right? I mean, I really am trying to be different and more receptive to criticism and being open. Like the React stuff I'm doing right now that I just started doing last month. That's something I was so against for so many years. And that's a running pattern with me. I'm stupid. I'm ignorant. I say dumb stuff. Then someone finally says, hey, Phil, wake up, stupid head. Check this out. And oh, actually, there is some meaning to doing that. You can add context. You can add, your own perspective. You can make a React that's not
Adam's not been having
dumb
it
stuff, but
all
instead intelligent
stream.
content. And now I
Adam's
know
has
that.
been
I
the
need
best
to keep
part of
doing
his
that.
stream.
I feel like I'm getting better at it. It's a work in progress, just like everything in life and with any person who's trying to grow or evolve. It's a work in progress for me to become more open-minded. I feel I'm a lot better at walking in other people's shoes now. I'm a lot better at listening to other perspectives and suggestions for improvement. You're right. I need to adapt and be open-minded to change in the future. Correct.
Phil, I gotta say, it took a lot of balls to come on the show and handle the questions.
If anything, that's the one actual positive thing I hear is that Phil never gives up. Phil is the unbreakable rock that the waves crash against, and he's still gonna be here at the end. You know what I'm saying? Like I put up with all of it, and I'm not going anywhere, man. I'm gonna keep making content. I'm not gonna give up on it. I love it. It's my passion. It really is my passion. Best job I've ever had, and I'm happy to be here with
Only
you guys.
job
and
we
be
can have
honest with
right
you
now,
as much as I could.
unfortunately for you.
Thank you. You guys were great hosts. I know it sounds like we're ending now. It was a great, great opportunity at least to get my perspective out there. Thank you.
Well, and we appreciate you coming on. We still got a few more minutes because I want Adam to be able to get food. But is there anything that you feel that you need to touch on before we leave, before we part today? Is there
There's so much. I mean, we could go on for hours and hours. The things people have said about me grooming my ex-girlfriend.
Is that what you want to focus on, though? He asked you specifically. Is there anything that you want to bring up?
Okay, well, let's do this. Phil, would you be open to coming back on again?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Not
We could do like a part 2. And just kind of hit on more of those things, right? Because I want to be conscious of everybody's time. All right, well, let's do this. We'll schedule a part 2 for some time down the line, right? And get you on for a part 2. But in the meantime, what is the one thing that you wish you could address right now that we haven't addressed today?
Oh my gosh.
Well, the first thing you just said was that groom and shit. Like, what's up with that? Because I don't like.
It's blatantly false. It's my ex. I met. She contacted me. I never contacted her. She contacted me via YouTube DMs when they were a thing. That's how long ago this was. Over a decade ago. She was an adult, a legal adult. We spoke for months before we ever started.
Oh, Ace, man, you missed, and it's you too, Hemi. You missed so much good shit. They completely spit roasted the pig. Keemstar came on and just owned him. All 3 of these gentlemen are gonna be arrested for animal abuse for they just did a DSP on stream. Roasted him about the bank accounts, which apparently now, according to DSP, his new defense is that the bank leaks was not his bank account. Now you're thinking, like, wait, what? But he said he had his identity stolen. It cost him thousands. Now he is claiming it wasn't his bank account. I know, it makes absolutely no fucking sense. And yeah, she was 17, but although being king of semantics that he is, guys, 17 is legal in my state. So it's not grooming because it's legal in my state. Yeah, Keemstar came on and just fucking roasted him. Like, I offered you $50,000 and you refused to pick up the phone. What could be so fucking important you could answer a fucking phone call for $50,000? I had to work. I had to be on my stream and beg my fans for money. I was offering you $50,000. You don't have to beg to get your utilities or your rent paid with $50,000. Nope. Wasn't good enough for him.
Started dating. People say I met her when she was like 16 and I groomed her for years. I never even spoke to her until after she was 18. It's a complete and bold-faced lie, okay? Another thing. I'm sorry that I have to bring this up, but I talked with my wife about it. I want to get this out in the open. People say that I'm some kind of a horrible woman abuser, and basically I groom these women and I bring them into my, it's my personal life. My wife and I met online, casually talking for a few months before we ever started dating or anything like that. Okay. Basically, she was in a really bad place in her life, an abusive relationship. She got out of that relationship, and once she did, then we started talking a little bit more romantically. And
nope. She was still living with Subaru Man when they were talking. She was flying across the country while still living with Subaru Man. There was no abuse. If there had been abuse, there would have been police reports. If there had been police reports, Kiwi firms would have found that shit by now. Yep, that's exactly what's happening after this, David. So yeah, there was no abuse. There was no restraining orders. There was no police reports. There was nothing. Kiwi firms would have found that shit by now. if any of that was true. Obviously, it's not true. Because Kiwi Farms never found shit like that. So DSP can sit there and cry that I was in a abusive relationship and I was saving her. Bullshit. She was still living with him while she was flying across the country to meet you. It wasn't until he found out that she was cheating on him that he kicked her ass up to the curb. Shut the fuck up.
Then things pursued. People made stuff up.
Subaru was her boyfriend at the time that she was talking to DSP. He's called that because he drove a Subaru that had a really nice sound system. And there's a video of her like doing a hair trick. Like all the sound system's going and it's making her hair stick up and all that. So, yeah, she was dating someone who drove a Subaru, so she got called, or he got called Subaru Man. Well, these speaking try to claim it was abusive. It wasn't.
And said that I basically stole her from her ex and that he's a victim. It's funny because when you look on the internet, they will find all this public information about me and my personal life. They'll find my bankruptcy. They'll find all these statements. Did you ever find the restraining order that she had against her ex because he was hitting her?
Oh, bullshit. If there was a restraining order, Kiwi Farms would have found it by now. That is such a blatant fucking lie.
Right? But, you know, make him look like a good guy on the internet, right? Which is what they've done. My detractors have actually done this. They've gone into her personal life with her family. She has nothing to do with me or my content. Stop. If you're going to mess with me...
You had her on your videos, and before she got out there, you were talking about, we're going to do videos together, guys. We're going to do a new cooking show with my girlfriend. You brought her into the show.
That's one thing. Leave my family.
Yes, I did, Luis. It was a good movie.
Everyone out of it. Make fun of me. Put the brunt on me. It's one of my biggest regrets as a content creator. I never meant for anyone to get hurt doing this. Never. I feel awful that my wife every day is feeling awful about things going on.
Are you about to cry?
Things about her.
Oh, please tell me you're about to cry.
Out of it, all right? Just all this stuff. I mean, I'm sure there's a million other things. There'll be a part 2. We'll get to it then. But those are 2 things that have always been horrible to women. If anything,
she had a raccoon eyes. That's from her makeup.
1,000,000%. You will never find someone on the internet saying that Phil was in a sex scandal, Phil was abusive to women in the past. I have never done that in my life. 1,000,000%. But they want to say it, and it really irks me the wrong way. So,
I understand. All right. Well, look, I think this is a great place to stop. Like I said, let's definitely. I'll email you. I won't DM you. I promise. I'll email you, and we'll set up a part 2. I think that there's still a lot to cover, but I know that I speak for everybody when I say we appreciate your time, we appreciate your patience, we appreciate taking the time to allow us to kind of poke and prod. And I know you I had no intentions of this being like an interrogation interview. Hopefully, you didn't feel like it was an interrogation interview, but hopefully you feel like we were fair because I feel like I said, I try to be fair to me, fair to whoever we're interviewing, and fair to the audience. So hopefully you feel that was the case.
I do. Ultimately, I would hope that once we've had all these episodes of the interrogation, that I can just be a normal guest. I love you guys, man. I used to be a huge Super Cat fan back in the day.
He's not going back on.
We're playing a video 2 days ago of a MagFest where we're peeing on Shaq Fu. I was in that video. That's how long I've been a fan of Screw Attack. I just want to chill with you guys and have a normal show. I don't want your whole show to be the Dark Side Phil show.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to get to that point. I love it for sure. Well, once again, if you guys are new, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. We're going to end the stream here. Once again, make sure you guys subscribe for part 2. But we're going to continue with.
Before we end, hold on. I just want to say to everyone who supported today, thank you so much. I don't know how we're going to handle it. We've been going for 5 hours. This is. I had no idea what to expect. It's pretty crazy, but I really do want to say thank you to everyone out there who, whether you know our show or not, this is kind of like what they just said. It's not what our show is. We shoot the shit about video games, talk about weird cultural stuff. It's a lot of fun. I feel like Craig and Phil were talking, and Craig wanted to give Phil a platform to basically, make your piece. So I don't know when number 2 will be, but normally we read all our super chats throughout it, and it didn't feel appropriate to do that today because I'm sure there's a lot of them that are probably really good super chats, but there's probably a lot of them that are really would throw things to the side. We know about everything that is going on the internet. I feel like Craig did a fantastic job of putting questions together. That was his journalism degree, by the way. I mean, fantastic. He actually used it for the first time in his life. Congratulations, by the way, Craig.
All right, nice.
So thank you very much for your support. I really appreciate you all. All right, please continue, Craig.
Yeah, and once again, we're going to continue with our post show over on. And Phil, you can bounce whenever you like. But we're going to
stick around, man. Listen, support good people making good content. These are good people. Your other hosts are good people. I would love to do a post show with you guys too if you want. I'm here.
Okay, sounds good. Well, we'll continue the post show over there over at patreon.com/sidescrollers. You guys can go over there and support the show there. We appreciate everybody popping in. I hope that you guys come back tomorrow. That's the big thing. You can have a great show, but I want to see you guys tomorrow and join this amazing little positive community we have going on over here. So make you guys hit the subscribe button on your way out. Mark it on your calendar every Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock Central Standard Time. So with all that said, remember, people are going to try to keep you down. Don't let them. You guys got a goal. Go get it. I'll see you guys later. Twitch, we're going to say goodbye to you now. Goodbye. And all our friends over on YouTube, we'll see you guys over on patreon.com/sidestrollers. So with that said,
Oh, was that too early?
YouTube, it was too early, but not too gone. We're about to finish now. So bye-bye. There we go. Lots of fatalities. Good. All right,
My wife came in the room and
Oh, I guess that it's over for that. So now we're going to move over to the decompression stream, as he calls it. It's going to be even sadder, I'm sure. Where is the DSP? Almost clicked on raw DSP. It's like, no, I can't click on raw DSP.
What is up, everyone? Phil here. And in case you've been living under a rock for the last several...
Live.
Okay.
And then set that up to be 1.5 speed. This is going to take for fucking ever. This is content of the year. Forget stream of the year. This is content of the year. And DSP, you just had everything going. What's taking you so long to set everything up?
I'm coming, guys. I'm coming. I swear I'm coming.
That's not a good thing when it comes to you, DSP.
Wow, you guys are here? Holy crap. Funny. Funny that you guys are here, huh? Everything working with the stream, by the way? Everything good? I can't tell what's going on right now. Holy moly. What is happening? Let's make sure everything is working. What a day, what a stream, right?
Yes,
Holy
Mount
crap.
Rushmore DSP content. This has been fantastic.
Oh, I don't have the chat up. I'm like, wait a minute, why is the chat not moving? I don't even have it. Duh. I can't talk to you guys if this chat's not on, can I? All right, hold on. That was pretty stupid. You know, bear with me. I was just on a marathon stream, right?
Marathon stream. It was 5
I had no
hours.
idea what happened with my internet during that stream.
That's
I
not
had
a
absolutely no
marathon.
clue if I was DDoSed or not, because it would have kept happening. You know, it would have kept happening if it was a DDoS. So I don't know what happened there. I'm very confused. I'm getting everything open for you guys right now, and I can talk to you. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It totally wasn't me. I didn't fake nothing. Obviously, I wasn't done. I wanted to hang out with them, and the thing just went down. I'm like, what the frick? Okay. Jurgen, you were already a troll. What are you talking about? I was just very nice to you, but now you can leave. All right.
Did you
All right,
just ban someone, really?
All right, everyone, what's going on? I literally just got off the Side Scrollers podcast a little bit ago here. It was like maybe 20 minutes ago. I actually did a post show with them after I appeared on their show. Today's March 16, 2023. I was on their show from 9 a.m. until after 2 p.m. my time. Yes, that's how long the show lasted, and we didn't even cover everything, which I didn't think we would, honestly. I did not think it would cover much, or, you know, there's so much to talk about when it comes to insane amount of stuff that gets thrown at me on a daily basis. So
Cocaine Bear
I
was
expecting
great,
that it was going to end
Russell.
up being an insane show, and now, you know, looks like
I
there's going to be a
love
part 2
Cocaine
at some
Bear.
point, which I'm okay with. I'm sure it's not going to be anytime soon. But yeah, what are you going to do, right? So, are we ready to get started here? First of all, it looks like someone tipped me. Why did you tip me? Is this who I think it is? No, it is absolutely not. Absolutely not. I thought maybe this would have been 1 Minute Man, who always supports every day. No, this is an anonymous $20 tipper. He says, I thought you were good on the podcast. When Keemstar randomly came on, you stayed composed, you talked to him even after all he's done, you still, you know, still being civil. Yeah, I'm not going to be an idiot. I'm not going to sit there and be uncivil to someone. You know, it is what it is. You know, he wanted to jump on the show, make it about him. Good for him. I don't know how that was his show, though. It really didn't make much sense that he was there, right? But it is what it is. That's how he is. Again, what did I say? He has to be the center of attention. He has to be involved in everything, right?
Wow, way to
And,
shit on
he proved it.
Keemstar
Appearing on the show,
immediately.
He literally proved it. I don't even have to say anything else about it. I mean, you prove yourself every
Straight
day,
into
right?
begging, straight into
Prove your
shitting on
actions. Prove his
Keemstar.
actions, correct? So there you go. Okay, so that was a tip that came in like half an hour ago. Thank you to whoever that anonymous tipper was. So let's talk. What do you guys want to talk about? What do you guys want to talk about? I'm open again. We got another 90 minutes to chill. Obviously, we're not doing gameplay now. We'll do 90 minutes and I'll go on break to eat my dinner. And then after that, come back tonight with a nice chill, either just chill stream for 2 hours or like a dragon eat, whatever you guys want. It's up to you guys, okay? So we want to talk about. Disco says Keemstar's a drama queen for real. Reasons I want nothing to do with him, right? Jeffrey just keeps spamming the chat about side scrollers getting super chats. Go.
Holla holla for the dollar. Month was nuts. First Cyrax gets beat up, now DSP. Yes, DSP did get beat up. And it was glorious. Yeah, let's go with shall. Oh, don't be acting like that, internet.
Any mods in chat? I have no idea. Babadook says, I don't know. I thought Keemstar was pretty.
Now OBS shows green, so we're good.
Of course, there's no way he could show up unhinged and start ranting at me on someone else's show. And people will call him out.
Cocaine Bear Survivor horror game.
I appreciate that.
That just make him a member of
I don't think it's really
Dead by
relatable at this
Daylight.
point, considering it's the longest thing I've done outside of my content. One of the things I've ever done outside of my content. I don't know how we would really avoid talking about that right now. I think it's going to be pretty pertinent to discuss it right now. Okay. I received a $50 tip. Thank you. An anonymous $50 tipper says you stood up like a man on the podcast. Respects. Thank you to Oswald for a $50 tip. That is very... Or Oswald. No. I ignored... I clicked on... What? I merged two emails. You see how shell shock I am here? I had another email. And I read Oswald from a second email over to the $50 anonymous tipper. Oops. Sorry about that.
Way to
I got a
dox
$50
someone's
anonymous
name.
tip, and I received a $1 tip. Hold on. I'm going to be a little shaky. I was on the show for so long. I had 2 cups of coffee this morning. 2 to prepare for that, which I almost never had. And I was like, oh my God. So Oswald, no. Anonymous tipper. Did I click the animation? Anonymous tipper. Thank you for a $50 tip. I can't even do.
Okay, what is up with the Lusky? Because that video's been out for like 3 years that I had him about him getting arrested. And then suddenly within the past week, it just shot up 1,500 views. And I don't know why. But it's like, all right, well, what did a Lusky do to make people go, hey, let's look up a Lusky on YouTube? Oh, hey, there's a video about him. So I Googled the name. Holy shit, do not Google his name. For all that is wrong with his world, I don't know, like, you don't expect to see what I saw when I Googled his name. Like, you just don't expect to see that, ever. And holy shit, when I Googled his name, I was just, what the fuck?
Do stuff normally. I'm still like all over the place today. $50 tip from an anonymous tipper. Then I got a $1 tip from Oswald, who said, good job on the show, man. Holy moly.
I think my favorite part about the Cocaine Bear is that they've embellished 99% of the story for a reason. Because no one actually knows what happened once the bear got cocaine. There's no guy who took cocaine and then it overdosed. So they said, fuck it, let's make a good movie anyways.
I don't know. Will you guys tell me? Do you guys think it'd be worth it for someone who didn't watch the interview to watch it? It's not that I have a good time, but I do feel like I very intelligently conducted myself on that show. You know what I'm saying? K Styles re-upped his membership for 22 months at the ultra supporter level. Thank you, K Styles. And then Crasco did a super chat. I thought you did well, Phil. Thank you, Crasco. Appreciate that.
I think 1.5 speed is a little too fast. Let's go back down to 1.25.
Age Sicky did a super chat. Says, I enjoyed your interview. Can't wait for part 2.
There we go.
Appreciate that. So, Mint says, do you feel it was a fair interview? It felt like an ambush. How was that an ambush? If anything, the only part that was unexpected was Keem showing up. All right. I don't think that the Keem part was like if Keem had come on the show and was like, screw you, you're a liar, blah, blah, blah. It wasn't. It wasn't about that. It was about our interaction, which I don't even understand because no one really cares. Like, seriously, no one cares but my detractors about our interaction. I don't care about our interaction we had.
Yes, for a few minutes, that bear could have killed the T-Rex, no problem.
So, SD Charger says they should have prepared more, had a timeline and asking questions in a certain order. I mean, maybe they did. You don't know. Maybe I don't know what they were following there. Showtime did a super chat. Felt like it was a setup, though. How do you feel it was a setup? I don't feel that at all. If I'm the person who was interviewed and I don't feel it was a setup, how do you feel it was a setup exactly? Right? I'm a little bit of a loss there. That you think it was a setup. Why were they upset with how I spend my money? First of all, they weren't upset. This is the detractors' questions and stuff, right? But again, the insinuation is that if I'm making money and I'm irresponsibly blowing it on stuff, right, then, you know, there's going to be criticism there. And that's what these people have made this giant semi-fabricated situation around it, correct? And I really feel like, you know, that...
Yeah, the cubs were adorable.
And I tried to answer as best I could. You know what I mean? PF says, don't send the screenshot. It feels like a setup. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I have to have future talk. I'm gonna have future talks with him. Craig, that is. You know, I received another tip. Wow. I guess I'm just gonna be shouting out contributions. Thank you, Cooper, who re-upped his membership. Don't send the screenshot. Oh, I just read that. No, I didn't. He says, hear about the huge discount Bed Bath & Beyond. No, Cooper. What are you talking about?
You can tell he's definitely upset by all these contributions coming in.
Mishael did a $10 tip. He says, good job on the interview. Thank you, Mishael. I appreciate that. Again, you know, for me, this was just like... to them, that was like a long grilling session. To me, that was like normal. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even feel like I was in the hot seat. because this happens every day on my own streams. So Snow Carl tipped $1. I want to say you did as well as anyone could have on that podcast. I'm proud.
Snow
This is
Carl.
difficult. Your first live confrontation in a long time. I'm sorry that people had to be brought into it like Cat. And I'm looking forward to part 2. Thank you very much. Yeah, I did reveal some stuff, man. I did reveal some stuff that no one knew. And watch the show. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm not going to be talking about all that crap. But
That was absolute bullshit.
It's sad. The people that people have said and done. It's pretty messed up. Big Papa Phil did a $10 tip. I commend you for doing the interview. I think you're great.
Yes, he claims he spent way too much on Supercard and DBZ Dokkan Battle, which is why he had to stop playing games, guys.
So, if you have a chance to do a podcast and have Keem shop that podcast as sponsors, do it. It would help your family a ton. You'll rise above. I don't know about that. I would love to do that podcast without Keem. As I said, live on the show. I'm okay with doing it. I'm okay with Boogie. I'm okay.
Yeah,
with
the
doing
actual
it.
story of the Bears
So,
not
the
anywhere
person that I really
near
wanted
what
to
it was
do.
in the movie,
I
but
don't
the
know
movie
if
was
it's
entertaining, so
at all.
who cares,
I
right?
hurt myself more than it could ever help. Seriously, I don't want to be Mr. Lolcow for the rest of my life. I don't.
But you are.
I got a $4.20 tip. Thank you all. You guys are amazing. Radical Justice, good job. Let's get high, bud, with a great animation. Craig seems like a good guy. I hope you have an actual fun podcast. I think eventually we will get there. It might just take a long ass time, right? I think it will. I think it'll take a long, long, long ass time. For the record, I have absolutely no idea what happened with my internet. It went down legit. It went down completely.
It's
legitimate.
amazing. I mean,
what? And I don't know if someone.
I'm glad I'm doing it live because
I
holy
have
shit, I was able to
absolutely
do
no
this all at once.
at all. What happened there? You guys know my internet almost never goes down. If it does, it's like a blip. Basically my modem reset itself. So I don't know if that was a DDoS or not. How is it that it happened then, but then it didn't happen?
Big yawn. Oh, come on.
You would think if someone DDoSed me, it
OBS
would happen again and again and again,
Uh-oh.
right? It just happened once and stopped. So I'm like,
OBS does show yellow.
it was weird.
For some reason, my internet's not on OBS is not showing yellow for some reason. Maybe it'll clear
I really hope
itself.
it wasn't a DDoS, because if it was a DDoS, that means I now have to go through the trouble, the painstaking trouble of contacting my ISP to get this fixed. I hope it's not. See, Butler Spirit, here's the difference.
Hint,
Is, right?
hint.
Only take negatives away from the Keem vid, what you've heard, but feel it's unfair. I've seen Drama Alert. It's trash. It's trash game. It's a trash content. It's bad. That's my opinion. You can disagree. But 1,000,000%, I don't like his content. I have issue with it. You understand? It wasn't the documentary that made him dislike. I already disliked him. Then I watched the documentary. You understand? Naysayer, re-up this membership. You handle yourself well, mad respect. Thank you. Throwing Ennis to the super chat. You look like a complete clown. $2 for Vince. There you go. I have no idea what that means, but enjoy your band. And Amrit did a super chat. Props for hanging
Wow,
out for 5
banning
hours
people
with a fire,
quickly,
not a
isn't he?
Horror fan, just neutral. Credit where it is due. Phil, thank you to Amrit for a super chat. That's very nice of you. At the end of the day, this is not going to change anything, I don't feel.
Oh yeah,
Maybe it
he
will. I
spent
don't think so.
way
But,
ton of
I'm
money
happy
on
that
different games.
I did it.
Now he's spending money on Street Fighter Duel.
Big old Beans, I think you and Wings Boogie could be a great. Hope you guys work together. I want to work with those guys. I would do a podcast with them, 100%. Just it's not happening. Mr. White says I
'Cause
find
you're a bitch.
Adam annoying and biased. I did not find him annoying and biased at all. Ugh.
Adam was the best part about that podcast. He was
Marvel
amazing.
Keemstar kept saying you were going to watch Lalcal boxing match with Why would I watch that? You guys know I don't watch any of that shit. You guys tell me about it. I don't know anything about it. Oh, you're going to watch it. Keem, again, he's such a giant inflated ego in his own head. And by the way, now I'll say, oh, he's talking about me. Yeah, Keem, you essentially evaded my episode of Side Scrollers, my interview. Now I'm going to talk about you. You're going to deal with it. All right? He has such a giant inflated egotistic head that he's like, you're going to watch my content. I never watched your content, dude. I don't watch your content. Even the clips I can't stand. I want to vomit. I can't watch that shit. Sorry that I have morals and a different moral compass than you. But I do, you know. You're going to watch
You
it.
have no
I haven't
morals.
watched
Shut the
any
fuck up.
celebrity boxing. Not one piece of any of it. Did I prefer Benadryl and Gas X? No, I did not. I woke up early. I had 2 cups of coffee. If you didn't notice, I was constantly drinking. And by the way, there was a mute button.
Drinking gin.
In that way that they stream, there's a mute button right on the screen. You might have noticed I went a few times. I clicked the mute button and then come back because it was right there.
Why can't you do that when you're live streaming?
Would I consider having Boogie on my show? Yes, I would. If he wanted to come on, I would extend that invitation to him. Adam was on my case from the beginning. I don't think so. I don't know why you guys feel that way. You guys are being way more harsh to them than I think. You have to understand something. They are 100% outsiders to me. They don't know me. Craig knows me in a casual way for many, many years. The other guys didn't know me at all, right? So they're coming from the outside. All they've heard is the negative stuff. Now it's my opportunity to counter the negative stuff, right? So I didn't take it in any negative way, man. I thought it was fine. Big Papa Phil says there's sneaks everywhere in business and jobs. Doesn't mean you don't work with them when you must benefit yourself and your family. Again, though, here's what you have to understand is if I went on that podcast, right? Number one, you saw how Keemstar acts. he would literally try to be like, well, this podcast is the most important part of your life, so you got to bend over backwards for me for the rest of your life. Everything you do, you have to listen to me because I've got you on this podcast. I feel like he would hang that over my head forever, number one. And he'd be so controlling. And number two, just, again, if you're on a lolcow cast, you're talking
He just
about a
doesn't
show
want a
that already
boss.
the title is a negative association.
He does
It's
not
insult.
want a boss ever
You're
again in his
calling me a
life.
lolcow. Why am I going to do that?
He'll Minecraft
Right?
himself before he
Have
has
it
to
be
get a boss.
Show, not, oh, everyone's going to just sit here and make fun of us all day, every day. It's ridiculous. I received a $20 tip from opposite George. I only cut the last 25 minutes. I want to ask you, Keemstar cordial now. Do you think you were fairly interviewed? I thought interviewers were pushing a little bit with the Yucko the Clown. Is that who that was? Was that Yucko the Clown? Is that from a Howard Stern show? Is that who It's a Gundam is? No way. Is that him? Or is that a joke? Is it
I have
really
no
him?
idea. I've never
I
watched
want answers, 'cause
Keemstar.
he sounds like Yucko the Clown. You hit it on the head.
Howard Stern
Maybe he
show.
just tries to sound like that. Right? I don't know.
This is something that
No
never
one's
amused me.
No one's answering if it actually is Yucko the Clown or not. Adam seemed triggered. It's not Yucko the Clown. It's just he just sounds like him. What a voice to have. Holy moly.
He's probably doing it on purpose there, DSP, just to fuck with you.
Tartarian Truth. Re-up the membership for 10 months. Wings and Phil interview soon. All right. It's hat time. Guys, I'm sorry. I would like to talk with you. I'm just going to throw on a hat. Okay. Yucko does adult cartoons. He does not run a YouTube channel. Okay. Well, it's not Yucko then. Man, it sounds like him. It sounds just like him. 100%.
I don't know who he
man.
is, guys. I've never heard of him before in my life. Bullshit.
Do I feel I did well countering some of the claims? Here's the thing. It wasn't about countering them. It was about answering them in one place. I've already countered all of those claims. I already said that. I've already done that. Did
This
you
is the
have
first
any
time
real
you've claimed that
new
bank leak
definitive
wasn't your bank account.
information in that you found out a
Which
few
is
new
absolute
personal things
fucking
about me and my
bullshit.
wife, and that's about it. Things that I've never disclosed before that are issues, ongoing issues with us, right? I really don't wish to elaborate further on them. I don't want to tell you about our problems behind the scenes that have nothing whatsoever to do with our content. You understand? It's really no one's business. But basically, I didn't have, that wasn't the intention of going on the show. Now people say, well, did he answer the questions? Yes, he did. Go watch the show. Do you believe him? That's your call. Believe him or not, right? Believe him or not. If you don't believe him, that's fine. Hate him.
No one
don't watch
believes
the
you. I
show.
don't even think your own dads are
Or
going to
do.
believe you anymore.
Whatever you want to do, but at least it's there now, right? At least now there's a definitive answer to all of that stuff, correct? That's right, I got to represent Grove Street. Drunken Weasel did a super chat with the recent podcast. Is there going to be a part 2? Well, with a part 2, we consider talking about ReviewTech USA. No, absolutely not. American Manga Undertaker did a super chat. Keemstar was there. How was it? Basically, Keem came on to argue with me about last year him offering me $50K to be on a podcast, which never happened because he never talked to me. Basically, he said, oh, this was the offer. There was no offer. You never offered it to me. You never contacted me. You couldn't even listen to simple instructions.
Everyone knew about
Dragon
this
Davey
but
Ray did a
you,
super
but it
chat.
never
Great job.
happened.
Kept your cool, mad respect. Thank you, Dragon Davey Ray. Appreciate that.
How does everyone know about the 50K but you then if it was never offered to you?
If you guys want to ask me a question and you're not contributing, please.
He did not
tag me in
send
chat.
credit
I don't
screenshot
have
and
to
he
contribute,
won't.
But I do need to see your message.
And this point doesn't matter because by now I'll be
Another
like,
tip. You guys
oh
are
yeah,
really
this is
awesome.
totally legit.
You're
This totally is
absolutely-
not a
thank you so much.
Photoshop
That was
screenshot, I
essentially my first
swear.
stream of the day. So thank you so much for supporting me here. $20 tip from 1 Minute Man. Good job keeping your cool during a 5-hour interrogation. 1 Minute Man, in a rare move, has spoken. He never speaks. I think the last time he spoke was Christmas. He said, Merry Christmas. Thank you so much, 1 Minute Man. I appreciate your always staunch support of me and my content. It is very nice of you to come out today and actually say something on the stream. I appreciate that.
Finally let Cat talk to
I
him
mean, are
for
there any
once. I
questions that
mean,
was creating out of
1 Minute
ask?
Man talked
There's
to
so many
him.
questions.
Well,
There's so
not
many
Cat
questions
or
to
his
be asked,
mom.
right? I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Although no need to tip the tipping jar. Look at that. He's right at 136 and he's loving it.
George, no, I mean, are Keemstar and I cordial? I have absolutely no relation to Keemstar, and I have no desire to really talk to him. Is that cordial? Do you really think Keem is going to contact me? Here's the real question, all right? He said on the show, oh, no, the offer's not off the table, but the offer's off the table. Like, he literally said that. He said, oh, no, the door's not closed, but the door's closed. He said both, right? So when you say both like that, it's like, what does that mean? Talking out of both sides of his mouth. Again, I don't want to talk about Keem all day. I really don't. We got 100 likes. Time for a full screen celebratory bubble blow. Very nice. Here we go. Excuse me.
Not a single burp during the entire podcast and then immediately burp right into the microphone. Thank you, DSP.
There you go. Thank you guys for the support on this stream. Basically, I'm going till 4 p.m. like usual. All right, so I'll be here till 4 p.m. just like always. And I'm eating my dinner with my wife, and then I'll come back tonight with another stream. And it's up to you what you guys want to do. Do you want to do a Like a Dragon Ishin stream tonight? Do you want to do another just chill stream tonight? I'm down for whatever you guys want tonight. Okay. By the way, we have over 700 people on the stream right now. I'm so dumb I didn't say this. Welcome to anyone who's a newcomer. I very well may have some spillover right now from that show. If you guys were watching the Side Scrollers podcast, maybe you're even a patron of Side Scrollers, welcome. Sorry I didn't say anything. I'm being stupid because I'm kind of shell-shocked after the show. This is a 24-hour sub-only mode chat. There's a very good reason for it. It's because if you're not, if I didn't do that,
Keemstar said it's impossible to work with him.
Okay, it would.
I doesn't want to give
So
him
I have
50
be
grand
careful
knowing that
about
DSP will just back out of the deal.
And I have to basically shut down that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So if you liked that show and you'd like to join in the chat, you have to subscribe for 24 hours. So please sub to the channel. If you don't like the
You
content
really
in the next
can't
24
take
hours,
that
don't
off
sub.
for one stream, huh?
You don't have to stay sub, but you
Just
do have
take
to
it
sub
off for
if you
one
want to.
stream.
It's a 24-hour wait. Tomorrow, all my content will be regular. Gameplay and everything will be usual, normal stuff. Okay? So, Purple Pickle.
Nope, doesn't want to
super
benefit
chat,
from when he
$10
just...
one. Thank you.
Oh, this is
I
extra
gotta give credit
attention
where
he's
it's due. You
getting.
showed up to the show like Lana Rhodes. All right, this is some kind of a sexual joke. I don't even know what it means. It was a great watch. I'd love to see more mad respect from the pickle. I don't even know who that Lana Rhodes is, but I'm not even going to read the rest of that. But thank you, Purple Pickle. Oh, my God. Yikes. Holy crap. All right.
Thanks, Zach. Probably give me an excuse there,
Mr.
Ron.
Onyx says, ultimately, it's your choice. I don't like the way they conducted themselves. Can we run a poll for which game? For tonight? No, tonight it would be Like a Dragon Ishin if we do a game. If not, we could just do another chill stream, whatever you guys want. Just like hanging out. Do I ever think of the 50K? Would I give Keem a fair chance? Again, there was no 50K. Keem never actually went through the process of contacting me and offering it to me. He tweeted on his own account. We had a conversation in DMs where he didn't tell me what the actual offer was. Then he refused to call me when he was supposed to. But this is somehow my fault. I was supposed to drop everything in my life for this guy because he's a controlling ego.
For
maniac.
$50,000, yes.
You know, so this is not anything I didn't already say. Let's see here. Well, I think about some of the input I got today. I will. You know, some of the input I'm already implementing. It's funny because they say, oh, but you said you've changed. Well, I mean, I think I have. I'm listening to your input. We're doing stuff we've never done before. I'm trying to change for the better. I'm trying not to bring up drama. That was the whole purpose of going
You're trying
on.
to change for more money, that's all.
Right? Get it out of the way, right? So, you know, hopefully this will kind of be the end of it. I don't know. It's not going to be the end of it, by the way.
Yeah, he's
a
coping
$20
hard.
tip from was good here. Okay, let's see. Let's see here. All right, so here we go. They said I don't have to read this, but I can if I want, so I'll read it. $20 tip came in. Listen to this, and let me play the animation when I read it. Okay. You don't have to read this on stream if it's too much. It's not. You were incredibly too polite. It's fair when you're being a guest, but that was not an impartial interview. It was an interrogation. You say that they were outsiders, but outsiders in a situation like this should not have been preconceived notions about you or your content. Craig's a nice guy, but he believed anyone should be able to spend money on whatever they want once received. Then proceeded to grill you about your WWE account, pressing for screenshots like it would solve something. Adam was worse. He actually stated blatantly he does not believe you when you got disconnected. Don't even get me started on Keemstar. I know you're a fan of these guys, but don't let that stop you from defending yourself. Stand on principle, not the necks of others. Appreciate you, feeling good luck. There you go.
I'm sure it's going to be amazing, Protein. The entire interview was just fantastic.
Right? Interesting.
Today may be
I don't know.
definitely top 5 moment for
even
DSP.
If they don't believe me, I still feel it was fair. I can't make you believe. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't make
Between the
you
bankruptcy,
believe. How could I do that? It's weird because they say the
Panda,
hypnosis,
leave her on the
right?
side of the
Am I
road
some
with
kind
a
of
pill
magician? Am I a
moment.
warlock, an evil warlock? Here I come through the power of the internet. Oh, hold on. Excuse
the
me.
cat Halloween stream.
Through the power
And of
of
course
the
the
internet, I'm
fappening.
using my magical powers now to control your mind and tell you to believe me. Everything I say is true and everything else is false that people say. I can't do that. You know, who do these people think I am? They think I'm some kind of a crazy, you know, powerful person. You know, it's just nuts. It's just nuts. I don't know. The pignosis thing, and then you know, I didn't want if they end up. Let me put it this way: the two best outcomes is that either those guys either believe me or they just don't care. Correct? It's one or the other. So it's one or the other, and they don't have to like me. We're not friends. You know, we're not going to be close personal friends. I'm sure, you know. Would I like to show up on their podcast again? Yes, I will. I will do it again. But at the same time, you know. Darjack says, I felt Craig and Adam didn't really get that the negative stuff is minor from your overall amount of content that you make. Exactly. Here's the thing. They say, there's a mountain of evidence. Yes, but I'm a 15-year-long, one of the most prolific content creators out
15-year
there.
counter.
It's funny because it's like, well, look, we just pulled this recent clip from July of last year. Yeah, and in my opinion, it's a joke that's bad, but it's not a joke that's racist. I don't think the joke was racist because I didn't intend it in that way. But of course, you could spin it that way if you would like. Sure.
Gee, I'm selling
and
a
the situation
black
is that,
person
you know,
on the
wow,
slave
we found
trade.
one thing in the
Can't
last
imagine why
few years to
people
say
would
for
think
us. Now
selling a
now
black
we'll do
person on the
from 3
slave
more
trade
years
would be
before.
racist.
Now the clip from 2010, you know? This isn't it. I've made 100,000 videos. 100,000. The negative stuff is the drop in the bucket, but they don't want to believe that. The detractors, they just want to focus on the shit. You know what I'm saying? Just saying the whole show was supposed
Terrible,
to be,
David.
the premise. He says it was 3v1, only talking about negative. It wasn't a let's praise Dark Side Phil show. It was supposed to be Phil addresses stuff show. You know, that was the point of me going on there. Originally, it wasn't. It was supposed to be I'm a normal guest. Then it turned into Phil is now interrogated. You know. Yeah, there's over 60,000 videos on this channel. Between all my other channels out there, I believe it is around 100,000 videos at this point. I could be off by a few, but I'm pretty sure we're close to there, right? Naysayer says when you stream 6 times a week all year, 6 times a week.
Are you counting all the ones that you deleted?
100,000 videos. Yeah, you're gonna have moments of stupidity. I have lots of them, right? I'm glad you're here to hang out, Kagome. You think going 5 hours was nuts? Do you want to know the truth? It went by like this. I had no concept of what time it was. Zero. None. I didn't know. I just kept going. And
Time flies when
I
you're
had
having
no
fun,
idea
right?
What time was going by? No clue. Some people are saying it was unfair. If you feel it was unfair, you have the right to feel that way. I'm the one on the show, and I don't feel it was. You know. Let's grab. I need a light vest. It's very warm today, for good reason. Let me grab a lighter vest. I know what one you guys like. I know what vest you guys like.
No, we like the platinum one because it pisses you off because it's so hot.
Oh. Will I go back and watch it? Oh, it's 5 hours long. I don't know about that. It's a 5-hour long show, man. I don't know if I'm going to go back and watch it, quite frankly. Let's see here. More tips coming in. Wow, thank you guys. Only use me blade tip. This is not really them. $3 tip. Love the interview. Crazy conspiracy I heard is that you ran a cult. They say OIC was like a general and Derek was a high priest or something like that. Yeah, I'm sure. Think that. And let's see here. Do I think, it's $1 tip, do you think I defended myself well? Seems like they called you out numerous times. Literally, they said, well, you know, you're saying one thing, but you're not providing evidence, to which I responded, you're right. There's some things that are going to be put myself and my family at too much personal risk.
You're just supposed
There's
to believe me.
Positively been times when I thought there's no risk here. Let me just do this or that, and it 1,000,000% blew up and hurt me badly. Okay, being honest, it's happened before. It's documented. This has happened. So you know what I'm saying? Like, why I'm putting myself in harm's way by putting anything out there of a bank statement or showing my mobile phone or anything like that. I am. Okay, so I'm not going to. Right? And there's the risk there. It's too great for my family and myself. Why would I do that? Right? Red Gamer says some of the questions they asked multiple times, I feel you answered well the first time. Vice versa, some answers you gave more skirted their questions. There you go. I did my best. I really did my best. 5 hours, man. Kagome says we make mistakes, and that's us being human, but I agree. I made more mistakes than a lot of people. PS3 Troop says you don't owe them anything. I mean, I don't owe them anything. Absolutely not. I don't owe them anything. I saw an opportunity. I told you guys I wanted to be interviewed, right? Well, I got my interview, that's for sure. It was certainly different than I saw it kind of going down.
An interview.
But, Butter says you don't want to put yourself in danger for nothing. Exactly right, because here's the thing. All right? Here is
Danger for nothing.
thing.
You're not in danger.
All right? Being honest.
For maybe losing a whale.
Correct? And we have some newcomers here today, possibly. Welcome if you're a newcomer to my content. We're all here, we're chilling. Right? So, ultimately, with what happened, has it affected anything? Will it do positive or negative? I don't know what the net result will be, but ultimately, here's the thing. My detractors will never be satisfied anyway. Craig said it himself, that no matter what I say and do, they will never be satisfied. Because and from my perspective, they're in it for personal gain. That's why they keep doing it. They love making fun of me so they can keep rolling this popularity train on YouTube. So, why would they ever stop?
More popular than you are.
Like that escort saga story. 1,000,000% proven false. They were just on to the next thing. So why do I care? But then because I don't say anything, I don't disprove it. Oh, it just continues forever. It must be true. It's not true. But why? And you know what Keemstar said resonates. It sucks that he's right, but he's right. I don't know if I got DDoSed or not. My modem got knocked off the internet and came back within about, a few minutes. I don't know what happened. And then when I come back, basically Keemstar says, well, it doesn't even matter anymore. You had your opportunity. You didn't send the pic to Craig right away. And because of that, now it doesn't matter if you send him one now, it's over. You can't anymore. He's right. Then again, it doesn't matter anyway, because no one would have believed him either. You know what I'm saying? Like, no one would have believed him either. Even if I send him the screenshot right now.
Way to get out of getting the screenshot to Craig.
He doesn't understand the game. He doesn't get it, right? So, there you go. Like, you know what I was thinking of doing, but I don't think I'm doing it anymore. Here's what I was thinking of doing. I was
still
going
got
to take
another
screenshots
hour of this bullshit.
of not only WWE champions, but also other games that I've played to show him that it's the same account name in all the games. So that way, at least if he saw that, he'd be like, he's got an account here, here, and here, and they're all the same name, and it's not the name people say he is. There's your evidence. But now, you're right. You're absolutely right. If I do it now, probably no one will believe it anyway.
Because you had time for Photoshop.
What are you going to do?
Or for OIC or someone else to take a screenshot of their phone.
Dark Jack said, I found Keemstar, what he was saying was stupid. Someone could say you photoshopped. Exactly right. I mean, yes, that's exactly 100% right. They can say I photoshopped it or whatever. He's stupid.
Yes, because you didn't send it right away. If you sent it right away, you'd be okay, but you didn't.
I recommend you and him have a chat. That would be a fun one. We all would support that. I have no problem talking to Wings. Would you like to know the truth? I've asked Wings over the last several months if he would like to have an interview with me. I have. He has never responded, so I don't think he's interested. But don't harass him about it, because if he's not interested, he's not interested. I would like to have him on the show. Keep in mind, I have a React channel now. I've already told you guys it is my intention to have some interviews and stuff going on there. And he would definitely be someone I would like to sit down and talk with. Man, I would like to talk with him before. I would love to talk with him before he had that boxing match with Boogie. I really would. Some people are actually sending me some nice supportive messages via email, and I appreciate people who are doing that. I'll read those later. Sorry, I can't read those now.
I think that fight's going to be a shit show, but hey, you never know. It could be good.
Babadook says... No, see, here, Babadook, here you go. He says, Adam thought of the possibility as well, come up with a solution. You could do a FaceTime with Craig. Again, there's no point. There's no point because people won't believe Craig either now. That's They just won't believe it. It's,
So you say.
Well, let's see here.
I like how he just made a new Ask the King video.
I've been zoning out here live on my own stream because I've been up since.
The guy's not Ask the King. It's just chill time where you ask me questions.
All I had this morning was a strudel.
Yes, that's the
with
king.
2 cups of coffee and a bunch of water. That's what I'm fueled on right now. Mr. Oink says, I don't very much care for drama. Keemstar's a children's entertainer. I prefer game streams. I agree with you. Does Jasper like cat treats? Yes, he does, Willow. You know, theoretically, Wings and Boogie could go easy on each other for a payday. I mean, yeah, but the point I'm making is it's such nonsense.
Yeah, I don't see them actually like
That
trying to
whole
hurt
event
each
is
other
not
or
even about
actually
boxing, it's about
punching.
embarrassing them, making them look like jackasses for money. It's disgusting in my opinion. Don't like that. I don't. And there's personal risk involved as well. What if one of them has a heart attack during the fight? Like I can't be.
That's why he signed a bunch of paperwork so you can't get in trouble for it.
Was it hard to sit there and talk openly about everything? Let me put it this way, okay? Essentially, it was hard. It was hard to.
Can't think of a lie right now, huh?
Train of thought and rational mind. Keemstar has a way when he talks. He goes on and on and on, so that you don't have a chance to react to anything he's saying. He'll say 1 point, then say 2 more points. Oh, okay, you're responsible. Wait, you just said 3 points. It's a way of talking, very manipulative way of talking to try to confuse
That you use all the time.
I felt like Adam and Craig were being very straightforward with their questions, while his Keemstar's a completely different kind of guy, right? But
You don't like that Keemstar uses your tactic on you, huh?
At this point, literally nothing phases me. I mean that 100%, absolutely, positively, nothing phases me at all. Nothing. I've been through everything. So that was like, if I was in your position, Phil, it'd take years off my life. No, it didn't take years off my life. I'm cool.
You're gonna be
Let's
dead
see
before
here. I got
50,
another $10
so.
tip. Keep in mind, this is
Oh,
not
that'd
my
be great,
opinion. This is
Kale.
an anonymous tipper saying this. Keem is a hypocrite, pretending that it's ethically okay to let Wings and Boogie box against each other, 2 men who could easily suffer a heart attack doing it. That's indicative of his character. I think you did a great job. Thank you. I think you've seen my point.
Wow, I think you're great that you agree with
brought it
me.
up. Oh, but they're all adults. Yeah, it doesn't mean nothing. They're desperate adults who need help. They're going to do anything they need to get help and hope for the best. Shit, both of them have joked about suicide and stuff. It's like, dude, do you not understand how this is wrong?
It's wrong to let grown-ass adults do what they want. How dare these grown-ass adults do something?
Well, someone tipped me a $5 tip saying they're from a detractor channel. It took balls, but they still think I need to deal with alcohol and mobile game addiction. You don't have to, again, You don't have to believe me. I mean it. You don't. I'm not going to convince everyone. In fact, I might not convince anyone. Thanks for the $5.
All he has to do is convince himself.
At least you said I had balls. That's something nice, I guess. I mean, yes, I am male. I have testicles. No, I did not have a toaster strudel. I had a regular strudel from the bakery. Big Daddy did a super chat. It's time for duty to take an L. Good podcast. I don't know what that means. Unless you're talking about a detractor of mine, which I don't know why he'd be taking an L. But okay. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that.
Shout out Call of Duty.
Ooh. I'm glad you're feeling better today, Jay. It's good to see you as well. I hope you're feeling better. Bowler Spirit says, Keem already said Boogie and Wings lost weight for the fight. He says it's a danger for them, but hype of this fight convinced them to improve their health. They've already done that. They already both did that. Remember? You ever watch their documentaries or whatever? We saw one of Wings. He went personal training. That was all documented. He lost weight and came right back. He didn't have the discipline to keep it off, correct? Doesn't mean anything. The risk is still there. Just because you lost weight doesn't mean your heart has magically fixed itself from all the years that you've put it through, all this stuff. Are they going to a heart doctor? Are they getting cardiograms? You know what I mean? I hope so. Again, it's not my business. Keem is bringing me into his business. I don't care about that. Why do you think he was on the show? Because there was a lot of hype around it. He wanted to promote his stuff. That's why he was on there. 100% shilling, man. It's a shill.
How dare he promote his stuff to make more money for him? Well, DSP goes on here and tries to make even more money.
The podcast is entertaining. They made more than $20,000 of contributions. Will you be seeing any of that? No, and I didn't know that, and no. It's not about making money. At all.
It was 2,000, not 20,000.
I get paid $0 from that. 0.0 I will be receiving. It's not about me making money. It's not what I went on the show for. I was not paid. I will not be paid. Danny did a super chat. You did fantastic. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate that. Purple Pickle did a super chat. With enough talk shows, we can revive the vest goal. What? So if I keep going on talk shows, I'll keep hitting my vest goals. I'm sure that's what it was about too, right? I wanted to revive the vest goal. There you go. Every stream now, I must hit the vest goal of $100.
I mean, you do want to revive the vest goal.
Going there for 5 hours, correct? Right. August says, I'm not sure that's fair. Keem seemed to handle himself in good faith. I mean, he handled himself in good faith, but he also shilled. He did, absolutely. Did he have to bring up that fight between the two? No. Did he have to bring up?
Yes.
Wait, first time I'm announcing this. It was promotion. It was free promotion for him. And Craig.
Yes, it was great promotion for him.
They did. He fell for the trap. 1,000,000%. That's how Keemstar operates. Why didn't I stay for the after podcast? I did. The after podcast was 15 minutes for their patrons, so I stayed. And I actually had some more conversation with them that was not interrogation stuff. It was more fun. So. Kid, I'm not judging Keemstar from one YouTube vid. I'm judging from his entire history and watching some of his drama alert stuff myself. That's what I'm judging off of. Did Kat watch it? She told me she watched some of it, not all of it. She watched some of it, and she was disgusted by Keemstar and closed the stream. Wow. Jade, there
Is
will not
Kate
be a
downstairs
game on
crying
this
right now?
There's no time for that, as you can see. As you know, the stream ends at 4 p.m. There is no time for game. Tonight, I'd be down for Like a Dragon Ishin if you guys want that on the late stream. I'm also down for just interacting. Maybe we'll do a poll. We could easily just jump back into regular gameplay content tomorrow, depending. Also, I didn't do a level 1 podcast today. This is a long week for me, guys. I'm streaming 7 days this week. Yes, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm here 7 days this week. So we're going to make big pushes to try to finish Hogwarts Legacy, to try to get really far, maybe even finish Wolong. My goal is to try to get as much done before Resident Evil 4 comes out. Spartanius one says, do you think Keem will be back for part 2? I don't see why he would need to be. He said his piece, right? If he wants to contact me about doing a podcast and behind the scenes, he will. And that's that. I don't see why he would have to be on a show interviewing me again. PF, yeah, I know. PF says he's asking about the bank leaks and, the actual identity theft because we never got into it. You notice that? We literally never went into the true identity theft story. Instead, it was...
Because you said it wasn't your bank account, which is bullshit.
Part 2. Maybe part 2, they'll ask questions and I'll be able to tell more my side of stuff rather than just directly answering questions. I don't know. We never got to a lot of stuff, quite frankly. No, Green Goblin, I'm not asking them for any percentage of donations whatsoever. I refuse. Absolutely not. Hooey. Part 2 coming soon. Yes, yes.
Pizza Hut. No one outdoes the Hut.
Part 2, but it's going to be a ways out. Don't expect it in the next few weeks to month, maybe a month or two.
Cat was crying when Cyrus got beat up.
They want to do their own show, man. They just had 2 weeks of drama around me. They're going to likely publicly announce.
Exactly, Protein. That's exactly what he did. He got called out for it right then and there.
But I'm not going back.
Which was fantastic. Like, holy shit.
It's going to probably
they called him out as soon as he said that.
May, June-ish.
Judge me by my tractors. By the way, I just
keep
buys the
You
tractors.
see what I'm saying? Oh, let's see here. I received a $5 tip. I mean it. I'm impressed with your performance when you openly talk about mobile game edition. Here we go again. I'm genuinely interested in keeping up with you now. I thought negatively about you for a while. Today, you stood your ground as a man that took balls. Hope nothing but the best for you. Hope you'll play Elden Ring DLC. I will be playing Elden Ring DLC. Thank you for another tip. Again, what was I going to say? Oh, I said this on the show. I mean, I used to have addiction to mobile games. I admitted it. I admitted that I used to have addiction, but it wasn't the games people say today. It's the other games that I used to play. You know? Why do they say you have delusions of grandeur when you brought up being the most prolific content creator when you literally are? Because Adam doesn't know that. He didn't do the research. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that I put out that many videos. Just look. DSP Gaming has 60,000. Darkside Phil has like 10,000. My vlogging channel has like 20,000. Just between there, you're almost at the 100. And I have all these other channels too. But they don't know that. I don't know what you mean, Felix the Maid. Are you official guest of Side Scrollers? I don't know what that means. I was on the show. Am I official? I guess I was officially on the show, no? I wasn't a standard guest. Me being on the show was a different kind of guest, right? Jeff says, I think when you talk about these things like your struggle with addiction or, let's see here, your mental state or on an incident.
WWE Champions is the best, dude.
I'm just being honest.
I love it. Oh, wait. No, I
Over
don't.
the super chat, you're losing money from your show like Wing.
Yeah, Adam was the best. I already followed Adam on Twitter.
There you go.
Deserves it.
Pick up for the super chat. PS3 Troop says, it's so easy just to go straight to the source and watch our actual streams. Here we are. We're on my actual stream, right? You see the content, correct? Am I going to get am I going to buy a Beat the Dragon t-shirt? They mentioned it. Was that the slogan they used? I don't remember what that
Beat the Demons, I thought it was.
Adam says he doesn't trust me when my internet's off. That's fine. He doesn't have to trust me. They don't, you know? Everyone has the subjective ability to make judgments for themselves, you know, and he can. That's fine, right? Simon to the super chat. I like your responses to Keemstar. Well, I'm glad you liked them, Simon. I did my best to hold my own, and someone who literally comes out of nowhere, tries to blindside me, and tries to do something, you know, promoting his own stuff while also trying to make himself look good. In reality, he's not going to look good. What he did, he did. I didn't lie about it at all. He literally lied to me, lied on the show, saying, I called you when you told me to call you. No, you didn't. You never did. You literally ignored my messages about when to call. Or you can't tell what time zones are, I guess. I don't know. You can't tell time. I can't help you with that. PS3 Troop says it blows my mind, almost as if the truth is underwhelming with drama. It is. The truth in life is usually very, very underwhelming. You know? Lanuli says you had so many internet problems, I believe it. What do you mean by that?
I'm sure DSP's heard that a lot from women, that he's underwhelming.
Can I not drink seltzer on stream anymore? No, I love seltzer. I'm going to continue to belch every day.
But he didn't belch once, or snore, or any other bodily noise into the microphone during the entire stream. Imagine that.
Keem got confused about time zones. I don't think Keem cared. I think Keem feels like he controls every situation in his life, and therefore if Keem calls, I should just answer. No. If I'm doing my daily live stream, I will not just answer the phone in the middle of my live stream and say, this is an important call. No, I'm working. Sorry.
You're not working, you're playing a video game.
You guys are my priority when I'm on a stream. Not anything else around me.
You're playing a video game for pennies while denying
you guys are what I'm doing, man.
$50,000.
Not him, for sure, not him. Mango Jewel Pods, come on. You've already been saying negative things about me for weeks. Now you're going to try to pile on. Come on, dude. Just stop it. If you really don't like me, to leave. Don't sit here and keep saying negative stuff, man.
Why don't you ban him? Oh, because Mango's giving you money. That's why you won't ban him.
I managed not.
Oh, shit. Now, let me check. Nope, my OBS is green, so I don't know why it's doing that. Stop doing that. Yeah, it was once or twice. But you don't remember anything, so how do you remember that? But you've already said during the stream, you don't remember anything. I do. I definitely remember it was 1 or 2. Could have been 3 or 4. No, it wasn't 3 or 4. It's definitely 1 or 2.
To belch the whole interview? No, I muted it. When they're using a streaming program that your controls are giant buttons in front of you. So when I felt like I had to
Yeah, nothing Phil's doing is more important than $50,000. Sorry.
There's a difference between doing that and doing it. Like right now, if I was going to burp, I could go, okay. But if I'm gaming over here, I can't go do that. And that's what most of the time when I'm burping or whatever, right? I'm doing it when I'm playing a game. You see what I'm saying?
But then you lean into the microphone and do it.
Double J did a super chat. Why don't you steal Keem's idea, create an exclusive podcast without him? Why didn't Keem delegate the task of contacting you to his team? I would do something with Boogie and Wings. I would. Oh, Double J was your name, by the way? I think. Thank you for the super chat. I would do something with Boogie and Wings, for sure. And the three of us could work it out together. We don't need Keem. I don't even know what the value added is for Keem. I don't understand it. Just us doing a podcast.
Keem has the contacts. Keem has the business knowledge. Keem has the business sense. Promote this in a way that gets you a ton of money. Also, with him being in charge, there's no... how much do we make? Well, I need more, guys. I really have a big bill to pay this week. I need that money more than you do. No, we're supposed to split it 3 ways. Yeah, I need that money. Well, I was gonna get another belly surgery, so I kind of need the money too this week. Sorry, guys. Shut up, buddy. You're not a part of this. Wings, I need that money to pay my bills. With Keemstar in charge, I don't know. You want to argue about it? Doesn't matter. You get 25%. You get 25%. You get 25%. I get 25%. Fuck you guys. If you guys want to fight and argue over it, be my guest. But 25% to each of you. Stop fighting about it.
On YouTube ourselves would be successful. Why do we need him involved? Why is he going to take a cut? I don't think there's enough value added there at all for him to
That too, DSP would have to pay them.
And you're absolutely right. If Keem was serious, why couldn't he have other people reach out or whatever? It was ridiculous. The way he expected that I was going to say, Keemstar wants to contact Darkside Phil. My life ends right now until I talk to the man.
He was, but I love that he's now claiming that the bank leaks weren't his bank. It's not my bank account. What? This is the first time you're now claiming that was not your bank account. Bullshit.
He thinks he's that important. He is not. Okay? He is not. Especially not in my life. He's like,
Don't forget to hit that like button, guys, or the terrorists win.
I got $1 tip.
Stop stuttering.
Sell the fappening merch. No, I'm not. I already explained. It was a depressing time in my life. Has negative associations.
Yeah, he could have taken his 45-minute break then. Could have definitely taken a 45-minute break then when he got called. Instead of crying, guys, I'm working. I can't take a phone call. Bullshit.
I don't like talking about it. My wife doesn't want to hear about it. We moved past it. It's not happening.
He's over the place with the bank leaks because he doesn't know what to say to hide it.
I don't. I don't care about the man. I do not care about the man. I don't know why I keep bringing him up. Could you guys not mention him anymore? I don't care about the man. I don't want to talk about him for the rest of the show.
Yeah, you do. You love him. He's your favorite.
Michael Cortez is a podcast with Ewing's Boogie.
Oh, come on. Why do you keep doing that? OBS? OBS is showing green. So I don't know why my internet keeps doing that. It's weird.
In Review Tech. Why do we need Review Tech? Why do we need Review Tech? Of all the people involved there, I think Review Tech would be the least interesting. Right?
Will that be... Oh, that would be perfect. Keemstar. Do the exact same podcast, but insert RTU. And then you can add in other locals. Like, all right, this week we're going to have special guest LTG. This week we're going to have special guest Cyrax. This week we're going to have special guest this person. Do the exact same thing. And then when Wings and Boogie and RTU and everyone else that gets to go on there and be guest stars and all that get to retire. And DSP is still begging for change. Shit, that'd be fantastic, Keemstar. You get the Boogie and Wings and RTU, and then you have special guests on every week. And that podcast takes off, and that podcast makes hundreds of thousands, not millions of dollars. And then you guys all get together for one special video for DSP. Hey, DSP. I made $1 million. I made $1 million. I made $1 million. Oh, I made $1 million too. DSP, we all made $1 million. This could have been yours too, but you fucked up. Oh, he's very angry, Lewis.
I don't think he adds anything either, being honest.
I did not notice a new headset. Ooh. When did you get? Are you sure it's not one of his old ones?
All right. Do we have any moderators? King Gokin, you're here, correct? King Gokin.
Oh, good question. If LTG was perma-banned from YouTube, could he be on a guest? Oh, that's a very good question. So maybe not LTG as a special guest. But still, you can be like, all right, hey, $5,000 to be the special guest this week. And then you get residuals of 10% of whatever the stream makes afterwards as a on-demand video for the first month that it's out. Okay, sure.
Has a unique situation here. He's one of my moderators. I'm curious, what did you think, King Gokin? Did you watch the show, and what did you think about it, or did you not see it?
Alex Jones Band, he can be a guest star. Oh, that answers that question. Thank you, David. I'd definitely be a guest on that. That'd be great.
King Gokin is not responding. Are there delay on the stream today? I thought I'd set it up to have low latency, but it seems like there's a little bit more latency on this stream. Maybe I set it up wrong. I don't think I can check that now, though. It seems like I did. It seems like there's latency or something. Like everything's going a little slow. I don't know why that would be. It seems like you guys are reacting slower to me than usual. A usual stream. I'll check it later. King Gokin said,
then even better, he gets enough guests. He's like, great, well, this stream with this guest didn't do too well, so we're not going to invite him back. This one didn't do well. Holy shit, this one popped off. This one averages an extra 150,000 views versus the others. So we're definitely have that guest come back on. Please, Keemstar, do it just to piss off DSP. The not DSP show would be hilarious.
The interview was fair, way longer than I thought it would. Oh, no, I thought it was going to go long. I knew it, man. I knew it was going long. Absolutely, I knew it was going long. Craig warned me of such. I told him my time was their time, you know? Niana says, I thought it was mostly fair. Keemstar showing up was very dumb. I don't think that they'll have you as a regular guest because they think you're lying to them. There you go. And King Gokin says, send them.
Who knows what the fuck his fans watched?
I wonder what happened. Maybe I didn't click the button that says, you know, be live or whatever. Yeah, oh, hold on. Oh, yeah. I didn't click it. It's set to normal latency, guys. That's why. I'll fix that for tonight's stream. Apparently, we're not at ultra latency for some weird reason, even though I normally am. Something changed it. So there's a little bit of delay right now. Sorry about that. Void did a super chat. You 3 would be getting a guaranteed 50K. Bad how? Dude, Void, I already answered the question. Why are you asking me the same question again? Right? Why are you asking me the same question?
Because he likes fucking with you, and it's funny.
Okay. Mr. Oink says, I don't see how screenshots would affect anything.
Oh, that is perfect. The Sensational Podcast, or DSP for short. That would be amazing.
10 out of 10, I would not talk to those guys again. Void did a super chat. How would that 50K not help you tremendously? It didn't say. Who said it wouldn't help me tremendously? Again, it's a weighing of short-term gain versus long-term impact. All right? It's dual thing going on. Thing number one, doing business with someone who I don't respect, whose content I don't like, who I feel has made a lot of blood money on the internet and taking payment.
Long term, like the podcast getting picked up by Spotify. Long term, like, oh, hey, I don't usually watch DSP, but I saw him on this podcast. It's actually pretty entertaining, so I'm going to go watch his regular channel. I'll throw $5. I'll become a member. Oh, hey, I'll click like. Oh, suddenly, happens 10 times. He's making an extra $50 a month. He brought in 10 people that all pay $5 for memberships and $5 super chats and click like. All of a sudden, he's making extra $50 a month. Oh no, you do that again, now you're making an extra $100 a month. Or you do it again, now you're making an extra $300 a month. Oh, suddenly you're making an extra $500 a month after doing the podcast, and other people seeing you that were Boogie or Wings detractors, or the special guest detractor. They like you and they start watching you. Hey, suddenly, an extra $500 a month. That's a lot of polls on WWE champions.
From that guy. I'm not okay with that. Number two, me now putting myself out there as a lolcow character, and people who only come for that. Imagine this. Imagine if I do this lolcow cast, correct? It blows up in popularity. It gets tons of attention, makes money. I make a lot of money. Now, my streams double to triple in viewership, but literally everyone here is a troll. Ha ha, you're a lolcow. Ha ha. Troll, 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 troll. Immediately, we lose what we have. We lose the interactivity. We lose the meaningful nature of my stream.
You have 24-hour sub mode, you have slow mode, and you can just ban them. You're famous for banning people.
because I put myself out there as a lot.
Stream tonight now. Once I'm done with this,
Like,
I'm
that could
probably going to get ready for
completely
bed.
change the way that people perceive who I am and what I do. Right now, everyone
Get a
makes fun of me
shower,
as a,
go to
laughing
bed,
stock
but I'll
on the
be
internet, that's
streaming.
fine, but
Goes to
I do
Tsushima
have dedicated
tomorrow.
fans. I don't want to ruin that for my fans. I don't want to ruin what we have right now. I worked 15 years to have this. Why should I throw that all out for short-term personal gain? That doesn't seem to make much sense to me. You know what I mean? Can you imagine if there
Oh,
were
he's
2,000
definitely
people
streaming
in this chat
tonight.
right now all talking with troll messages?
He's
How the hell
going
do
to try
I
to
do a show?
ride this high. I mean, come on. He has
Right.
178,000 tips. He's going to end up with
Is
250 by the end
do
of
you
the
guys
stream.
understand that line of reasoning that I'm saying here? No, Chris, I had zero clue that Keemstar was going to appear on the show. Zero.
Shower is the thing you do to get money.
Yes, Big Papa Phil, it was supposed to be called the Lol Cow Podcast or something to that effect. It was supposed to be an insulting name on purpose so that people would watch it. That's exactly what the premise of the show was.
Yes, and then you make $50,000 up front.
So, Voices, I think you're right about selling off. I can't read it. It went off the screen.
Well, then scroll back up to read it,
I
jackass.
don't really care about Review Tech's personal issues. I don't know why you even bring that up on my stream. What does that have to do with me? I'm not Review Tech, nor do I care about his issues.
Get a shower and go to bed will be amazing.
When
I
did I
love
last
sleep.
have pizza? I think my wife and I made one of those oven pizzas the other night, like last week, some point. I don't know when. I don't know why you're asking me that either, New Jack. Very pertinent question.
But you remember that he called you twice. Not 3 times. Not 4 times. Twice exactly. Yeah, that was bullshit. You got DDoS. We're to be happening right now.
All right, Jade. I'll see you hopefully tonight. If we do Yakuza, like a Dragon Ishin, we'll see. I wonder if the hoopla will have died down for tonight's stream. We can actually have like a normal late night stream tonight of gameplay, or if we need to basically take the whole day to decompress or not. I have no idea. I guess we'll have to see how it goes. Maybe I'll go
Decompress
home
from
during
what?
break.
Talking? And like, he has 3.2k views. That's not
Crazy idea
moving
about sponsors
very, moving
that
very
necessarily do
fast.
shilling is a good point. Yeah, I mean, but Savoy.
The Craig
me, what was
podcast
that
chat
idea?
was
His point
flying.
just, if you're with Team, he'll get you
Even
sponsored
with
for
2
his
minutes
show.
slow mode on.
It wasn't like, oh, he can get you sponsored for your stuff. It was only for his show. You see?
Oh yeah, he definitely pulled the cable or
Interview
something.
with respect for you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Phil, fair play would have been easy to quit when he joined. I could have backed out at any moment. What am I gonna do? Again, I have been through it all. I'm not afraid of anything, man. I'm not. No one on the internet's gonna scare me away.
Damn, he has 244 thumbs up on this video. Damn. 3.2k views, but he's gonna immediately delete it. You know it. He's gonna get deleted or private, and then he's gonna chop it up into 2 different parts.
A dollar tip. Someone talking about being real and snorting. Are you crazy? Now, can I ask you guys an honest question? Can I really? And I know it's gonna take a while to get answers. All right.
Beat the shit out of
I've
American
been making
Infidel.
content for 15 years, correct? I have been, right? I have always had post-nasal drip. Since day one. The first couple
But you didn't snort even once during that stream.
videos I put out, I was sick. I was snorting. False nasal drip does not go away. It gets better or worse depending on weather, humidity, other factors. It just so happens today I didn't have it. I thought I might have had it because I did wake up early and I thought my body would react badly. So what is the big deal about this? The post-nasal drip, the snorting. That's like making fun of someone because it's something they can't help, right? Right? I don't get it. If someone
But
could
you
explain to me
control
how
it whenever
awful
you
this thing
want.
is, you know what I'm saying? Big Purple Pickle did a super chat. You're afraid of anime boobs. Yes, I'm terrified. Dark Viking says, I saw the interview. I would say they really tried to help you out. Big ups to you for doing it. Keem is not the best person, but you know, it could maybe help you a bit. All right. Thank you for that. See here. Lane Litwick says, what's the difference if everyone already labels you a lol cow? Because there's a difference in how you portray yourself on the internet. I put out legit content, in my opinion. All right? I'm not putting out, if you look at this stream right now, what on this stream, besides me putting on a hat and a vest, which doesn't matter, it's just still me under it, what exactly is lol cowish what we're doing right now? Am I freaking out, reacting like every once in a while I do something stupid over the top, and you can say that's lol cowish, but for the most part, if you look at my content today, it's nothing like that. If I do a lol cow cast, you're literally creating that environment. Everyone will just say, well, he's on the cast, you know? And that's it. Now you're the joke.
Someone's already posted it. He gets $250 in tips, $93 super chat revenue, and however many members he picks up during this, and ad revenue. On a normal day, on a normal stream, he's lucky to break $100 in tips. On a normal day, on a normal stream, he's lucky to break $50 in super chats. He just made pretty much from this one stream, he made what he would normally make in a single day, and then a little extra. I mean, he still has a late stream to do tonight.
Right? That celebrity. The reason that Boogie and
And he's about to get a lot of... Another thing, he's probably about to get a lot of extra views on his videos from anyone who watched the side scroll stuff and went over to check out his channel.
Honest about this. They're desperate. Boogie has said it outright. He's desperate. He's in bad straits right now. He doesn't know what he's going to do moving forward for money because he lost all his money. They need that help. They need it. They can't. They don't know what they're going to do. Right? So far, right as of now,
You know, the noise gets off stream.
Straits. Things are tight for sure. But it's, you know what I'm saying? Why am I going to degrade
You'll easily
myself
end
down
today with over $300 just in tips.
everything that I've worked on for 15 years just for the sake of short-term personal gain? I don't think it's worth it. That's my take.
Because it's $50,000 up front. I had to pay off my car and then stash the rest of the money in my savings account so when tax time came, I'd have it.
Hey, you can disagree. That's fine. That's my take on it. Of course, I could use the help, but again, it's short-term gain versus long-term perspective. What's the point of getting a short-term help if it dries up within a year or whatever, right? It's a one-time deal or whatever. Maybe there'll be some residuals on the show. But what's the point of doing that if then all my streams are ruined? I can't even do a normal stream anymore. All my hardcore
Oh yeah, $300 WWE Champions polls.
Quit.
He's gonna be so happy.
I can't. It's ruined. Every time I go to Phil's streams, there's a bunch of trolls saying he's a lol cow, joking about disgusting stuff. I can't put up with this.
Then you ban them.
Putting out the meaningful stuff for you guys is way more important than a quick pay.
Street Fighter Duel.
You see? That's
Brand
my
new
take.
game.
Bruce DLX did a super chat. I think Keemstar's narcissistic. He did make a good point. The fact you make well above the average American, but you still ask your audience for more fuels your current detractors more than anything. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
I was gonna get banned for that one.
Void did a super chat. I respect your reasons for holding up morals. When you really need it, it would help you with taxes. That's when I think you're not thinking. Okay. Oh, I was thinking. Trust me, I was thinking. There was a lot of thinking going on, for sure. A ton of thinking.
Current evade and a full tank of gas. I better save some of that money for the taxes though. I want to spend the full 50 grand up front.
Gingoken, I see. I disagree. I don't think your fans would leave. I think they would. I think what's happened is we've now, over the last several years, we've created a community here on DSP Gaming, and now we're growing a new community over on DSP Reacts. Correct? And this is a community that is the reason I do this. As I said on the show, and I've said this with you guys many times, I love what I do. You know, Craig says, why not just quit? I don't quit. You want me to quit doing what I love because of these people on the internet being
But you don't love it.
What?
At
Quit.
all.
No, I'm not going to quit. I'm going to continue. I'm going to persevere. I'm going to succeed past this nonsense. You see? Why would I quit? I love it too much. So if it means, success, but at what means? By getting paid by Keemstar, now everything's ruined. No, that's not success. That's changing and being, that's like saying,
That is very much success.
I'm General Electric. I am a company that makes electronics, ovens and things. Well, we failed. I'm going to become a finance company now. Do you want to see DSP Finance? We could do that. You want to do DSP Finance? Probably a bad idea to have me handle other people's money when I can't handle my own well. But I'm just saying, see the point I'm making here? A lot of people have issue with that. Like, why would you change? You know, it would essentially mean I'm changing my entire business model.
I can't get my memberships over 400 without sub bombs, guys. But it's
I like who I am.
growing. I'm
and
getting
I would be more
bigger.
successful if people would just leave me alone. But as Adam said, they will not. You're right. So it's either I move forward positively, I ignore the nonsense around me, and I just keep striving to be better personally for myself, or I give up. So what's it going to be? Is it going to be push forward?
Should probably give up.
Give up.
But he won't.
Quasi did a super chat. You're on your best behavior because all trolls are watching. Never had donos and views like this. Be real. What are you talking about? You think 700 views is the most views I've ever had? Really? You think that, huh? You think I've never exceeded a best goal? Like, talk about someone who doesn't watch the stuff, right? Wow. Anyway, thank you, Quasi, for the super chat. Even if you are a troll, I don't care. I'll still put you on the leaderboard because I'm just that kind of nice guy. There you go. No, it's funny.
And he's desperate
Quasi is a first-time
to be on
viewer
his
for
best
real. Maybe he only watches
behavior.
the detractor stuff. He's like, oh, you're just being nice now because, you know, all the eyes are on you. Actually, no, this is a normal stream for me. This is actually exactly what it's like on a regular
No, it's
stream.
not.
Just that that's not what they portray. You see. I received another tip. Ugly tuna roll. I wouldn't go to another interrogation. They're not your friends. You don't need to show shit to anyone or any explanations. They do not pay your bills. Cheers, mate. Thank you. There you go. Thank you for the $4 tip. I'm getting so many different opinions. So many different opinions right now. It's pretty interesting.
And so much money. That's all he cares about. He's getting all the money.
Input. I am like Johnny 5 from the Short Circuit movies. I'm alive, and I need your input. I want to hear your input on this. Please continue to give me your input. Thank you.
Please continue to give me your money.
Benjamin says, no offense to you personally. I disagree with Keem. There's $1 million market for a podcast between me, Wings, and Boogie talking about games. I agree. Here's what would happen. Every time that podcast gets serious, no one cares. Only when drama happens would anyone care. And I am not a Mr. Drama. You know, it would have to be we go on there, we're insulting each other, we're pulling stunts, you know what I mean? You know, that's not who I am. If
You're
it's a
making
serious
money,
podcast
how
between
dare
three
you?
guys talking about games, who the hell's going to listen to that? I probably wouldn't listen to it. And I'd be on the show. I'd have earplugs in. You know? I don't think there's a market there for that at all. I agree with you there. I think the popularity of the show would be based upon us being lolcows and doing lolcow actions, correct? So what would happen is after 1 week, it would be, all right, guys.
If you have 50
so
grand,
here
you
we
could
go.
take a
Here's all
week
the shit
off.
we got, all the stunts we
Maybe
gotta pull.
spend it with his
I
wife.
know.
Maybe get his
Personal
honeymoon
risk and
in.
all this stuff. No.
Even if it's something cheap and simple.
Arkham's Best says, I will go for a part 2 interview. They need to ease up a little. Adam had a lot of passive aggressiveness. There you go. Tyler enjoyed the interview very much. I'm glad to hear that, Tyler. Mr. Oink says, do you feel like they were ganging up on you and it so happens a wild Keemstar appeared? I don't feel like they were. Again, that was the premise of the show. Do you not understand what the premise of the show was? That was what the show was supposed to be. That wasn't like, oh, I agreed to go on their show. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, they're asking me these questions. That was what the show was. That was, you know, the whole idea.
I say you
It was not
give
that
them a little
Phil's
bit, then you
standard,
take it
yes.
away. They'll be wanting
At all.
more. Come back a week later, suddenly, oh, hey, he's finally back.
I got a $5.
Like he takes the week off before his birthday, then he shows up on his birthday.
Tractor. I don't believe a lot of the things you said.
And
You
yeah,
think
he's
Keemstar is a snake, but Keemstar is a
back.
classic ambush tactic. He turns up to an opening of an envelope, and streamers will always give him a pass because the perceived clout he has. Under the circumstances, you handle him well, and ignoring him is by far the best option.
Yeah,
But
muting the
that's
microphone before
pretty
I
much
clear
what
my
I feel.
throat.
Again, do you really think this guy's going to contact me legitimately? Honestly, do you want to know why Keemstar appeared on that podcast? There's 2 reasons. The first reason is because he wanted to promote his fight.
I can't wait for Keemstar to be like 10 minutes after this thing end. All right, DSP's done. He's not live streaming. You can check his channel right now. He's not live streaming. Call. Oh, look at that one. Straight to voicemail. He's not answering his fucking phone. So he tries to cry. I was working. No, you're not. Your stream's over. Answer the fucking phone.
Between Wings and Boogie, and there was, you know, thousands of people on that podcast to watch it and get that promotion. And the second thing was because he's upset. If Keem didn't care about me and it was no big deal, he never would have went on that podcast. It had nothing to do with him. Nothing. He would have said, oh, it doesn't matter. No big deal. Darkseid Phil ignored me. He can't stand it. Again, when you're an egomaniac, right? When you're an egomaniac and everything is about you, then literally when someone doesn't
Terrible Darkwing.
go along with you and what you're expecting them to do, like drop everything to talk to him, oh my God, that's a slight. So now he's like, well, how can I exert my dominance over this guy again? Let me
You had a chance to make $50,000 and you didn't take it. Dumbass.
appear on his podcast show and dump a bunch of stuff, right? He proved it with his actions on that show. There's more to my last question than snorting, and you know it. Actually, I just saw the snorting. On snorting, it's disrespectful to viewers and easily avoidable. It is not easily avoidable at all. If I have post-nasal drip going down really badly, and I don't snort, I will cough repeatedly. And when it's bad, it will drip down my throat non-stop. And if I don't snort, all you will hear is me coughing the entire stream. You don't have it, so you cannot tell me otherwise. I received enough likes for a second celebratory bubble blow. Okay.
Wow.
Thank
Not
you,
a Jones
everyone.
entertainer, though.
For the support. I have about 20 minutes left before I have to go for dinner, and I'll be back later tonight, all right, for another stream. Maybe I'll put a poll up on the channel page to determine what you guys want. Do you want gameplay tonight or just another kind of talking? I'm not sure what we want to do yet. All right? Vesper says, do you feel there's a subset of people who are trying to gaslight you, being overly positive of you and critical of the advice Craig and Adam were giving? I don't know. A lot of people in here, I don't know what that means. A lot of people in here saying they're agreeing.
Of course, American.
With them. I don't see that.
Yeah, have a good
Again,
day,
I
man.
disagree.
Thanks for
I
hanging
think
out for a
that
little
the show
bit.
is fine. If I'm the guest on the show, I was the guest, and if I was okay with how it went, why wouldn't you be? You can formulate your opinions however you guys want. I thought it was good. I thought that's what I was going for, you know. The interview is already up to watch. They made it live. It's an archive. There you go. You can go watch it right now on Side Scrollers. Check out some of it. Check out some of it during the break, right? No, we're not doing Wolong. We're not doing that Showtime. No, we're not doing Wolong today. Sorry. And if anything, the next main daytime stream tomorrow will be Hogwarts. We have to try to finish Hogwarts. We're like 2 streams away from finishing Hogwarts. We got to finish Hogwarts, all right? Get it out of the way so we can move on to other stuff.
Then why not play tonight and then tomorrow night and get it out of the way?
Received another tip. Wow, you guys are being amazing. $20 from Swago Nito. I enjoyed the interview. I think you're correct. A podcast with Boogie and Wings would not be successful without silly lolcow crap. Keemstar was being very disingenuous as usual. Brave for you for doing that. I appreciate it. Well, thank you very much. Swago Nito. Big Papa Phil says your review on how the podcast would be as valid but pessimistic. 3 of you together would be very popular and there would be many legit fans. No one's saying there wouldn't be. I'm just saying it wouldn't be $1 million show like Keem is trying to push it. You know, no way. It would have to be antics. It would have to be drama and antics constantly.
Oh,
It
then
could not
eating your
just be
toes,
3 guys
Darkwing.
talking about video games. That's not going to be popular. Okay. And again, if I do the show and Keemstar is involved, I would be beholden to Keemstar forever. Forever. Because then he could even tout, I was the reason. I pulled you out of the situation you were in, so you're going to do what I say forever because, yeah, you're beholden to me. Do you understand? And you don't think that's the kind of guy he is? That's exactly
You don't want a
the kind of guy.
boss. We get it,
That's why I would not do
DSP.
that. You see?
You never want to actually work for anyone else ever again. Too humiliating last time, right?
I got a $6.66 tip from LaQuisha. Thank you, Craig and Adam, for a fun and fancy-free interview. There you go. Thank you, LaQuisha, for a tip. That is very nice of you. Fun and fancy-free. I don't think anyone has ever said to me that I was fun and fancy-free. Not once. It's absolutely ridiculous. Showtimes I felt it was a setup. I'm positive they had Keem laying in the cut. They had Gundam pre-recorded. They had a ton of detractors pre-recorded, and they played one. That's all they got to. Time ran out. They were probably going to do a segment of it, and yeah, that did not work. They ran out of time.
You got lucky, DSP. Hey, he won't be the boss of it. He won't be in charge of it. They'll be like, all right, DSP, the stream is going to be at noon on Saturday. But, Keem, I wanted to watch WWE. I can't do it at noon on Saturday, Keem. Well, too fucking bad. I paid you to do a job. You must not show up and do the job.
I got to figure out next time if there's a way to show stuff on the show. Like, I know that I watched the Side Scrollers podcast, and I know Adam sometimes is able to bring in stuff. Like, he's able to bring in pictures and stuff, and I don't know how to do that. Like, I was the first time I ever had experience with that streaming service. And
You've been doing internet content for 15 years, and you don't know how to do anything on it. Good to know.
I was like, man, I wish I had known. Maybe I could have brought some stuff in. You know, I don't know even how to do that. To look at it. I got a $2.50 tip. I understand why Keem acted like a victim. You literally told him the times you're available for a call. Then they asked why you wouldn't answer the phone while you're streaming. It's unprofessional to drop what you're doing live and answer a phone call. You spent years on the channel. I feel like they didn't respect that. They said, what was so important you couldn't answer the phone? Yeah, it's called my job. That's what was so important. Sorry, I can't drop my job. And again, I didn't even know that it was him. I didn't have his phone number or anything. So I had absolutely no idea. Did I just screw that up? No, that's correct. I had absolutely no idea if that was even him calling me. You know, he didn't leave a voicemail. He just called and missed call. Again, there's so many things, there's so many holes in what he said, but because he's Keemstar, everyone will give him the benefit of the doubt. Whatever, dude.
Because he's been doing this for how long? He deserves it.
Oh, let's see. You said, hold on. You said if you send a screenshot to Craig, no one will believe him. I don't necessarily agree with that. Detractors will never change their minds. You don't know if it would help your image by having a person who seems pretty likable and trustworthy, has a dedicated viewer base like Craig vouch for you. You literally have no allies or anyone with an audience who would defend you online. Huh? You mean right now? Yeah, because no one knows. No one cares. No one fucking cares. No one cares about WWE champions but my detractors. Why do they care? Because that's the gravy train for them. That's exactly why. It's the gravy train for them, folks. It's, 100% the gravy train for them. They keep it rolling. Keep it rolling, rolling, rolling. You know? I'll see you tonight, Willow. Sounds good. We got 10 minutes left. If anyone has any final things you want to ask, anything you want to say, any contributions, anything, now would be the time before I take my break, right?
A break from what? Talking. You didn't even play video games. Look at how hard it is to play video games. You didn't even do that today.
I'll see you tonight, Willow. Sounds good.
Hey, so fucking boring.
In the future, would I consider a complete run of Dino Crisis from PS1? Maybe. We played it before. I don't know why that's being asked now. What's for dinner? A Mexican bake. There was no golden opportunity to debunk everything. This never happened. It's never happened. There was no perfect opportunity to do this. No matter what I said and did on that show, the hate would continue. It didn't matter.
Because you
So I like
deserve
Street
it.
Fighter Duel. I think it's okay. It's a good time killer game. It's exactly what it is. It's, by the way, it's a superb amount of content you get for free. Like I said, I've spent a few bucks on it. The dollar here, the dollar there to get, the freebie packs or whatever, the very low charge packs. You know what I mean? And I've been playing it, and you get a lot of.
Yeah, how many thousands has he
I'm not gonna
wasted
talk
on this
about it.
game
I'm not gonna
already?
tell you my account or anything about that extent, because you know exactly what would happen. I mean, let's not be stupid here, right? We know what the detractors would do with that information, but it's an okay game. It's not even like Street Fighter at all. It plays nothing like Street Fighter. It's like one of those tap, like Adam said, almost like a tap RPG. But you don't have to tap; it just auto plays itself. It does. It auto plays. You build your team, you build your order of like what order they're gonna fight, and then the game just plays. You don't have to do anything. It's interesting that's Street Fighter. I don't know. It is cool to have a bunch of Street Fighter characters in a game like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's cool to have a mobile game where all your favorite Street Fighters are in it, and you might or might not get them, but it's cool to see, like, the Street Fighter, and they're portrayed pretty accurately. Like, Zangief will do a spinning pile driver, and, Dalsim will do a yoga flame, or the big flame ball that he had. I think it was Street Fighter 5 that he had that. I don't know. But they have all these different abilities. That's kind of neat, and kind of, in line with what you would expect from a Street Fighter game. It's not like, they didn't
So you already got Zangief and Dalsim. How much money did you spend to get all those guys? That's what I'm wondering.
characters were or anything. They actually nailed it, but it's nothing to write home about. That's a game that's like, I want to talk about Street Fighter Duel. Okay, do it once ever. There's nothing else to say. You know what I mean? It's boring. It's grindy. Okay. I got $11.55 tip. A Loudcast podcast would be great. The whole point of Loudcast, you guys naturally produce comedy. No extra shenanigans needed. You did well in the interview. This is coming from a detractor that doesn't want to see better things for you, honestly. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Thank you for the tip. Again, you guys are awesome. Right. Here we go. All right, a few more minutes, guys. Man, I gotta pee. I did pee between the streams, but man, I gotta pee again. I drank 2 bottles of non-carbonated water. 2 bottles. I am like
Gin.
about to burst.
That is so gin right there.
Do you guys think we should just do a normal stream tonight? Let's do a poll in the chat. We're gonna do a poll right now with everyone here. Over 600 people still here. A lot of people are leaving now. What should we do on tonight's late stream?
I would have voted for video game because he hates video games.
2 hours chatting to decompress, or like a Dragon Ishin gameplay. Let's see. You guys vote right now. Let's see what you guys are going to vote for. Quasi did a super chat. Go drink your ALC. Keep the change. What is ALC? What does that mean? I don't know. But thank you for the super chat, Quasi. No, we're not
Let him
doing
drink.
anything else
He's
tonight.
earned
Either
it.
Like a Dragon, or we're going to do the decompress stream. Because here's the thing. Tomorrow, I am 100% back into the regular schedule. It's going to be Hogwarts on the first stream, and either Like a Dragon or Oblivion on the late stream. Saturday, we're doing my React stuff. This is all normal schedule for the rest of the week. And I basically want to get this done with, meaning I don't want to keep talking about it all week. You understand? I know some people
And for me, tomorrow's going to be Ghost of Tsushima.
will be bringing it up occasionally, but I want, if we really want to talk about what just happened, I want to talk about it happening tonight, get it out of the way, and then the rest of the week, we just go back to normalcy, okay? That's my goal. Oh, he'll see my alcohol. Oh. Mr. Wayne says, we all hop in a Zoom meeting. No. Sal Potato says, Ishin is pretty long of a game. Make some progress. The stream and the break, this stream and the break are decompression. You know, some people are going to be confused. There's no level 1 podcast today. I'm so consistent with that. I wonder how many people are going to be like so confused that there's no podcast, right? Right? Okay. Games are backlogged. Make progress on Ishin. Here's the thing, Scallop Potatoes. Ishin and Oblivion are in no rush. Right now, I'd say the games that need to be finished are Hogwarts and Wolong. Once those are done, we can focus on Resident Evil 4 this Friday, and then maybe bring in Metroid Prime remake, right? Remaster, excuse me. That could be good 2 daytime main gameplay streams. The night streams are going to go on for a long time. I know that without Like a Dragon and Oblivion are going to continue. I don't really feel pressure there.
Because you dragged them on forever.
You see? So I could go and
Egg
actually stream
sandwich
right now.
Pringles?
Voting is in favor of 2
Okay,
hours
then.
of decompression chatting tonight.
I've never ever heard of
And I'll see you
that.
later. Did I taste the gin the Dutch brothers have sent me? I did not. I have not tasted it at all. I will likely taste it during my birthday event on April, well, if it happens on April 6th, my real birthday or not, I'm not sure.
Not having a birthday event on the birthday.
Super
That
Slow
makes
Call,
sense.
remix to the $10 tip. I love the fact that the detractors want answers. They go to the interview without derailing the stream, and the Street Fighter Duel was an interesting game, especially with the Monster Hunter Universe crossover. I don't think it's respectful to call the Essential Podcast a lolcow podcast. I agree. It's not. That's the point. It's not supposed to be respectful. It's supposed to be an embarrassment. It's supposed to be make some money by embarrassing the guys on it. That's the point. Do you think that Wings and Boogie boxing is going to be a respectable boxing match, or do you think that it's a publicity stunt between 2 people who everyone knows are going to look ridiculous and probably put themselves at great personal risk to do it? There you go. We're definitely leaning towards a decompress stream tonight, for sure. It's like 56%, so. Will you guys come back for the decompress stream is the question. Will you just come and chill with me for a couple of hours and talk? I'd be
You
down for that.
should play the game. Try to get through it faster.
Huh.
Well, that's interesting. I know they have a lot of. They have like birthday cake flavored Kit Kats and stuff like that. I've seen those
Fighting
before.
Cowboy or Rad Brad. No, I have not. No, I do not know who Delaware is. Nope, nope, and nope. Janice, I paid to see you fight Keemstar in a boxing match. Oh my god, you guys are something else. You guys are something else. You would pay to see me take someone's block off or someone take my block off? That's what you want. You want DS pugilist. Well, I fight like this. See, most people, they actually, like, they lead with their left, and they go forward with their... I fight the old rope-a-dope fisticuff style, the underhand style. Ever seen someone fight like this? This is the deadliest punching style. I don't know if you're aware of this. When you come from underneath, there's no defense. How are you blocking this? Right?
That's not true at all, but alright. Seaweed flavored I heard of, but not egg sandwich.
Chef D says, too bad you're not playing Bassmaster anymore. Would have been a perfect night for... Yeah, we're not doing that anymore, sadly. A good reboot for KO Gaming, says Ken the Boss. Now, that's a good one. A good reboot for KO Gaming. The only video on the channel is me knocking someone out. Or me getting knocked out, I guess. We still work, the name. Would I ever be involved in creator content, not the boxing, maybe something else in type of content creator event with other creators, says Big Papa Phil. No one wants to be an event with me, Big Papa Phil, because of the trolling. Unless it's a lolcow-related event, no one wants to collab with me. Did you know that? That's very much the case. Okay?
They should do it and make money off of it, instead of crying about being broke all the time. Dang it, internet, stop doing that. OBS shows green, so I don't know why it's doing that. Let's pause real quick, give it a second. And click.
Oh my god, thank you, Simon, for becoming a channel member. We are now at 4 o'clock, and guys, it is time for me to say goodbye for now. I will end the show. However, I'll be back tonight, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, to relax with all of you. I hope that you all will join me tonight. And, you know, it looks like you guys want another decompress session. It looks like you don't want Wolong. Excuse me, you don't want Like a Dragon Ishin. Then tomorrow we'll get back to it. Tomorrow will be Hogwarts and Like a Dragon, which is what today was supposed to be. He's always pushed today, right? I'm just going off of what you guys want, okay? Yep, all right. Well,
Oh, you
guys,
missed a Rob
thank you.
a lot today, Rob.
Thanks for a chill decompress. I guess we'll
Yes,
come
it
back
did, Yuri.
and relax more tonight.
Once he
6:45
disappears, I'll do a
Sounds
recap
good.
for all of
Sounds good
you.
to Boy, these glasses are bothering me. I'm not playing a game that actually bothered me staring at the webcam the whole time. So I hope we'll relax tonight. Whatever you guys want to talk. You know what we could do? Holy crap, we could do the level 1 podcast tonight because we didn't get to do it. Why not? That'd be perfect. No, I can tell you about my day off. I can tell you about what I did yesterday. We can talk about some game news, right? And we can have our interaction. It's a longer segment, so it'll be a long interaction. That's pretty good, I think. That would work because then we could actually talk. We'll talk certain segments you guys like, but then we'll have big, again, open Q&A for those who want to talk. How about let's do that?
Fuck me, now I kind of want to watch
was a good idea.
that.
Thank you, Wolf-like, for a super chat. Probably would be good to play a chill game. We're gonna
Face Rig.
tonight.
Face Rig on
6:45,
Steam.
The level
Amazing.
1, well, the stream starts at 6:45. Then we go to then we go to the late night stream. Around 7:15, we'll start with the level 1 podcast. All right, and we'll go from there. We've never done that before. That's a first, right? A special edition post side scroll
Yes, it
edition
does,
of the level
Paul.
1 podcast. I'll even set up the stream with the logo and everything. Yeah, Jay says, hell yep, let's do it. Sounds good to me. Sounds like a plan. That was a good plan. I don't know how I came up with that. I probably stole it from someone. All right, guys, thank you very much. Let's end the show. Thanks for watching. See you tonight. I stopped recording. I'm just going to switch over here, guys. And, yeah, thank you very much, guys, for being a good audience. Thanks for watching their show. If you did watch it live, thanks for watching their show over there. And, I hope that you guys will join me. Hold on. I hope you guys will join me tonight, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. See you then. Peace out, guys.
Recap. He actually went on the stream. I was kind of surprised about that. I thought he might sleep in. Or it might have been pre-recorded. It was not. Everyone thought Craig and Adam were going to go soft. They did not. They beat the shit out of him. DSP came out with some new lies. Apparently the bank leaks are true, but they're not his bank account. Yeah, it makes absolutely no fucking sense. That the bank leaks are real, but it's not his bank account. That does not make any freaking sense. Cat had a restraining order against Subaru Man, which is bullshit. Kiwi Farms would have found that. Kiwi Farms would have found that a long time ago. Let's see what else here at Retcon. Trying to Retcon WWE Champions. I don't even spend $1,000 total on it. I've only spent like $15 this month on it this month. Well, fine. Let's say you spend $20 a month. And it came out in 2017. So 20 times 12 is 240. It's been 6. All right, well, let's call it 5 years. It hasn't actually been 6 years total yet. Let's see, 240 times 5. Oh, wait. That's over $1,000. So bullshit, you haven't even spent $1,000 on it. Oh, him versus Keemstar was fantastic. Keemstar coming in was such a great surprise. That alone is probably going to boost the Craig side crawlers, side podcast, whatever, by a ton. I know I enjoyed it. Hopefully you guys did too, because holy shit, that was great. Yeah, DSP lied. He snored. Well, actually, no, he didn't. He didn't snort once during the entire podcast. But he lied a lot. And Adam took him to task for it. Adam did not let up. Adam made sure to let everyone know that, no, this is bullshit. There's no way that's what happened. He was offered a chance to take a screenshot of his WWE Champions account, send it to Craig in email, and have Craig confirm that he's not down from the rafters. DSP refused to do it. So yeah, it's done by now. He's fucked. I'll holla for the dollar Yuri with a super sticker. I just cannot believe. Holy shit, that was a 5-hour podcast he did. Then he went on for another hour and a half on his channel. Man, I'm at work. I just want to get home. I gotta get home. I gotta watch this. I gotta share this with you guys. We had to point and laugh. And then we did. Yeah, he was... If you like watch his hands when he's taking a drink of his gin, see the hand shaking, and he started rocking hard. A couple times when he was rocking to his right. I mean, he was rocking off the fucking webcam. He was rocking so hard. It was incredible. But with that, guys, it's currently 9:20 at night, my time. I'm ready to take a shower and get ready for bed. I'm glad I was able to watch it today. I'm glad I was able to stream it with you guys so you guys could watch it with me. Amazing memory hole, all of it. And he's already banning a bunch of people in his chat, bringing up like, oh, when you said this on, shut up, ban. That didn't happen, ban. Yeah, I can't wait for Ghost of Tsushima tomorrow. That's gonna be fun. Again, thank you guys for watching. As always, like, subscribe, comment down below, and have one hell of a day, because I know I sure did.